to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all.
What just happened?
Aegis Flames is what happened! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness, the steal!
Zynus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division! Oh my god! One of the best to ever do it! Luminosity Gaming! It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here with day 2 of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues, starting off with the European region. We had some amazing matches yesterday, and we are getting close to solidifying our teams qualifying for these regional finals. Of course, I am Wonder Chef, and I'm joined by the same wonderful 4 talent as yesterday. So let's just see how everybody's doing on this fine quote-unquote morning, because we are a very global cast for this broadcast. Relic, how are you doing this morning?
Yeah, throw the dart at the board and let's see what it lands on. For me, we're currently sitting at just shy of 4 p.m. local time. But listen, I'm having such a great time this weekend. We've got so many more great matches to come, so I'm really excited to just get stuck in again.
All right, and we're gonna ask everybody what time it is actually there. 9 a.m. of course here on the West Coast. Soph, what time is it there for you? And how are you feeling about today and yesterday so far?
Well, it's a very comfortable 1 p.m. here in Brazil, so Rio is feeling pretty good. I got my AC on. It's pretty hot outside. It's just the usual weather for Rio every day of the year. But I'm feeling really good, especially excited about the LATAM matches, as you would expect. And we had a lot of great bangers yesterday, especially defining those regional standings.
I know, we kind of cheated. We got our matches were way too good yesterday, but hopefully they're just as good today. And then Kello, what time is it there? And same to you. I know you're going to be the furthest probably.
Well, I mean, if you can call 3 a.m. morning, I feel like it's morning, middle of the night. I mean, there is no sun, so I'm going to say maybe not morning, but yes, still feeling wonderfully. I am on a different sleep schedule at the moment, so hey, I'm not affected. I'm excited to go. Let's get some matches happening. Yeah.
Up bright and early for esports. You're the only person who has a more broken sleep schedule than myself, so I'm always really in awe of that. But always for the community for sure. And then Zoinks, a little bit more normal time for you. I kind of feel like you're cheating, but how you doing today? I know you're going to be in the tall grass today.
Yeah, tough to follow Kello in this order that we're going, but yeah, it's a nice 11 a.m. And oh my word, I am in the tall grass now. I love this graphic. I haven't seen this before. Okay, big fan, but yeah, I'm going to be covering a lot of the matches that are going to be happening off stream. Going to get a chance to talk to a few players, get some interviews, and see how they're feeling about the regional leagues, because like we've been saying all weekend long, it's crunch time. Right now, every one of these matches matters so much to the teams that are on the outside looking in from playoffs, or the teams that are looking to get a fantastic seed after the conclusion of this regional league.
I gotta say it, that is the sweetest jacket of all time for the tall grass. Huge kudos.
Right.
I actually looked at it, I was like, should I wear a jacket? I'm like, Zoinks isn't wearing a jacket. I'm not gonna wear a jacket. And then you tricked me and brought out the best one. So excited to see if that helps camouflage you. Maybe you can get some nice perspectives on some of those matches. But we, of course, are on day 2 now of week number 4, which means that yesterday we had about, 500 hours of Pokemon Unite gameplay. Let's go over just a few hours of those. We'll see you all in, 4 hours for the actual matches. No, I'm just kidding. But Relic, let us know what happened in Europe yesterday.
All right, let's get this story started, shall we? And let's start at the very beginning of the weekend. Kamai versus Peps, there's a reason why I've picked out this match to highlight, and it's because both of these teams, Chef, they managed to qualify for playoffs. Kamai able to complete the double over Team Peps within league season. Was a much closer affair this time around, 2-1 compared to the earlier 2-0. But Team Peps then later on were able to secure their own spot in playoffs with a win against Engage. And so that means that these two teams ultimately join BH3 with those wonderful golden hewn backgrounds. They are confirmed in the playoffs, but Volticons and Los Caducados in those 4th and 5th spots. That's actually going to be our first on-stream match of the day, and they are precarious because even with very bountiful results going their way, they will not know their fates until week number 5.
Actually, a pretty huge match, and I'm really excited for that one a little bit later. But, of course, we do have some off-broadcast matches as well. We'll talk about that towards the end of this. So let's move on over to Latin America, where, Soph, you can tell us what happened with all those just way too good matches that you and I got a chance to watch yesterday.
Yeah, starting off with Stamina Esports versus 2Z Esports, the two teams had to go to a game 3 to decide if Stamina was qualifying for playoffs. So this is where Stamina had the gameplay set on, and it was very important for them to try and get this Groudon because the flip was just right there in front of them. All of the players from 2Z were on the pit. I think it was 10 members, 10 players on that pit, and they really had to nail down that last secure hit, and Stamina managed to do so, won the team fight, and just guaranteed that lock on to playoffs, as you can see here, starting off that day 2 with a 9-2 record. Meanwhile, Force Gaming still stays undefeated, not dropping a single set, 10-0 record. Overall, yesterday we had a lot of tiebreaker matches between the teams that were on 3 and 6. There were 4 teams tied on 3 and 6, and now we have a slightly more clear view of how the middle of the pack is looking. But Chef, honestly, they are just so good all around, from Force Gaming to Entity 7 in last place, that you kind of have still an open possibility of any of these teams to qualify in the top 5.
I know, it's so incredibly close. I don't know how anybody could hate on any of these teams, even the ones lower down there. But let's see what Zoinks has to say about North America and how that played out yesterday. Another close region.
Yeah, an extremely close region and a really interesting one. I felt like we were getting a few upset wins here and there, but it was a really exciting one, mostly, in my opinion, surrounding this match. Extinction versus Citadel Gaming. This is rank 5 versus rank 6. So in playoff contention, outside of playoff contention, but things took a turn in the favor of Extinction after a really impressive team fight. Trainers Talonflame popping off all over the place. Metallic's Mega Lucario really becoming the star of the show here, only at level 12, by the way. But either way, that is a Kyogre secure and a big victory for this squad. And that win pushes Extinction into the playoff picture and actually forces Citadel Gaming outside for right now. So these next 3 days of competition are going to be so important for both of those teams right there on the edge. But IX Gaming and Lunex Gaming also in contention for those spots. So we will see what happens in NA, a very exciting region that really could go anyway.
Especially North America and LATAM. I think the qualifying spots have only about 1 or 2 wins apart from each other, so it is a really close match. And with just today left and then 2 more match days, there's more than enough time for these teams to change and qualify. So great to see kind of how these regions are playing out at the moment, because we are getting really, really close to those regional finals. So of course, those were the results at the end of last night, the very, very beginning of this morning. But EU gets up really bright and early to play their matches. So our resident Tallgrass observer and wearer, I guess, what's been going on so far in those off-broadcast matches for EU?
Yeah, I've been taking a little bit of a peek in at the results from EU to start the day. We've had a clean sweep of 2-0s across the board. But a big surprise, though, the first game of the day, Jemlu Palais getting their second series win of the Regional League over Engage. Kind of a devastating loss for Engage to have to deal with, as they are a team just barely outside of playoff contention. However, they did have a bounce-back win against Avalanche immediately after with a 2-0 victory. To round out those off-stream matches, Komai was able to dispatch Jemlu Le Palais in a 2-0 victory, just cementing Komai even better towards the top of these playoff rankings. So I know all of you are going to be covering some amazing matches in Europe. I wanted to just jump in with my little Europe 2 cents here in covering the off-stream matches. I'm going to be going over to talk a little bit more about Latin America, get you some match recaps, maybe some illustrations. We'll see what happens. But as it stands, this is the regional standings currently in the middle of week 4, day 2 for Europe.
Ooh, that's a tough spot. Engage maybe having to win their next 2 matches 100%. Otherwise, I think they probably don't stand a chance of qualifying. But we're starting to get into that area where every single one of these matches is going to matter very closely for how these teams all qualify. And so I'm glad that we get a chance to already see some of these off-broadcast matches. And for today, the on-broadcast matches are going to be very important and very fun. Some real bangers in there. Kello, are there any of these that you're particularly excited for?
Oh, there are a lot that I am excited for, but the matches to look forward to today, we have Volticons Unite up against Los Carucados up first, Team Peps up against BH3 Esports. I feel like this is probably going to be one of those highlight matches for the region, considering BH3, they're undefeated, but Team Peps, they are the only team so far that do have that world's spot by qualifying at EUIC. So this is what I'm looking forward to the most here. We have Kamai going up against Volticons Unite up next. Otherwise, LATAM. Once again, just all bangers all around here. Force Gaming going up against Infamous Gaming, but then later on, they are going to be going up against Stamina Esports. Considering they already won their match yesterday, if they are able to win these 2 matches, then they are likely to have that world spot as well by the end of this day. So we'll have to see how that pans on out. Otherwise, Peru Unite and CACM Esports to look forward to in the middle. CACM Esports, they are below that bar. So if they are able to defeat Peru Unite, who are currently in 3rd spot, we'll have to see whether we'll end up seeing any shifts there. But lastly, we're going to move on over to NA. We have Lunex Gaming up against Evil Geniuses, Citadel Gaming up against IX Gaming, who did have a few upsets yesterday. And finally, to close it all off, we have Lunex Gaming up against Extinction.
Ooh, so many cool middle-of-the-pack matches, which is really what's so important right now. Obviously, a lot of these teams are going to be very happy if they can auto-qualify for Worlds or get that really high seeding in the regional finals, but it's really about those teams that really have to fight for a chance still, and those last matches, specifically NA, are going to be a great example of that. Our first match is going to be that as well, so as we got to get to that, we're going to have to unfortunately say a goodbye just for now to our other 3 commentators and our tall grass specialist over there, as it's going to be me and Relic taking it away for the very first match of the day. And this is one that I'm very excited for. I've been on record over the course of the season saying that I'm a big fan of a few different teams in EU. Win or lose, they're very fun to watch, and these 2 in particular, Volticons, Los Carucados, definitely 2 of those for me.
Yeah, and music to their ears. News coming through that Pule were able to take down Engage. Volticons with less matches played, and by virtue of that, a better record. 5 wins under their belt, 5 losses under their belt. That is series, not games, by the way. Snow with the most KOs per game in EU. They are the lone star on 6. Everyone else below them is on 5. So when it comes to those big playmakers in region, you can't really get much better than Snow. But it's not to say that there aren't some huge playmakers on Los Carucados either. For example, Naya really up there in terms of assisting play. And they are in the more perilous position here, I would say, Chef. 5 and 6. I think for Engage, they are hoping that they potentially lose this match. And then if Volticons, of course, were to win, they're going up against Kamai later on. So they watch with bated breath.
Right. The tiebreaker situation is interesting, and I obviously don't know the full breadth of it. There's a lot that goes into it. But as far as things go, of course, the closest to both of these teams that both have 5 wins is now Engage, who has 3 wins only. So Engage can theoretically win 2 more. They would like to move up to at least be able to tie them. So we'll see which of these teams does make that happen, as we're going to go into the very first draft. Volticons on the left, Los Carucados taking that 2nd pick spot. As usual, we're going to start with Kyogre for today, just like yesterday.
Absolutely. So Mega Lucario, Psyduck, Trevenant, Blissey, and Garchomp are bans already locked in. Just awaiting this final ban. We did see a lot of Surfetched on the ban table yesterday. A proper tank buster, but it will be a tank that makes it number 6 here. Umbreon with that 36% ban rate over the entire course of the season. It should be mentioned, not just the weekend in its entirety. And well, there you go. As if they were summoned, the British bird makes their bow with Volticons.
I love Surfetch as a Pokemon and in this game, but interesting to see it as a first pick. I mean, how disgusting is this combo of potential second picks that Los Caracos is getting? Blastoise has been kind of the first pick throughout the entire weekend so far. Then you pair it with another Gen 1 partner Pokemon, and that is just a terrifying duo to me. But we're going to go back, and the damage already on Volticons is looking beautiful.
Well, I know that you were very on the down low when it came to Charizard Y, but I will add that I think that there has been, especially with the nerfs that we've seen affecting the meta, a lot more confidence in strategies to deal with a Mega Charizard Y. I mean, clearly Volticons have a lot of faith in this Snow Surfetch to think, well, okay, whatever you can do, we're going to be able to just provide so much damage output that you won't even be able to compete. Naiat with that Vaporeon, Vertillo locking in the Mew, and to our final selections here with Volticons, who already have 2 Hyperscalers here to work with, we're maybe looking at something to perhaps protect the early game a little bit more, and these 2 picks would certainly do it. The Zacian to be heading up onto that top path, and Daddy Leon to be heading up onto that top path, presumably with them.
Leon getting that Slowbro perfectly makes sense. Of course, that's been kind of one of the hard counters for the Charizards for quite a while. And I'll talk about the Charizard, my Charizard thoughts a little bit later, as we're going to see the last pick now on the side of Los Caracados. Interesting if it's going to be that, a Glaceon, not a Pokemon that we've seen all that much, but a little bit more recently. Saw, just a few times yesterday. So we've got double Evolution, which is also something that I feel like I haven't seen for a while, especially when neither of them are an Umbreon. It's going to be kind of fun to see that. Pretty strong early game from the side of Los Caracados, but then they also have 2 late scalers, so it's going to be really interesting.
It's a nice balance. I'm going to retract what I said, by the way. I think Fizzy probably going to join Tibby up on that top path with that Mamoswine, allowing Leon to, well, I don't know. I would say probably join Snow on the bottom path. I imagine Cherry King going to be heading into that central area with Inteleon. And I'm really curious to see how Jose and Cherry tackle their move selection here, because both have chase down moves in Liquidation and Icicle Spear respectively, but I think Volticon's really leaning into that Tank Buster build. I don't know, I think that is going to lean into the Liquidation more likely for them. Icy Wind, though, definitely the priority pick for most Glaceon players in the current meta.
Liquidation has been really strongly picked over the last, I guess just this weekend, but we've also seen a pretty good amount of Snapshot, obviously, and it's really an interesting question, right? Because it's going to be so good against like half their cast choosing Liquidation, but you can slightly outrange the Glaceon if you choose the Snapshot, or more than slightly outrange, and then you kind of have that like poking advantage. So I'm curious where they're going to go with that, and it's really been like a cool split as to which moveset these teams are choosing for Inteleon over the weekend. And like you said, I'm really interested in where everybody goes. We're going to go into game number 1 here. Volticons on the left, Los Caracados on the right, and it's going to be Surfetch in the center. Okay, I was actually curious about this. I haven't really seen this competitively much, but I was wondering if it could work. It kind of makes sense that it could.
Yeah, it's an interesting take, isn't it? Sobble is all right in lane, but clearly Volticon's wanting to enable their main attack damage carry. It does make sense to me, but what's making sense also is this great pressure from Los Caracados being able to steal away a couple of Eos Energy and crucial EXP in this early laning phase, of course, wanting to get really into that Mega Charizard Y ASAP.
I love this double evolution. Both get to level 4, both push up here, and then you've got 4 members already crashing onto this goal zone. We do have a little bit of support, of course, from this Surfetch, who has evolved at level 5, but this is aggression levels of evolutions that we haven't seen for quite a while. It's been a pretty good amount of time since we used to see the kind of double evolution meta, and of course, for anybody who's wondering why that's so aggressive, they evolve very quickly at level 4, and they just get online faster than most other Pokemon in the game that need evolutions.
All right, our first set of birds on the table. Electro Ball goes in. Doesn't quite capture all of the birds, however. Good work from Tibby here. But Tibby will pay for pushing up a little bit too far. 4 still for the Los Caducados on this top path. No sign of the Slowbro as of yet. Snow attempting to try and dissuade some of these bigger scores. For example, Relly with 25, a bit too much for them. But there's a score for the Vaporeon. Onto pad. Pretty decent start for Los Caducados, but Volticons with the points lead.
They have been pretty good at defending this goal zone. I mean, this is a strong set of Pokemon to defend up here, despite the fact that there's so much aggression. And I think this aggression as well is just going to be helping them get a lot of experience to level up this currently Charmeleon, trying to get to that Charizard. They're doing a great job. You can see them out-leveling 5 to 4, pretty much all across the board up there, which is exactly what they want. They're just trying to feed that EXP to who needs it.
So our first 2 minutes come and gone. Regidrago drops in to say hello, but these 6 fellas are not really worrying about the Regidrago just yet. That's going to be a KO onto the Vaporeon. Lovely Ice Fang. That's going to be a second. Wham bam. Thank you very much. Into the eject button. Jiraiya will get out of dodge, which allows Volticon the space now to move on to this Regidrago. Should be uncontested. Maybe a little look here from Bertillo. The Solar Beam was there, but just not in the nick of time.
I feel like we are not going to see all that many huge KOs, and then all of a sudden we're going to see a ton of KOs all at once. Once everybody starts to hit these power spikes, especially, well, once you, oh, well, there we go. That might be the start of it. I was going to say, once you add in the crowd control of this Slowbro finally kind of making it up into its the levels where it needs to be, this damage on this team for Volticons, I said it as they were starting it, is ridiculous when they start actually coordinating. We haven't even had a chance to see the currently Piloswine. It's going to be a very strong way to initiate. It does look like we're going to pause for a moment. And I guess, yeah, you know what? Dubsax isn't here, so we can say, we're going to take a pause for the cause. We have to steal his line every once in a while. But yeah, again, it's been a little bit slow. There's been some aggression, but I think it's mostly been like to clear a little bit of space for experience. But once we start team fighting, I am so excited to see the amount of damage and how quickly Volticons can pick off one member of the other team and just eliminate them from the Sky routes.
It feels nervous, doesn't it? It feels nervous from both teams. But I think the Volticons, especially through Tibby, he's been the one player who I don't think has shown any concern, even paying for it with the K-opener for the cause, like you say. Not focusing on scoring either, of course, with that Zacian, look to build up as much AOS energy reserves as possible to then boost their moves going in. And we know that a super boosted Sovereign Sword becomes one of the most powerful individual moves in the entirety of Pokemon Unite. So we'll watch out for that later. I think in this moment as well, Chef, watching Los Caducados, they very much abandoned their post on top path. I think they saw that as a bit of a lost cause, looking to prioritize bottom to try and get some score parity, because if there's one thing to say for Volticons, they have been getting those scores in pretty consistently.
Right, and it's pretty wild with how much of a focus we saw Los Caducados putting on that top path early on. It's pretty impressive that they were able to defend it quite so well, but Zacian is a monster in path, right? I mean, it is immediately strong, doesn't need to evolve. It hits its early power spikes pretty quickly. It does so much AoE damage that it's great at defending these goal zones, especially if it has really any support, but even just solo, it can stop so many scores. And then, of course, it's also great at chasing down Pokemon when they overcommit to trying to score. So if it needs to defend, unless there's a ton of range damage that can just poke it down and just make sure that it has to be way past the goal zone, I think it's such a good path Pokemon. And obviously, a lot of the big famous top path Pokemon do tend to do the same thing. When we saw the Buzzwole be really popular up there, it was doing some really similar things. Leafeon for a while when that was top path and scary. So it's just it's hard to focus on a top path. I think that's why sometimes when you see these big, maybe like 4-man crashes, they end up being on a bottom path where they just kind of hope that they're not expecting it. Up top path, a lot of times it's going to be all the center area Pokemon gathering so that they can fight. And so it's a little rough. It's a little rough, and they did have a fun little play, but it just didn't seem like it quite worked out.
No, and I do think that there's some concern as well for Relly on this Mega Charizard. Why? We saw Nayat providing good vision of Snow, but Snow's had pretty effortless control, I would say, over this central area. He's been really quick to call some reinforcements in if he thinks that they, just want to, stack up the odds in their favor. So I think right now, in terms of that early control, definitely leaning towards Volticons, and that's not what Los Caducados want necessarily. The records going into this series, into this game, if you are just joining us, Volticons on 5-5, Los Caducados on 5-2. 6. Volticon still to play Kamai later today, by the way, and I think that we all know the favorites of that particular series, so this is a really, really important series to just try and get one W, just to get their feet under the desk for the Sunday, and just, again, shore up those nerves going into what will be a really important final weekend of action as we get back into the match. Wonderful timing.
Perfect timing. Regice spawning. Hey, maybe the game froze because we got the ice Pokemon spawning. Wow, that was just burned down so incredibly quickly. Even they started backing on the Surfetch like 50% through that health bar, and already the Zacian had taken it down before they managed to get back.
Yeah, it was Kado's very much rolling the dice in a sense, hoping that they land on this Regieleki, and land on the Regieleki they have. Great push from the Slowbro into the zone, forcing the issue, getting scores, getting a first zone crack. Could not have gone any better had they tried, Los Cados. They will lose a couple of KOs over to Volticons in the meantime. They've grabbed the points lead, but now here comes the rebuttal from Volticons.
We're going to see if they can push forward, trying to build some space on that Surfetch. And honestly, not even an attempt at defending. They said, you know what? We are just so far outnumbered here. We're going to split up. We're going to try to maybe get a little bit more on top path. We're going to try to farm some of our central area stuff. Like, sure, go ahead, score. We don't care. We've already got the points in that we want to at least try to stay even when they were behind by a pretty decent amount in that early game.
Right, here's Relly on the Mega Charizard Y. Level 9-2, watch out for that Seismic Slam. Volticons having retaken the lead, looking to put up a bit of a strong defense for this top path. Great zone control here from Los Cados, looking to try and get a little bit more EXP back into the system. Our lobby leader right now, that's Surfetched on level 10, and here they are, Snow lurking, maybe looking for a push. Good liquidation onto Naiat. Aqua Ring, Metal Claw, can they reach the Citrus Berry just in the nick of time?
Ooh, okay. That's a lot of healing, and especially with the Vaporeon, they might have to back up on the side of Volticons, and it does look like maybe that's going to be their decision. They're trying to see if maybe anybody's going to overcommit to a counter push, but it doesn't seem like so far that's the case. And again, they just have so much crowd control that anybody that gets close, they are going to be for sure Icicle Fanged into potentially Oblivion. So we'll see what actually happens. But pretty safe play so far for Los Caracados. There's an attempt to get engaged. It's going to start.
Man, they're getting some inspiration from Marv here, aren't they? But you can't stop the Seismic Slam once it comes to town. Tippy's so close to going down, but they aren't taken down. And that's a huge bit of liquidation from the Inteleon to get rid of that Blastoise. But the Glacial Stage comes in and takes out the Pilot right now. Los Cados wrestling back control of this team fight from Volticons, who are still lurking. There's a Nova Blaster. Uno move from the Surfetch straight through the middle, but there's the secure for Los Cados via the Icy Wind of Jose, stuck in enemy territory. But look how close they are to their demise, opting for the Mystical Mirage, given coverage by the Hydra Typhoon. Watch out for Relly, still putting on so much devastating fire from above. 2 KO streak for them, picking up the Natus, picking up more birds. Volticons left bruised from this encounter, still looking for more. There's the third for Relly.
Oh no, this is just slowly starting to run away from Los Caracados. You can really see the work that Vaporeon's putting in. Their team was so low just across the board for a really long time, and they slowly just regained more and more health as Volticons have no true healers. So they kind of really are depending on that self-sustain, and they were just slowly pushed out of that battle. You know, 1 KO at a time as slowly Los Caracados gained health back. So they're going to be winning that fight. They're getting some points up a little bit late up top as they are also trying to test the waters down south with their first 2 picks of the game. A pretty strong duo. Unite's still available for Charizard. Blastoise was used at some point.
That's all 5 for Volticons up against Regieleki. Good CC from Los Cados, but the Seismic Slam comes a little too late. Or perhaps just late enough to pick up some big KOs and deliver some decent damage onto this Regieleki. Fizzy, that's not the side of the Regieleki area that I got to be on. Unable to even score just the 2 Chaos Energy. Yikes.
That's how you know there's a pretty good amount of defenders when 2 points is not a possibility. But they do have some pretty strong defenders there. Of course, Charizard is going to be one of the best defenders in the game, just doing so many small hits of damage. But hey, you know what? 2 points that might be important. We saw it come close to a tie yesterday. We don't want it to show up that way as well today. And we're starting to see Los Caracados really just roam around as a team. Both of these teams, I think, really starting to group up now that we're getting so close to the end. They want to make sure nobody gets picked off.
All right, on defense again with another Reggie to take. That's a lovely Ice Fang trying to deny Rally from going Mega, and going Mega they will not. And look at Tibby slashing through one, slashing through two, looking for a third. Here goes Fizzy again with the Ice Fang. Delivery on a plate, straight into the welcoming arms of the Slowbro. Vertillo on hand to throw down a Solar Beam. Score down for Daddy Leon. Meanwhile, Volticon's going after the Reg Ice on top part, but Vertillo with a steal. No, the burst damage from the Surfetch just about enough.
And, you know, we were talking about 2 points difference. There is less than a 2 points difference in this score as we're going to go into the final stretch. 154 for Volticons, 153 for Los Caracados. Would have been a little bit funnier if Volticons knew that's 2 points to jump into the lead. But, hey, you know, they got 2 points somewhere else and managed to hold on to it. Pretty split positioning now from both these teams. Nobody trying to set up any sort of ambush or be overly aggressive quite yet. As you can see, really just far north and south, making sure there's no back cap attempts. And I think these teams obviously do realize that they are so close in points, maybe not how ridiculously close in points they are, but they want to make sure that nobody gets a sneaky score to start things off and take that advantage.
We're looking at these two defenders, aren't we? Between Fizzy and Blastoise, and that is way too deep. That is way, way too deep for Jirari. And Fizzy will punish them big time. It's 5v4. You got to go for the rip, or you got to go for more KOs into the Nova Blast. Not able to get this Glaceon before the activated Glacial stage, but look at that chase down from Cherry King. Mystical Mirage. There's a Seismic Slam, and without using the Sovereigns or the Slow Beam, that's what you bring a Daddy Leon Slowbro into the fray for against that Mega Charizard Y. Rally plucked out of the sky. Naya taking down this 2 KO streak, but Daddy Leon, it's just the Blastoise, just the Mew. Volticon's looking for the Ripper. Jirari's still present.
Wait, they still have Unite on this Blastoise as well. It got KO'd so quickly, they didn't have a chance to use it. They are going to use it now.
And unfortunately, that is, it's not wasted really in the service of keeping Jirari up, but it's not what they would have wanted to use it for themselves. And time is running out. 40 seconds. Do they know just how close this game really is? There's another Ice Fang. Honestly, going for this. Oh, I think the Glaceon should have gone for a score, perhaps. It's a secure for Volticons, though.
Oh, there's so many points in their pockets. They're certainly going to score here. There's an attempt to back up down, but the Vaporeon being chased down, and they're just at such low HP. I don't think they're going to get a chance to score. Hundo Burger, another Hundo Burger in for Volticons. They're taking this lead very strongly here. This one certainly looks like it's going to go in as well if that burn ever ends on Daddy Leon. And the only chance left is going to be that Vaporeon, who is just simply not going to be able to stand a chance in the 1v1 against the Zacian. Volticons going to very barely clean that one up.
It was a nervy game. It turned into a frantic game. There was hardly any rhythm, not helped, of course, by that pause midway through. Volticon starting strong. Los Caducados getting back into it in a big way, but Chef Volticons, when it matters most in that final stretch, wrestling back dominance, burning through Unite moves, and for me, the big clincher, Daddy Leon with the Slowbro finds his mark on Rally mid-Unite move.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I really want to talk about that once we get back to it. But everything in those final 2 minutes was so important for how Volticons won. They played that extremely smart. Like you said, this was a pretty close back and forth where Los Caracados had a pretty strong, aggressive early, kind of lead. Volticons was fighting back, and nobody really was starting to run away with things. You can see here the level difference at this point in the game was pretty close, but it really, I would say, came down to the final moments of the game. And sorry, I know I'm kind of taking this one over, but I just really want to point out the fact that the Mamoswine initiation for the final stretch was so important here, right there, right? So the Blastoise is one of the biggest targets for a slow beam ever. So you really have to make a decision. Do you slow beam the Blastoise to stop its Unite, or do you slow beam the Charizard, which is obviously optimal, to stop its Unite? Now, the fact that they were able to get rid of the Blastoise before it was able to use its Unite at all meant that they had no choice left. It was just, okay, easy. Literally, Deleon sat there in the tall grass just waiting for Charizard to appear on his mini-map, and was like, all right, that's where I'm going.
I gotta say, Jirari there with a late surf, and we saw that call away for the Glaceon as well, trying to get that Icy Wind secure. I think maybe in hindsight, although I was thinking, surely you gotta get a score just to try and take the lead, but I think overwhelmingly Volticons with control and with that buff in hand, having a really strong day at the office once they got that Kyogre into their pockets. Really rubber stamped by Daddy Leon. The 6 knockouts, the 11 assists. That is a huge Slowbro game, and I think you're absolutely right to point out the front line in general, Fizzy included.
leading KOs of the game, which is a little impressive, I'd say. Also doing pretty strong on the damage here. I mean, TP was doing really well, but had less damage than Leon. So it's just one of those games. I mean, a great slow bro game just in general. Leon was so key to so many things. Landed every single slow beam as well on a great target. And of course, I just love watching Leon, former young Leon, now dead Leon. Been years now watching this player. Also one of the swaggiest players easily of all time. We should have a contest for that. Lel definitely be kind of in that competition as well. There's a few, right? We got some great players and great player pictures, so we'll get to that one day.
What does he evolve into next? Uncle Leon or Granddaddy Leon?
Ooh, I don't know. That's like a life path choice, you know?
Right?
It's kinda, yeah. Everybody eventually turns into like the crazy uncle or the grandpa. So you gotta make that choice yourself.
Oh, but it's a divergent evolution path.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Maybe regional, maybe it just depends on which move you choose, you know, back when that was a thing. But regardless, we always genuinely always a really huge fan of Leon. And it's great to see him do really well this season and this game in particular. Absolute monster game. I mean, damage dealer, slow bro without intentionally being that way. Really controlling with the slow beam at the end of that match as well. Like I said, you can see the heat map here. My favorite stat that we got now, just that top path, controlling it the entire time. And we were curious about where the Volticon's like comp was going to send every member of its team. It seems like their choices really worked out.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe not intentional for the 6 knockouts for the slow bro, but certainly intentional in how they deal with the threat of not just the Mega Charizard Y, but the Blastoise as well. Having that Mamoswine is great because you've got a hyperscaler that can match a Blastoise that's also got a pretty strong laning phase alongside Swinub, but that Ice Fang so many times able to pick opponents up and feed them into the waiting arms of Snow on that Surfetch had a pretty good look, even if it wasn't perhaps as game takeoverable as perhaps we'd imagine in our wildest dreams. But I think it really does put a question into the minds of Los Caducados. Maybe 2 weeks ago, you're looking at Mega Charizard Y and you're thinking, unless we throw this away, that's a pretty good win already under lock and key. Now I'm wondering whether they're going to lean a little bit more into comfort picks, maybe steer away from the Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah, I said I was going to talk more about my Charizard Y thoughts so far over this weekend, and still not feeling super positive about it. Again, of course, these players all know much better than I, but so far it seems like just being able to observe these matches, its biggest weakness after this last patch, and I don't remember exactly what all the patch changes were. I'll have to look that up in a moment, but it seems like it's getting focused down really quickly. And I know survivability was one of its biggest strengths. It's been self-sustained so well once it goes Mega, but we've seen a lot of these comps. I mean, we see the Icicle Fang, we've seen the Slow Bros, we've seen Buzzwoles, we've seen Machamps all over the place, where they just really focus on getting one just instant pick and just annihilating one person on the enemy team, which is exactly what's been happening. I've seen the Charizard Ys, they're like, okay, it's time to fight, and then all of a sudden they are just gone. They just get super hard focused. Snipe shots as well have been a big part of that. Liquidation, a great move for that as well, and they just haven't had a chance to survive and even be part of the fight. So we'll see if that ends up showing up again on either of these rosters.
All right, Los Caducados, quite against the grain, I think, for this weekend, have gone with that second pick decision. So giving first pick over to Volticons once again. Volticons choosing to run back the Kyogre map. Our band's looking very similar to game number 1 as well, Chef. But Los Caducados are switching things up. They will not be seeing that slow bro another time round.
That is a pretty strong respect ban. So at this point, I'm going to have to assume those Caducados would be happy to once again try to get those same first 2 picks. Like I said, Slow Beam, a very famous option to counter the Hydro Typhoon, and then a very famous option to counter the Seismic Slam. So either way, it's off the board. I do wonder how they're going to flex around it and if they're going to go for the exact same options. Obviously, same first option on Volticons. I feel like Surfetched, I don't know how you've been feeling about it so far. I feel like it's been looking really good, but in like a consistent way. I so far haven't been like, yo, that Surfetched play is crazy. It's just been like, okay, it is just enabling the rest of the team with its damage. It's solid across the board, and it's looking great.
it just does its job really consistently. Like that, and when you're bringing an 8 out of 10 performance to the table every single time around, I'm going to tell you right now, the bosses are going to be really impressed with that. Daddy Leon moving over to the Umbreon, probably switching up to the mean look. Dare I risk a peek into Daddy Leon's move selection? But a change up for Los Caducados after locking in the Mega Charizard Y and Blastoise again. This time, Nayat going to be moving over onto the Hoopa instead.
Interesting. The Hoopa, a great pick for to go on to the first picks, I would say. I mean, like I said, their self-sustain can be really good, but there does need to be a little bit more sustainability, it looks like, for me, especially with that Charizard Y. So we'll see which moveset they end up going that direction. On the other side, though, the Inteleon's been looking great all weekend. Tibion, the Zacian was looking really strong, especially in that early game. They were real key, I think, to keeping the game from running out of control, from spiraling out of control. In the end, their damage wasn't like ridiculously high, but it was a super important role, and they played it really well. So we'll see how that goes, as we're gonna see a bird on the other side too.
Ooh, and check this out. So Relly's actually giving the Charizard Y over to Jose. Relly will be taking up the Talonflame, 3 Hyperscalers for this Los Caducados team. I wonder whether they're looking at that end game and just thinking that we didn't quite have enough oomph to get it over the line. I mean, certainly they didn't look too great in the first couple of minutes or so. Volticons with a clear advantage in the early game, despite a Vaporeon, despite a Glaceon for Los Caducados. So maybe taking, I mean, not taking an L, but taking the risk of saying, okay, well, if our early game isn't going to be great, let's look at what we did do well. At mid-game, we were in a fantastic position. So imagine now if we're able to capitalize on that even more. Really excited to see, first of all, how Jose handles the Mega Charizard Y, but also how Relly is going to handle this Talonflame responsibility too.
And I like this. I'm assuming it's most likely going to be Fly. I feel like I really kind of only see Fly on the bird now, which is, I love both movesets, honestly. I'm a big Talonflame enjoyer. But that does mean that one thing I was going to say was if they don't go for the Glaceon again, they might lose, especially with that moveset that it had. They might lose a little bit of Secure, but they definitely have added some Secure alongside that. We've seen Fly work. And now Volticon's up 1-0 on the left side, and Los Caducados has to fight for their life. We'll see if the center area birds can be a decider here.
Absolutely. Relly heading into the central area. Los Caducados on the orange side. And of course, Snow heading central area with that Galarian Farfetch. Volticons unite, your purple side.
Ooh. So Los Caducados, your orange side. Was that the coordination we're supposed to do? Did I mess that one up?
Call it a habit. It's my bad.
No. I like it. I'm just so used to seeing everybody do the Spraggles thing. So we got to figure out our own cool new thing, you know?
Your purple team.
Yep.
Los Caducados, your
orange team.
Yeah, you got to have like the delivery. I mean, he is a master of that. But here's a master of rotation. Snow again handling the central area really well, going toe-to-toe with Relly, who has to fly back a little bit. Fizzy won't have access to that Ice Fang, unfortunately, otherwise they really would have stolen the march. But now here's a 4-person rotate onto top path. Saw this a couple of times with Los Caducados, forcing Snow all the way back to pad.
Ooh, and there are just so many members up here. It's interesting. Last game, we saw a pretty heavy 4-person focus on top from Los Caducados. Volticons now, maybe realizing that there was a good chance that was going to happen again, they decided to focus a lot on top as well. And so we are sitting at a little bit of a stalemate, you know? They're just seeing there's like, okay, there's too many people on both sides. Nobody wants to be overly aggressive when they do see so many defenders on the other side. And down at bottom, we've just got our water partner Pokemon just kind of farming up, trying to slowly evolve into their final forms so that they can actually become hyper useful in this match, but very slow compared to the last game.
Yeah, and speaking of hyper, the Hyperspace Highway for Niab. We haven't seen it too much this weekend. Often Trick Phantom Force been the way for these players, but there is that Ice Bag this time, and the bird is shredded. No health bar to speak of. Uses that aerial ace to get away as far as possible. Here's another Ice Bag land onto Niab, forced into burning the eject button. And how about that for some rumbles? Relly with the fly claims a KO.
That was so much damage. I did not think it was going to KO. I mean, it's level 7, level 5, but they might get the KO back here. No fly.
Oh!
Such a good. Oh my goodness. goodness! Wait, did they escape out of that, or did they use I think it's detect, right? Is the protect move that it has? I would love to see that again. That was so quick, but the great way to get out of that, and I mean that is a huge return KO, level 7. That's so much experience back. And look at this! All these icicle things, they're just all landing.
Fizzy is truly popping off. That's his 4th successful ice bag, 5th successful ice bag in a row. He can't be stopped. Los Caducanos are left completely bamboozled by what they're seeing in front of them. And here's another one for good measure. Naya doesn't get back to his own hyperspace highway and takes the KO via Tibby.
All right, we need a replay recap of every single icicle thing all around. There's 7. Let's go.
This is absolutely insane. It's the Wild West out here, no holds bar and no sheriff in sight. Now Snow going after the Reggie Steele, joined by Cherry King with the liquidation. The Los Caducados have reinforcements on the way. Rally into the fly, looking for the secure, gets it with that aerial ace yet again. Reggie Steele into the pockets of Los Caducados. A nice reset here for the Mega Charizard Y, but Tibby is slicing and dicing through the bird once again. Liquidation onto the Mew. They go down now. Here's a good 30 score from Cherry King. A miss with a Surfer. Jirari really unfortunate as they all come up through the hyperspace highway to help one out. Fizzy lost in the source, but they're also drinking it, Chef, because they're having a heck of an early game.
They are. They have to land one more Icicle Fang just in the middle of that, just to, be like, okay, let's bump the stats a little bit while we're getting KO'd. But I mean, you got to remember, of course, that is a kind of like a support defender, quote unquote, where it doesn't really care about its level. So it's fine to get KO'd there. And if it doesn't, hey, maybe you get a big pick, maybe you get something even more out of it. And there we can see it again.
They really are taking such inspiration from Marv. That eject button earthquake tech is so unmatched. Straight into the Ice Fang, and they want more Volticons. They want more. Bertillo forced to back right up. Solar Beam denies 3 scores here. Here's Nayat trying to help out. Might pay for a KO for his troubles. The single auto, the disrespect from Cherry King. And finally, oh wow, do we have a Mega Charizard Y ultimate Unite move cancellation? Not quite, but we are going to see the Mega Charizard Y go down to again this Tank Buster Surf Fetch. Snow having a much more explosive game this time around.
Are we probably going down? Maybe not. Wow, really trying to survive there using the Unite. They managed to back out of it. Really nice spacing there, kind of playing footsies with the fly coming in. And what a great counter to fly that is, the detect. That is such a cool thing to see. I really love Surf Fetch. I'm glad we're starting to see it maybe come into play and be banned a little bit less, as because of that great defensive play, we're going to get a free take on the Reggie Alecki there. Can I just point out, by the way, we just saw the evolution of Mamoswine. That may be the most amount of like KO enabling Icicle Fangs that I've ever seen before it turns into a Mamoswine, right? All Piloswine KOs.
How little wild Pokemon were you actually picking up in this time frame? I am really interested to know. Oh, is that the right target? We're about to find out. The fly gets them out of dodge. And now Fizzy not the most mobile on this Mamoswine, but they found another Ice Fang. Oh, the Midnight Prance misses because the Mega Charizard Y went seismic slam time. And now the Talonflame has rid the world of Fizzy just for a few moments. But there's the Nova Blast from Snow into the backline, going after Bertillo, joined by Daddy Leon, who picks up the credit on the KO. Now going after Nayat, the fly from Relly, forced into the backline, finds the Citrus Berry, and here comes a Hooper Unbound. Big stuns on zone, bringing the party, bringing the ruckus to the top lane. Volticons unite, getting pushed back once again. Another Ice Fang, but another KO this time for the Mega Charizard Y. Volticons unite, getting ripped apart at the seams, and Tibby won't be able to defend this one. They do watch brief, but they also see their zone destroyed.
Right, they realize that they have just enough points that they could get a quick destroy on it, and they would just basically be giving up the KO, so they just have to back up. Well, the big goal zone, yep, the score is down on bottom. We just managed to catch that. The 50 dunk in to get closer to evening things up, as Los Caducados not only taking the tier 1 goal zone, but as of course the buff Reggie as well. So everything going really well for them. A big turn around after what I gotta say has been Volticons kind of running the show. They've done a really good job of countering a lot of the options of Los Caducados, and I've loved this rock paper scissors of fly loses to Surfetched, and then Surfetched loses a little bit to I guess like maybe some like Mew damage, like if it's getting zoned out, which is something we're going to see a little bit more right here. They've just been doing a really good job of playing with everybody's tools against each other.
Ooh, 40 seconds. This is pretty close to the end, and that is the end of Fizzy yet again. They've done really well, Los Caducados, to adapt to this threat, allowing Rally to get the final hit, not just on the Mamoswine, but on that Regieleki as well. I don't think they're going to push too hard on this T1 pad. They're going to prioritize position for the Kyogre fight ahead.
Oh, and this is close. This is actually, I really thought maybe we were going to see a little bit more of a lead this time, but I mean, this is a great match between these two teams with very even scores, so they're certainly playing like we expected them to, and I mean, both these teams amazing, able to really take down or like really get close to taking down some of these top teams, so I'm glad that this is going to be another one that's going to come down to a final stretch that is very close, levels close to even, but Los Caducados, they do have that advantage, especially a lot of threats at level 14 that they're going to have to deal with on the side of Volticons, and no slow beam as they're trying to score in top, and they're going to land a bunch of points.
Absolutely massive Hydro Typhoon to buy a bit of time in the central area for Jirari, but now the Hooper's gone unbound, again bringing everyone back into this main zone. Flame Sweep still available, Seismic Slam still available, and they're going to use it now. Midnight Swap, whoa, the Midnight Prance takes all of the shielding away, and Cherry King, with no shield to worry about, takes down that health bar. Lickety split, no KOs against Volticons Unite. Los Caducados have to rethink the strategy in terms of micro, but Chef, they've got that all-important points lead.
Oh, and they're going to be pushing forward. The Kyogre immediately starting to burn it down. They realize there's only 1 minute left. They've got to start something. His Fly is going to come in and not detected this time. His Snow's going to get really low with no true healing on their side.
Oh, it's going to be the Umbreon, though, who takes Kyogre. Oh, they really needed Rally at that, sorry, Jose, I should say, at that moment, not Rally. They've, of course, switched positions, but they haven't switched their fortunes. I really thought with 2 level 14s going into this final 2 minutes that Los Caducados was in the ascendancy, but Volticons ride that wave. Daddy Leon yet again with a monumental moment to remove the biggest threat that Los Caducados had.
Oh, I can't believe how close that one was as well. This has been an amazing Fizzy game. I do love the fact they changed the focus to try and take down Fizzy, but in the end, it didn't quite matter. That first pick that Volticons got in both the team fights for both the games really meant everything, and it's going to be Volticons. They're going to move forward to a 6-5 record with a 2-0 win here over Los Caducados, moving to 5-7. So Volticons getting very close to maybe locking themselves in for the regionals, but Los Caducados, they've still got to fight tooth and nail.
Yeah, that is a much needed bit of breathing room for Volticons, who don't just go 2-0 against Los Caducados today, they go 4-0 over the course of the season. That is a double, that is a double. It's the clean sweep both times. 6-7-2 to 3-0-6, and even in the face of a really threatening Los Caducados endgame magnificent grand plan, it only takes a moment, and it only takes 1 KO to completely flip the narrative.
And 1 KO was something that happened over and over and over. We get the little recap of all the Icicle Fangs. Thank you to Bob. Everybody give a shout out to Buzzer Bob, our replay operator this season, who's been doing an amazing job. So lucky to have him, but also really lucky to have Fizzy in this match, because that was certainly a showcase of the power of, well, I was going to say Mamoswine, but really it felt like more it was like a Piloswine.
Sure, yeah, no, really, they had the most influence in that stage 1 Evo phase. Gotta say, there wasn't really, I think, when we consider the series in a whole, a particularly standout player, like, across the entirety of it. I think every single player knew their role. There was only the one switch between both games in terms of picks, and that's because Los Caducados banned away Leon's choice of Slowbro from the first game. This is just a composition that works, and that is going to be that's going to give them so much enthusiasm and confidence, I think, going into this Kamayi matchup later on today.
I also do have to say, I was, well, we are going to see our MVP is going to be Charking on that Inteleon, which has been a solid pick all around. And I agree with you, especially for this game, it's really hard to find a real true MVP. I kind of feel like the slow beams were kind of an obvious, like, you know, arrow to like, this was a great play last time. But this time around, everybody was so strong. I want to talk about Snow's Surfetch. That was the best Surfetch showing that I've seen, I think. Using the counter to fly was so fun to see.
Yeah, and again, pretty understated on. It's not like we saw them going on 2, 3, 4 KO streaks or necessarily, but we saw huge moments where Jirari went face to face with Snow and their health bar was destroyed. We saw Jose going in for a battle with Snow and their health bar was destroyed. Tank Buster is the appropriate nickname for this Fetched, because not only can they provide themselves a little bit of self-sustain with that Detect, not only can they add a little bit of CC into the mix with that Nova Blast Unite move, but their output with critical hit damage is truly absurd.
Yeah, the damage in general was so high. That's what we do see, of course, again, Chari on this MVP screen here. Inteleon has really been, if it's not snipe shotting too, with Liquidation, it's been enabling so many KOs, and that's really what we got to see. It's solid damage across the board from this team. We can take a last look at the graph here, where they obviously bursted above the competition in the very final moments after taking that objective, but it was close pretty much the entire way through. They had a slight lead that was pretty significant for a while, but it ended up being a more back and forth match for both these teams, who are both so incredibly strong.
Now, if you're Los Cadocados, slightly nervy. Even if Volticons were to win against Kamai, regardless, I think they are probably safe going forward. But looking at the last 3 matches here for Los Cadocados, right, in the second half of the season, they've already faced Kamai. They have already faced Avalanche. They've already faced Gem Le Poulet. They've, of course, already faced Volticons here. They've already faced BH3, which means that we're... is that the first half of the season? I think they've still got Peps on the agenda.
Ooh.
I think they've still got Engage on the agenda. So I think week 5, Los Cadocados Engage... if we haven't already looked to it as a feature match, potentially focus of production, maybe now is the time, because that could be for the final playoff spot potentially of EU.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Engage, I believe, has to win one more match, their other match. But
Yes.
then if they win both of those matches in a row, it does feel like there's a chance that they'll qualify over Los Cadocados. So really, it's kind of all in Engage's hands, which you love to see. You love to see a qualification be entirely in the actual teams. Like, it's down to their decisions, down to their play. So last week, definitely going to be very exciting. But we've also got some exciting matches that are going to happen over an NAIC in just a few months. So if you're trying to plan ahead early for that, you can get a hotel. Use the QR code on your screen, or pkmn.news/NAIC26 hotels. And let me tell you, the fun at NAIC, now that it's in New Orleans, has been extremely high. One of my favorite places, one of my only places that I've really enjoyed going in the US as somebody who lives here. Certainly one of the best food spots that I've ever been to across the entire world, which is a very impressive thing to say. So if you want to go, I highly recommend it. It's great to meet everybody in the community. 2 years ago, we all got to really gather together and all hang out, and a lot of people met each other for the first time. So this is certainly one that I would recommend going to if you get a chance. So use the QR code, go to the link, get a hotel. Everything is already in the books for you.
Consider me very envious. If I was going to NAIC, though, I would certainly use that QR code. So if you're on YouTube, you can pause the stream, just go back and take that picture. On Twitch, you can go onto the Pokemon Unite main homepage here on Twitch. You can go into the videos and check out the stream up until this point. But plenty more matches on the horizon, Chef. And on the other side of this, Soph and Kello will be taking you through Team Peps versus BH3 Esport, both in the playoffs, but both with plenty to play for. They and Zoinks will be seeing you then after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to our regional league coverage. I hope you're enjoying EU. I know I am, but I'm jumping a little bit ahead. I'm not going to lie. That's right. I'm in the tall grass. Look at it. It's so fun. It's so cute. We are going to be covering a whole lot of matches today, and it's my responsibility to be informing you on all the games that are happening off broadcast. So one of the matches that I'm really excited to talk about is our first one of Latin America, which was Infamous Gaming versus DreamMax Esports. So let's pull it up. First, I want to show you the Pokemon that were selected in this Game 3. By the way, these teams going the distance in this best of 3. Infamous Gaming have some really fun picks. That Empoleon making an appearance, a bit of a rarer pick that we don't see too often, but when we do, it does seem to have a lot of impact. But let's jump into the final 2 minutes of this game number 3. A really intense fight. You can see here the Saraledge at level 14 for DreamMax Esports. A really devastating combo to have at such a high level. One thing I want to talk about here is watch how well DreamMax plays this around absorbing dives. First and foremost, I want you to watch right up here where this Mamoswine is controlling the pit. Cebus is going to dive in off of a great Psyduck Psychic play. They're going to try to jump in, but amazing work from Infamous Gaming to have the perfect response. Mega Lucario and Saraledge combined. Big stun here from Infamous Gaming sets up yet another play, with DreamMax Esports able to ward that one off. Now, the final thing I want you to watch is going to be this Inteleon right up here. Currently, they are at about 3/4 of HP, whereas Kadia on the Vaporeon is under half HP. Trevenant also taking some damage as Aramis is doing a lot of work, but check out this Empoleon on the outside, getting ready to Sovereign slide into the mix. But take a look, even with DreamMax's Esports HP extremely low, they are able to absorb this. So the Empoleon takes out the Vaporeon and wants to focus on the Inteleon, but this Mega Lucario with the close combat coverage is too much for the Empoleon, and Dressabon on the opposite side is able to shut things down. So we turn this back up to full speed. You'll see here the Espeon being the only Pokemon that can really contend around this Groudon, and they make quick work of it. After that, DreamMax Esports and an upset win are going to be able to take down Infamous Gaming, and all of a sudden Latin America yet again is in a whole new world of toss-ups with records and implications for playoffs. It's absolutely crazy, but DreamMax Esports is doing a really good job of taking the hits from Infamous Gaming on the chin and responding to them. So really interesting stuff, and that's only our first game of the day. There's a whole lot of matches to be covering. Who knows where these teams are going to end up on the leaderboard? I already can't wait. Big win for DreamMax, though. We got more EU to be covering, so I'm going to throw it over to Soph and Kello to cover our next one. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoinks. It's lovely to see Zoinks in the tall grass and just being blended in, that beautiful blaze that they have going on too. It's nice. And EU is only getting started, right, Kelly? Because we have, personally, my favorite, well, LATAM still has one of my favorites as well, but my favorite out of EU match of the day. It's BH3 versus Team Peps.
Yeah, I've definitely got to say, it is really difficult at this point to pick favorites. I feel like I just have multiple favorites, but Team Peps, highlighting them, they have Klaus, Zante, Potato, Bruv, and Marv. Zante ranks #1 in average damage dealt per game, but I think the big storyline for them, they are currently ranked 3, but they are the only team that have secured themselves that world's position, that world spots, thanks to winning the AOS Cup at EUIC. But they're going up against BH3 Esports. They're at the top of the leaderboard currently. Tell me about them, Soph, please.
Yeah, undefeated is what they are at, 11-0, rank 1 in the regional European League. BH3 with Rezu, Sazuro, Krenix, Yutao, and Megu have been performing so incredibly well this season. And Rezu, Yutao, Krenix hold the top 3 spots in average MVP score per game in Europe. So they're definitely super consistent. And we know as well that even when it goes to game 3s, this team knows how to play. And specifically when they have played against Team Peps earlier in the season, Kelly, it went to game 3 and they still did a pretty good job.
Yeah, that's the thing. That was in week 1. We are now in week 4. So really, considering how the matches have been going, anything is possible here. They didn't end up getting to go up against each other at EUIC, but considering how much Team Peps have improved after seeing their performance there, but also just their performance throughout the league, I'm really interested to see whether they can make a massive upset here today. I mean, the thing is, both of these teams, they have secured their spot in the playoffs. So this is for that seeding. But, you know, in the end, it's also both teams want to make a statement against each other.
Oh, yes, they do. They definitely do. And because Team Peps, like you said, already holds the AOS Cup Champion Trophy, they already confirmed for Worlds, which is quite a challenge there for BH3 to accomplish twice in our double round robin. But we're getting this first game of best of 3 started with the bans being the Garchomp, Mamoswine, and Blastoise for BH3 versus the Mega Charizard Y, the Surfetch'd, and the Psyduck for Team Peps.
You know what? It actually doesn't surprise me that we're seeing Surfetch down here. I have absolutely been loving seeing it on the field, one of the newest Pokemon to enter the fray, but I feel like it's really been making its mark here in this weekend's regional leagues. But one of the Megas that hasn't been banned, Mega Lucario, is going to be locked in first pick for BH3 Esports here.
It's a very good Pokemon. It stands their ground well, being a basic quote-unquote Pokemon because it doesn't have to evolve. It's good on laning phase. Team Peps also choosing here if we might have a technical issue that should be resolved soon. We have it confirmed that the Crustle, a very staple pick there for Bruv, is going to be the case, plus the Mew for Zante.
Yes, I know we've seen Zante play a lot of those range attackers here, and I feel like Mew is probably the better ones that they end up playing. Such a versatile Pokemon in the essence of it can switch those moves, whether you want more of that long range beam, you have the Solar Beam, but then you can also have that short hit move with the Electro Ball, and I really feel like Zante has this down pat. But over on the other side, we have 2 defenders being picked on up. Mega has locked in the Snorlax, this is Zero on the Umbreon. Umbreon, I know, has earned itself quite a fair few bans over the past couple of weeks, being quite flexible. So I think that this is a great duo here for BH3 Esports.
It is, and they choose alongside that Snorlax and the Umbreon combo of defenders with an Inteleon and Blaziken duo. The Inteleon kind of similar if you're going snipe shot to the Decidueye the BH3 played against Team Peps in the week 1 of the regional league. Meanwhile, Team Peps going again for the Mega Gyarados just like they did in this matchup previously, plus a Greninja that had a couple of times that it was played yesterday too.
I'm actually surprised to see that Mega Gyarados is still being picked on up here, considering it is one of those ones that did receive a nerf. It was quite powerful in the first 3 weeks, but yeah, having that Dragon Breath damage nerf there, guessing it's still just hot property at the moment, but attackers coming back into the fray. I'm really excited that we get to see Greninja out here to play.
I love it. Long range tactics is one of my favorite patches in a good while, and I appreciate that we're seeing these Pokemon come through on attackers. Just like you said with the Greninja, we saw Cinderace yesterday too. A couple of God of War games as well, so pretty interesting. For this one though, we have double defender composition on both sides, Kelly, which I feel like really cements the fact that they want to set up that long range damage. On the BH3 side, they have the snipe shots to be set up. On the side of Team Peps, they have the solar beams to be set up. But we're also looking at those dive Pokemon, like you said, with the Mega Gyarados and the Greninja as well.
Yeah, so whether we're going to end up seeing this smoke screen Greninja that can go under that radar, do some sneak attacks if they want to try and target Resu in the back line. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen Greninja out on the field, so still feeling the waters there. But I guess one thing to note in terms of their team compositions, Team Peps, I mean, neither of the teams have traditional supporters. But BH3, they do have that Umbreon over on that side. So if they do want to go for a little bit more team-wide sustenance with that Wish, they can opt for that. Whereas Team Peps, well, they don't really have that option and are purely relying on their own self-sustain.
Gosh, I was just thinking the word was self-sustain, and you just said it as well. We got
Same
that
brain
in
wave.
sync. Let's go. The brains, same wavelength, the same brain cell even is being shared right now. But Kelly, let's also have a look at the top Pokemon by win rate for this weekend in particular. Inteleon, just like we were talking about, rising in play, always reliable, but this weekend in particular, doing really well with a 79% win rate across 22 wins. Eldegoss following behind there is one of the most reliable supporters right now. This weekend, again, should be said, because this is the first time that we're having competitive after the long-range tactics, which we mentioned. That's Surfetched. You've really been enjoying as well, Kelly. It's also up there.
I think what's really interesting, though, is how reliable Inteleon is. 79% win rate, but the fact that it wasn't even hit by any buffs during the long-range tactics patch. So it's just up there, but we are going to look at these next ones here. So, 39 bans on Surfetched here so far. So 71% just for week 4. But yeah, still, Mega's up there, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard. But here we go, so heading on into game number 1 of the day. BH3 Esports up against Team Peps over on the orange side.
Alrighty, I am actually intrigued to see here that the Snorlax hasn't gone for either an invade or a potential defense position in their own central area to help out a Torchic, because we know Torchics can be very vulnerable early game, but that's not what happened. To here on the top side, that abuse and the pressure that can be applied by the Lucario laning phase is really being exploited here by BH3.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, considering BH3, well, they don't actually have any experience shares equipped over on their side. So that's potentially why we didn't end up seeing an invade come across from that Snorlax. But otherwise, we just have that Magikarp already reaching half of that effort gauge at that 9-minute mark. It obviously wants to try and fill that up ASAP so it can hit that Gyarados form.
Alrighty. But side looking interesting here with that Greninja coming through to help. Brav sets up a really good stop to that escape route for BH3. They scored that K opener there and a couple of points too on the top side. Krenix will go to the enemy berry and forces out Marv. Oh, just a Phantom there, just trying to get away. Level 4, very much behind in experience, going to the other side of the map just to get away from danger.
Getting away for danger, but it looks like they're going to take a little prize along the way, as we can see on the mini-map. But pivoting down into this bottom half, we do have Crustle, who is quite low, is able to make a quick escape back over onto Pad. But it looks like we're pivoting over to the central area here, where Marv ends up bonking that Blaziken, but thanks to their evolution, they don't really get hit or affected.
Okay, very good invincibility frame that they had going on there, and they score that blue buff as well, or actually the red buff, as they are repositioning there for a big fight onto Regidrago in central. Meanwhile, Potato just escaping here from Krenix as they're both fighting for the early EXP, and I wonder how things are going out on the bot side, because it looks like a scrap. It's a 4v3, and I honestly feel like having the score so even as it is, it's important to get objectives.
Yeah, there's only a 4 points difference. It is still early days, but one thing to make note of is this Greninja, highest level on the board so far at that level 8. But it is going to be that 3v4, as we do have Blaziken coming in for some backup. However, 2 of their members have already been wiped out, and there it goes the Mew.
Yeah, Team Peps is looking very aggressive here, although they need to be careful because Brav is very low in HP. Utah going very aggressive as well, but it's just a bit of poke, you know, using that Focus Blast and that range stance there for the Blaziken to set up for this Regice that has already started. We're looking at a good zoning that Megu is doing, but the Shuriken Burst as well comes through, and at the end of the day, Team Peps is the one to secure it. That Greninja has been doing quite a lot of work. Klaus will continue to do so in this chase as they get onto Pad for a lovely, juicy 35 over dunk.
Holy macaroni, what some plays from Team Peps to be able to secure themselves multiple KOs, but secure themselves that Reg Ice and that Tier 1 pad that is just going to escalate these levels even further. Greninja finally hitting those double-digit numbers. But the thing is, we do have BH3 that are falling quite behind. They don't really have any resources available to them. Nonetheless, they are able to secure that Regieleki.
Okay, right, that was so aggressive from the Mega Lucario. They went in with the setup close combat with an eject button as well, and they absolutely went into unwanted territory considering they were on enemy pad. It was a quick elimination there for Team Peps. They managed to also destroy that Regieleki that was pushing in. Now they have 4 members against 2 here on the top side for BH3, but Sazuro has already come for the backup, and they're not going to really force the issue at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like they're just retreating for the time being, but Team Peps really have this advantage. They have all resources available to them with all those yellow dots above their heads. However, the only person on BH3 Esports is going to be that Inteleon with their Unite move. Looks like they're just buckling down, trying to get these wild Pokemon and get the levels where they can before going in with their next engagements.
Yeah, and the score is 127 for Team Peps versus 49 for BH3 Kelly. So they're building a very good lead, especially because they're pushing on the top side. But though, a good engage there, but a nice eject button by Bruv denies that block from setting them up with that heavy slam. BH3 does prioritize this bot side Reggie, although Team Peps has already reconvened. The overheat will secure it pretty easily, and the snipe shots will burn down Bruv. So Team Peps have to be careful about how they want to proceed. They very smartly go for the cautious side and just re-rotate to the top range.
Yeah, just go and clean up whatever wild Pokemon is along the way. Yes, they didn't end up getting that basement objective, but they were able to go and get a ton of points up in that top path. 4 minutes 20 mark, it's 49 to 228. Team Peps, once again, just double digits across the board in terms of their levels. But next up, we have a Regieleki here.
They are hiding in the bush there. Utah will use the Focus Blast. They're initiating pretty quick. Potato as well with the Dragon Current. With the Phantom Force to set them up straight on the objective. Team Peps will secure the Regieleki. They will continue pushing alongside their teammates, while 4 members of BH3 were knocked out pretty swiftly. Respawning that Umbreon is going to the jump pad. Will be able to stop the Regieleki push for a second. Now Utah, actually Krenix on this Mega Lucario, does manage to push Potato and Muff off their own flux zone as they are going to go in a retreat.
Yeah, I think that was a great time to retreat by Team Peps, recognizing that all members from BH3 Esports were respawning, use that jump pads. They could not use the momentum of that Regieleki to push that tier 2 pad. Instead, it looks like they're just going to reconvene down in this bottom path, waiting for these birds to spawn on in.
Yeah, but that nice block from Megu does allow for BH3 to secure the majority of those. And Team Peps now, with 20 seconds to go for the next Reggie, there's still some time to get information, do some recon in the central area, as we see that Trevenant will spot the Blaze again, holding 50 Eos energy at the moment. Megu goes in straight onto Marv with a nice block onto the wall, and that Trevenant might just be going down as Zante can layer the damage to from a distance. Klaus will follow up as well as Team Peps repositions for the bottom Reggie, and BH3 clears out the top tier 1.
Yeah, they are going to get a pretty hefty overdunk there up in the top path, but we do have Bruv on that Crustal, just being able to elevate Team Peps even more by getting a dunk in that bottom tier 2 pad. 20 seconds left until we have Kyogre spawn on in. We already have the defenders here looking to make up base in the tall grass, but I mean, there's a Snorlax here wandering about without any backup for the moment.
With a good positioning that can be applied by Team Peps with this flank, like you mentioned, will be blocked by Megu, and Zante doesn't actually hit anybody with that Solar Beam. Actually, maybe hit the Inteleon on the back that was swiftly healed by that wish. Now, Mav is separating Utah from this fight, and some damage was used there on Bruv that had to use that Verbal Rouser as well. BH3 just pushed out of this central area. Mav just doing really good now, paired up with Potato to go onto Megu, but they need to be careful with Krenix. They're going out onto the Mega Gyarados, but Potato survives, have to go for an immediate back out. Now Sazuro, with the wish on themselves, are going to heal back up, but that Solar Beam did some damage.
It really is doing some damage. We have Snorlax using their block, their shields to go and power them up. But Kyogre is already below half HP as we have him going for the rip. Multiple members from both teams are going on in. But ultimately, it ends up being BH3, the Umbreon, to secure it for them. The only thing they need to do now is go and successfully get these dunks in. But all members of Team Peps are here and accounted for.
They are, but Megu's also there to try to defend Sazuro. It's very important for BH3 to try to overcome the lead that was created by Team Peps with 256 to 118. Bot side, mid, top, all covered by Team Peps' defenses.
But three members of BH3 are going to group up together to try and take down this Gyarados. Gyarados ends up having some backup from that Crustle and that Greninja. Greninja shredding on out at Sazuro, and BH3 aren't able to get in any of their dunks. But there goes the Crustle, sniped on down. Megu goes in with a 50 dunk. Sazuro still has 40 points, but they are behind. We can see up in the picture that Lucario is making a retreat from that Trevenant as we have an attempted dunk, but it ends up fade. Wait, 10 points going from the Snorlax. I don't even think that's enough, so. Wait, 100 points!
Yeah. It was 10 plus 80 plus 100. It just looks like it might have been BH3 coming on top with such an aggressive, assertive push, and they made it. We're just waiting for the results to come through, and that is the case. That was just the nail in the coffin. They managed to just eliminate that last defense from Team Peps and managed to take the lead in this series with a 1-0 up record.
Oh my goodness. Just when you thought the defenses were too hard to penetrate there, BH3 are able to clutch it in and get enough points to take the win, despite being on the back foot for the majority of that match.
Team Peps had a good position, had a good lead, built it up until the last minute, but BH3 taking the objective, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike, getting good knockups there with heavy slams, very nicely executed by Megu on this Snorlax, and just followed up by beautiful snipe shots from Rezu as well. Everything had to be lined up perfectly for them to score such high scores, Kelly, 50, 40, and they managed to do it.
Damage though from that snipe shot to go and wipe out that Crustle. But yeah, we can see here really just clutching it on out here in the end. An absolute fight on that tier 2, but the defenses were just not enough from Team Peps. But Megu over on the Snorlax is going to be the MVP for this match. Just well, we'll see how much damage they ended up taking in a moment.
Yeah, the MVP score is 110 plus a 1, 4, and 2 KFA. So like you said, that damage taken must have been so high because they fainted 4 times and they were there, even though they weren't there for the majority of the takedowns. They were there to initiate the fights. They were there to set up the fights. And even if the fights were too long to actually account on the amount of assists they had, they still had 76,000 damage taken.
Yeah, so Snorlax definitely doing their job there. I feel like a lot of that was from Zante poking them out with those solar beams as well. As we saw there in the end, Zante just trying to shoot into the grass there, trying to gain some vision for the team. But yeah, otherwise in the end, it pretty much just came down to a flip in the end. And Sazuro securing that Kyogre allowed BH3 to just push on forth.
Sometimes it's just exactly what you need. to have the final hit. Doesn't mean that you need to take the majority of the HP bar on the Groudon or Kyogre or the Rayquaza down yourself. If you get the last hit, that's the only thing that matters. We call it a secure for a reason, and it's just because it means your team has that breath of fresh air to guarantee their lead or to turn a game back around in their favor. We see here that Snorlax's Megu's Snorlax, there we go, was pretty frequently in the bot side as they were laning in that path, and they managed to remain there for a majority of the path. And of course, being the bot side, the side that had the roulette Reggie, it makes a lot of sense that the initiator should be there.
I think even just looking at that stat distributions, like having that crowd control, that damage taken, and obviously the scoring up until the end, but you can see that, you know, that is where you want Snorlax's stats to mainly be. That is their role there, so definitely have that one down pat. But otherwise, Soph, it is a best of 3 after all here. So it's not for Team Peps just yet. It's just, you know, in the end, if we look at Team Peps, I feel like there wasn't really anything wrong with their team compositions or their plays throughout the match. I think they actually made some really great plays. It just, yeah, came down to that flip in the end of the Kyogre and just being unable to, well, handle the snipe shots from Rezu, which just did some incredible damage and allowed them to score. So I guess, is there really anything that they might need to change going on in?
Well, Kelly, honestly, I feel like maybe having more than just the self-healing, the self-sustain could be something that helps. Because if BH3 chooses the Inteleon again, we know that's a lot of burst. So if you had something on your side that could just get those HP bars up, that could help quite a bit. Because unfortunately, Team Peps had very good defenders there on the Crustle and the Trevenant, but unfortunately there was not much that they could do once those snapshots hit their face. It was 50% of their HP on every shot, and it took twice to actually take them down. So it's not that long of a cooldown on the snipe shot either, and maybe the healing could have been the key here.
We'll have to see whether they do end up prioritizing a supporter here. We do have Umbreon being banned on out from Team Peps, so BH3 aren't able to go and fall back on that versatility that Pokemon is able to provide. But because all these bans have been locked on in, Team Peps are able to secure that Surfetch first pick who was banned out in that previous round.
Exactly, and we've seen quite a lot of play. It's just so good right now. The critical hits that it does, the scope lens and the attack weight, everything just pairs up really well with this Pokemon, and especially in this moment in the patch. BH3 focuses on a Garchomp, which is personally been kind of underutilized this weekend. As you can see, 15% encounter rate in the league overall, but Megu goes for the Crustle as it is such a reliable defender, plus Team Peps going for the Mamoswine and Mew combo.
Ooh, we have Blissey coming on out. I know it has that 27% encounter rate, but I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of Blisseys come on out. It is a Pokemon that once again can have that versatility in terms of whether it wants to provide some shields or whether it wants to provide some eggs, but it looks like Bruv is falling back to their bread and butter. Mr. Mime. We have seen this earlier on in the regional leagues, but I feel like it's always a surprise. It's always quite the treat to see Bruv play Mr. Mime.
It's such a treat. I love watching it. It's kind of like the Pokemon for Bruv. Like back in the day on Nouns Esports, they played as Team Peps in EUIC with a Mr. Mime as well for Bruv, so I love these combinations. But going to BH3, they finished the picks with the more attack damage carry for Rezu in the Cinderace, which I think is a very good option if you're trying to keep more consistent damage per second instead of the burst that they had with the Inteleon instead.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see which Blissey we are going to see supporting this Garchomp and this Cinderace. If I was to speculate, I'm going to say it's going to be that Safeguard Helping Hand, considering Garchomp and Cinderace rely heavily on their auto attacks there. That Helping Hand really, Safeguard Helping Hand just really elevates them.
It does.
Did I get that move right? It's been a while.
Yes, they've got helping hand. Exactly. I would say exactly the same, Kelly. As we get into game number 2 of Team Peps versus BH3, very important match there for, of course, match point for BH3 and a chance to continue undefeated, and for Team Peps to try and climb into that even higher seeding in the league, as they have already qualified for the playoffs. As we see Marv going into enemy central, stealing out the red buff, Callie, as Rezu was doing the blue buff themselves.
Yeah, well, I guess in terms of that score bunny, it doesn't exactly have that basic attack speed for the moment. So Marv is successfully able to weasel their way out of that red buff and slow down this score bunny just a little bit more.
Top side, interestingly enough, we have all of the base Pokemon. They look so sweet with the Swinub, with the Skull Bunny, what else? The Chansey. Wonderful. They're getting to level 4 now, so that's a power spike, at least for the Blissey here, to get their first ability enabled. But as I say that, we just turn them into scrambled eggs as Team Peps scores on top side.
Well, you know what? I do think it is almost time for breakfast, especially considering all of our different time zones there. You gotta keep the energy up, and well, Marv is keeping the energy up as they're continuing to go and invade BH3's buffs here.
Oh, and they successfully get a steal. That was going to be Zante, and a Mew with the blue buff is pretty powerful. Although, caught between a literal rock and a hard place, the auto attack there by Rezu is just quick enough to catch them before they go for the berry. And now, Rezu is the one with the blue buff themselves.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Once it ends up knocking out the opposing Pokemon with that buff, it does end up getting transferred over. So going to go and reduce those cooldowns for them. Otherwise, we do have that Regidrago spawning in that central area, while we have Potato just looking for some wild Pokemon, trying to get those levels on board. But Regidrago, well, it's receiving no love for the moment. Marv is keeping an eye on it, though.
Just keeping it on the target, in the tall grass, like Zoinks, just waiting for the moment to strike. But both teams don't seem to be super interested. Like you said, Team Peps has gotten their attention here on the bot side. Bruv will get some damage onto Megu, lined up with a solo beam from Zante as well, just to try to chip them down. But top side looks pretty interesting too, with an engage that goes up to Pad that is now on 3 points. But they continue on bot side though. Team Peps with a nice screen there by Bruv as well, get to Megu and have them retreat all towards the berry, but Utah suffers a very bitter fate here as they are going back to the Pokemon Center, allowing for Team Peps to get the top side. Regieleki plus plenty of dunks at the bottom.
Yeah, plenty of dunks in the bot. It isn't going to break it, but it is left on 34 points. We do have Zante and Bruv making a start on this Registeel, but they don't really have enough burn to get it done quickly, allowing Megu to come on in with a Rock Tomb. Thing is, did they use it a little bit too early? Will it go and cool down? No, they're going to retreat instead because, well, up in the top half, Regieleki crashed onto the tier 2.
Oh, wow, that is dangerous. Like you say, Kelly, you got to make a quick decision, and definitely tier 2 Regieleki's score is pretty big. That Surfetched as well is just still looking to get some cheap scores, +7 there for Klaus as well. Getting Team Peps currently, even before the halfway mark, on 252 points versus 13 for BH3. At the same time, they take Regidrago.
Well, not yet. It hasn't been secure, but there you go. Mew is going to go and snipe that from the sidelines. But yeah, looking at this points discrepancy, it is a huge margin by Team Peps. But, well, they had that previous game as well. And, well, you know, we saw how that ended up turning out at that final stretch. So, you know, it's just a matter of keeping up this momentum, keeping up the pressure, but also not giving over anything to BH3 Esports Pool, because they don't have any double-digit levels over on their side unless they end up taking down this Mamoswine. They do.
Well, it's a good key point, but there's not that much to be doing here on the bot side. A couple of wild Pokemon to be taken down, Callie. Plenty of players in the bot side just trying to get the extra EXP here, especially to get those final Unite Move levels unlocked. Mega's just on their way pretty close to that level 8 and getting that Rubber Rouser. But there's still 30 seconds for Button Reggie to spawn. But I kind of feel like that Gyarados is doing Regieleki as we speak. But BH3 has recognized the same. And because of that, Marv goes straight in front with the Memo Smash, and especially with the Ice Fang to set them up. Beautiful engage. Now following up with Zante and Potato as they are going to go down that Mega Gyarados. Great Bliss assistance on Krenix to go straight onto Zante. So Zuru is going to pay for it as Klaus has joined the fight. 2v2, straight to the backline. Razor is almost down with the dash and the eject button, but Team Peps with Bravin the Showtime showing that a 3 KO streak for Klaus and a Regieleki. Easy.
Oh my gosh, this is a very dangerous position for BH3 Esports, losing out on that fight and losing that Regieleki, which is charging towards that tier 1. I mean, it isn't too much of a threat considering they do have Kranix on that Garchomp, which is able to make quick work of it. The thing is, they're only at level 11 and, well, they're giving up a Regirock because of this.
And Kelly, we kind of seen something similar game 1. Team Peps building a wonderful lead in the early game and BH3 flipping it at the end. So maybe they're relying on this moment right now because there isn't much of those yellow dots on the ground to go after. But there is a Machamp to go after. Potato is looking very hungry there, but the Rock Tomb will stop them on their tracks.
Yeah, the thing is, they may be hungry, but being a level 11, going into the levels that Team Peps have, especially having the tier 1s available, it is a risky move. Otherwise, a great light screen there to block off that submission. Utao is unable to progress on through, and that means BH3 are making the call to retreat on back to go take down these birds that have spawned in the bottom half.
Yeah, and Rezu is just desperately trying to get that level 13 for the final stretch. 13 as we speak for the Garchomp on BH3. But look at the Surf-Edge, Kelly, with 50 Gubbins and a level 14.
Yeah, that is really scary, especially considering how much power we ended up seeing earlier on in that top part, being able to lock down that 3 KO streak. But we have a final Regieleki spawning on in. 30 seconds left to go until that final stretch. Team Peps have recognized this win condition, and BH3 are ready to go and defend this position because this will be a massive risk to them if Team Peps get it. And they're going in with the engage. Mammoth Mash is coming on in as they are quite low. Barrage Blow from Machamp to just give him a little bit of sustenance, but Gyarados bursts out from underneath, being able to take down 2 members and 3 members of BH3. Esports are down with the Groudon now on the map.
And not just that, Kelly, that Regieleki is going into home-based territory on BH3 side of the map. Team Peps is just desperately trying to burn this Groudon to the ground as Rezu gets engaged upon Bliss Assistance straight out to help. But it's still Team Peps that takes the objective with the Groudon buff now. They need to, in this case, because they have the lead, they need to defend. They don't need to go on the offense. They're going straight for jump pad.
Yeah, it's a good point. They don't need to go and play aggressively. They just need to buy this last minute and 20 seconds and defend these tier 1 pads. BH3, the thing that they need to do is they need to collaborate, go and take down some of these members. I mean, firstly, they have to take down this Regieleki, but they need to try and steal away 1, maybe 2. If they can get 3 of these Groudon buffs, they may have a chance, but that is going to be a tall mountain to climb for them.
It really is, and their positioning here in this bush, you have to be careful. You don't want your Cinderace to be frontline, but it baits out the lines from the Surf-Edge too. But Razor gets completely chunked by that Solar Beam on the side of Team Peps as they are bravely defending here on bot side. Submission also doesn't connect with Garchomp going into the backline. Krenix has to be careful with Delivered Outrage as well. They are between 4 members of Team Peps. BH3 gets burned to the ground. No more Machamp, no more Garchomp, no more Blissey. Followed up by Megu. Razor is just trying to just kite them out. Could do something here with a Pyro Ball, but the Mystical Mirage is on top of them with a nice flash away. Rezu is going to get taken down by the 3 KO streak of Zante. And with 15 seconds to go, Team Peps has just sealed a deal.
Yeah, with all members wiped on out from BH3 Esports, that clears the path for Team Peps to go and secure that game number 2, which means we are having a repeat from week 1, Soph. We are going to another game 3 between these two teams.
And we love to see it. We love to see it. They're not the AOS Cup champions for no reason. They climb back and they know how to fight under pressure. They had to win this to take it to a game 3 to make it even more higher in the standings right now. And they are looking to fight BH3 once more. This fight was very pivotal, right, Kelly? Because they were all looking to get this Reggie Alecki because their home base was exposed for BH3. So if Team Peps had it, and they did, that would be a nuisance. And that's why Team Peps started the Groudon immediately.
Yeah, you could even see over there, Blissey and Cinderace still had their Unite moves. They actually ended up saving it, but Team Peps, they recognized that win condition. They just went all in during that Reggie Alecki fight, utilizing all of their Unite moves, being able to get multiple KOs and just clearing that path to secure that Groudon and really just take away that chance for BH3 to have a repeat of what ended up happening in that first match.
And this is your player of the game, Potato, on the Mega Gyarados for Team Peps. 262 points scored and a 5-1-6 KFA. 43,000 damage dealt and a great amount of good setups for their team.
One thing I am noticing here is Klaus on the Surf Fetch. They have 0 feints to their name, 6 knockouts. So, you know, considering it is a melee-based Pokemon, they just played incredibly to avoid getting knocked out during that whole game.
It's just really, really good. 6-0 and 9, as you said. 82 points there on the MVP scale. So close too. Especially because you have the amount of points scored by Potato, of course, that elevates them in our MVP calculations. But BH3 in this game, they felt a little lackluster. I don't know if the combination of the Cinderace in the game, it was actually showing the power that it has, especially on late game.
I mean, to be fair, they did end up getting shut down pretty earlier on by Marv on the Swinub going in with that invade. So I think from that get-go, Team Peps just playing in a really aggressive start position and just really being able to ride that wave to victory. They didn't end up fumbling the ball this time round in terms of losing the secure on that Groudon. I mean, it was pretty much uncontested anyway, so, you know, they just had a clear path there to go and take this game too.
They did. I feel like Team Peps executed a very similar strategy than what they had in game 1. The drafts were different, but the strategy was similar. Get a lot of value on the early game and just manage to build that lead so that sometimes you don't even need to take the objective. But this time around, it was good that they took the objective and decided we don't need to overpush. Almost 300 points on the lead. They knew that they could just go for the defense. That's what they did, succeeded at that, and showed BH3 that maybe they should draft something that can handle the Team Peps' heat in the early game.
Oh, I wonder what that might end up being here, as we are going to head straight into draft for our game 3. We are on the Groudon map once again. Team Peps over on that first pick position, BH3 on that second pick position.
And the Ben's coming in with the Psyduck and the Umbreon there for Team Peps. We still have a couple of similarities in the Ben phase so far. And on both sides even, with the Mega Lucario plus Blastoise as well. A couple of hovers coming for Team Peps. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Glaceon once again for them. But they go for the Mega Charizard Y instead. Meanwhile, BH3 is seeing that Potato did pretty well on the Mega Gyarados. That could be an option, although they're going for the Klaus focus ban, and it is the Surf Edge.
Yeah, banning out that Surf Edge that has only become available to play there this week and really just making its mark. So it'll be interesting to see what Team Peps end up prioritizing as their first pick. Is it going to be that Mega Gyarados? No, it actually Potato on the Garchomp. This is a throwback. I feel like I don't know. There's two Pokemon when I think of Potato, either a Garchomp or a Buzzwole.
Love it.
I feel like that's kind of the OG Potato. I mean, obviously Gyarados now has come into play, but yeah, I'm really excited for this one.
Me too. And there is a possibility that maybe Team Peps themselves are going to go for a Blissey for the Helping Hand and Safeguard option. Zante is going to go for the Mewtwo Y, Mega Mewtwo Y, sorry, as Marv pairs that with a Trevenant, which I find very interesting, Kelly, because that was one of the picks for Zante in week 1 against BH3.
Yeah, we're having a completely different look from Team Peps this time round, whereas BH3, it seems like they're taking a page out of Team Peps' book by taking that Mew, taking that Mamoswine, and taking away that Mega Gyarados as well. One new thing to their roster there is going to be that Hooper. So I know we've seen the Umbreon being selected, Sazura on that Blissey, but opting for a Hooper, whether we're going to end up seeing this Trick Phantom Force Hooper or whether we're going to end up seeing a Hyperspace Hooper, I'm really curious to wait and see.
Me too, and I find it very interesting as well because, like you said, Mew, Mamoswine, and then the Mega Gyarados too. It's just interesting that they go for the Hooper because, of course, it's not everybody that has a Mr. Mime. Bruv does, not everybody does. But the last pick for BH3, Kelly, is the Mega Charizard X, which we haven't seen in a while.
No, it does have that 6% encounter rate, so it has popped up here and there. I believe we ended up seeing it once, maybe twice, maybe a few times yesterday, but yeah, 2 Megas up against, well, the OG Mega to Pokemon Unite, being that Mewtwo Y. Yeah, completely different look from Team Peps here, but yeah, there's a lot on the line here. I mean, you know, in the grand scheme of things, in terms of, as I said at the beginning, making a statement, Team Peps just being able to show how far they've progressed in the lead so far, considering they lost to BH3 Esports 2-1 in week 1.
Yeah, it's an important stance that they need to take here, not just for the head-to-heads, but also because of the standings as they are right now, with BH3 being top 1 and having Team Peps just close in 3rd on an 8-3 record. I really like BH3's draft, Kelly. I feel like it's interesting. And personally, when I saw the Garchomp, I was like, you know, Safeguard, Helping Hand, Blissey. Then the Mewtwo Y, I was like, Safeguard, Helping Hand, Blissey. Nope, they didn't go for it.
No, they're going in with that Lapras instead. But here we go, Soph, into game number 3. Team Peps over on the purple side, BH3 Esports over on the orange side. They are 1 apiece. If Team Peps manage to clinch this one out, they are going to be the first team to defeat the only undefeated team in EU. Can they do it is the big question we are all asking right now.
And we're going to find out pretty soon. Marv had to use a dash there to get away from that little pit on the blue buff because they weren't able to invade successfully. Didn't get any of that AOS energy. A good defense by BH3, sending Sazuro there in the central to protect the Charmander. Now, top side, there's already an invade or an engage actually happening, forcing out the eject button and proccing the focus band on the Gibble, as now the Phantomp as well has to be careful because Utah is still around.
Yeah, Utah's still around. Kranix is just working on this Boltoy, trying to get that effort gauge up, and they are really close to evolving. But knowing that there's 3 members of BH3 Esports, Team Peps aren't able to secure any of that wild Pokemon for themselves.
Yeah, BH3 did a really good job in this push towards top side Sazuro, getting even more vision and information here on the top side as Potato has been spotted. And on the bot, there was just a good job that was done by that Swineup that was left alone by themselves and still secured and managed to handle the heat that was the Lapras plus the Mega Mewtwo Y.
I thought thought Lapras was an ice Pokemon. Does Lapras bring heat? I thought, that would be fire.
What? No! You caught me, Kelly. You caught me.
Oh, I didn't know Lapras was a secret fire type there, but hey, who knows? Regional variant.
It's a regional variant now, Kelly. BH3 has started this Regidrago with 3 members, but now Team Peps also has that equate number, plus a Zante too, but it could be a steal from the Mew, and it does manage to do so. Rezu is going to focus that damage with the coaching, going out over the wall. Boosted auto is not going to be enough. Bruv steps onto that berry, and that's it.
Woo, but look at this perfect math by BH3 Esports to go and leave that bottom tier 1 pad at 1 point. So that does have the potential for future massive overdunks. But up in the top half, we have a few members brawling on out as Kranix is trying to swim away, grab themselves a berry, and well, maybe another berry because Hooper's provided it, but they're not able to stop the onslaught that Team Peps are bringing right now.
Pretty strong because they know that the rate is just spawning. But BHP says, okay, but all the menus and is gone. So we're going to take this race. Thank you very much. As we go for the pack, says, okay, that's a bit too much.
Yeah, going to retreat, but we do have Mega Charizard being able to dunk in some points. Otherwise, a huge Horn Leech from Marth to catch out 2 members, but they get caught out by an Ice Fang and knocked on back to the Pokemon Center, allowing BH3 to go and reposition.
And it's so funny because the Horn Leech, Ice Fang, they're pretty similar in this displacement. I found the word. Good job, me.
Yay!
As we're heading to the bot side, Kelly. Yay! We got 4 members of Team Peps. Meanwhile, BH3 could be going for a flank. No, actually, Team Peps could be going for a flank. As now the Garchomp is level 8, will be joining the fight pretty soon as Team Peps themselves have started this Regieleki. Now, BH3 with the Dragon Current goes to the backline. Zante has to use that teleport away, but now they need to be careful because BH3 just secured the Regieleki themselves, and at that they take 3 members of Team Peps with them, make it 4 as they go for a tier 2 push.
Yeah, considering they ended up wiping out that tier 1 pad, they're going to go and get in these dunks before Regieleki hits, so Regieleki is marching towards that home pad, and with Team Peps preoccupied, it means BH3 Esports are able to go and clean up that central area and progress up to the top tier 1 for more dunks.
And BH3 309 to 81. It's the lead that they have been building. And this is just a great halfway mark for them, going up to 5 minutes. 20 seconds for the next Reggie to spawn on top side, and a great wood hammer into Horn Leech onto Sazuro, as they are going to pop the hoop around bound to get the rest of the members in to help out this top side defense. Pretty well done by BH3, as they are going to be able to go for a potential takedown on the Regieleki.
Yeah, they are going to go and start that Reggie Rock for themselves, still having that Mega Gyarados on hand to just make quick work of that. Meanwhile, we have Charizard sending those members up to the sky and just clearing a path for them. Wait, are they going to go do 40? Yes, they are. Great
39.
math there, BH3. 39 overdunk. That is incredible. Like, that's
really
what you
is,
want
Kelly.
to see. You know, maximum overdunks.
It's those satisfying math moments. I love them. Yeah. Absolutely. 349 to 100. Team Peps slowly trying to climb back on those points, but overdunks definitely help out BH3's case to take this undefeated once again, going into a 12-0. That's what they're aiming for, Kelly. With 5 seconds for this Reggie bottom to spawn, BH3 is all over the place.
Yeah, it's a completely different look from BH3 this time round compared to those first 2 matches. Otherwise, up in the top path, we do have BH3 being able to go and defend Team Peps' attempt at pushing that tier 1. But because Team Peps decided to go and do that, they ended up giving away this Regieleki for free down in this bottom path. Once again, heading towards that home pad. So doesn't seem like it's too much of a risk for them, considering, well, BH3, there's no one in sight currently close to there.
And it's like you said, it's not that optimal of a timing to think about, okay, Reggie Alecki is going to home base. This is going to be a good opportunity for, well, what they did for BH3 to steal some wild Pokemon in the enemy central. But aside from that, not that much value at the moment.
I mean, it is still going to be value nonetheless, just not allowing Team Peps, but also just allowing Rezu to go and take this red buff away. One thing I am noticing on the board right now is a level 14 Charizard. BH3 are looking so healthy, not only with that, but having the 2 level 13s on their side. So reaching those benchmarks, whereas Team Peps, they seem to be falling behind in terms of their levels, well, and their points.
And the points are going to keep on increasing for BH3 because they are uncontested, taking Regirock, while Team Peps is, of course, focusing on getting some points in the bot side. But it's still 20 seconds for the boss to spawn. And this Kyogre, or actually this Groudon, excuse me, is going to be very important for Team Peps to turn it around with that damage buff.
Yeah, there isn't much tall grass for Zoinks to hide in the Groudon pit because it is the dry ruins. Otherwise, a great teleport from Zante there to go and dodge the beam. But BH3 have managed to zone them out of this Groudon pit and are managing to just hold on to that lead.
Very successfully at that as well. Ooh, pushed into the pit. Potato now is in trouble between so many members of BH3. Brother's there to try to help. They get knocked up into the air. And now with Groudon so low HP, BH3 is going to take it down and make that a full team wipe should the Blaziken fall as well. Trying to score, they managed to get 14 points, but here goes Blaziken. 07's in chat for them as BH3 is rushing for that undefeated run onto home base.
My golly gosh, BH3, they go in, being able to just go and get that secure despite that flip is incredible. Plus a team wipe in the end, 178 to 649. Team Peps, they are now at the bottom side of that mountain and they have to climb on up, but I'm seeing on the mini-map, well, it looks like they're not even making that effort. Instead, it looks like they've just made peace with what's just happened right now.
Sometimes that is the case, Kelly. Sometimes you're just, talking to your team and saying, all right, we accept that this is what's happening today, or at least in this series, and we get ready for the next one. It does seem to be the case, although there is a 50-point Potato going to the bot side. Of course, plenty of defense on this BH3 bottom tier 2 as well. They're going to get a lot of heat in this case, please. Kelly, I can say heat now because it's a Charizard.
I don't know, it's blue. I'm pretty sure that's ice.
It's
blue is ice, right?
All right, BH3. Once again, Kelly continuing their undefeated run on a 2-1 win against Team Peps, Eurios Cup champions, as they have once again beaten them and having a 2-0 head-to-head record in this specific matchup. 649 points to 178.
Oh, what an incredible set that one was. But yeah, that last one, BH3 Esports, they had a completely different look to them. Being able to just hold their ground and really put Team Peps under pressure. Destroying that tier 1 and then going into continuing to destroy this tier 2 really just paved the way for the following Reggie Aleckis to just keep Team Peps at bay.
And it did. It kept them at bay for all of the game. And considering Team Peps were on the lead in the first 2 games of the series, BH3, like we said, kind of needed to revise how they would play in the early game to be able to deal with the threat that Team Peps had thrown at them all this time. So when they got to late game, they had a huge 200-point lead. They managed to get their last hit with the Mew pick, and BH3 just wiped the board with Team Peps at that point.
Our MVP for this match is going to be Resu on that Mew, being able to deal 70k damage and only 7,000 damage taken there. So that's actually pretty incredible. And they only ended up fainting once during that match. But I'm also looking at the rest of the team. They are the only member that fainted. none of the other members ended up getting knocked on out.
It's so funny because as you were saying that, I was like, oh, I wonder how the other team did. Not how the other team. I wonder how the other players on BH3 did. All perfect KFAs. Absolutely incredible performance by BH3 from top to bottom with 70,000 damage there for Rezu, 170 points scored, 7-1 and 9 of KFA, and overall a great performance and coordination, I would say, to revise their strategy and understand how to deal with Team Peps' early game.
Yes, I think that's the thing. They realized how aggressive Team Peps were in that early game from those previous matches. So just being able to get a hold of that, being able to get Kranix on that Mega Gyarados online quite earlier on really benefited them, especially considering they had those two late game scalers being that of Mamoswine and Charizard. They ended up just getting fed on up so early, and well, Team Peps, yeah, they just fell behind in levels for the majority of that match.
They did, and it's all about the control that BH3 were able to apply, and it was constant invades, wasn't it, Kelly? Just every single time that BH3 said, oh, there's an opening here, enemy central, yes. And every single time they did that, they just denied all of the resources from Team Peps.
I think it was the pattern recognition, right? It's okay, Reggie Aleki's down in that bottom path. Let's go secure that rather than progressing over to that home pad. We're just going to use that as bait, as a distraction, and go clean out all of these wild Pokemon that have spawned in the opposing central area, shut down their levels, and just, yeah, as I said, just keep them at bay. But otherwise, that was the match that I was really looking forward to in terms of EU. But BH3, you said it, just continuing that undefeated streak in EU. 12 wins, 0 losses so far is insane.
It is. I have a little song that popped into my head. Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. BH3 and Force Gaming are on that wave. They are riding it. They're swimming, they're cruising. It feels good to be a BH3 and a Force Gaming fan right now. And it also feels good to be a Team Peps fan because they're still up there on the top 3 of the rankings in the Europe region. And not just that, they have performed super well in this series in particular, much like they did on week 1 against BH3, Kelly.
Yes, 100%. But you know what? While that match is over, we have another match for EU coming on up. Kamai Esports going up against Volta Cons Unite, which y'all have to look forward to. But we are going to send it to a quick break. Not too long, but yeah, you don't want to miss this next one. So definitely rush and be back here very soon.
everybody, another Zoinks encounter from the Tall Grass. Thank you so much for enjoying the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. I know I am, and I am here to bring you even more information of the off-stream matches. I already told you before, I've jumped ahead to LATAM a little bit, and we got even more games, and yet another upset win? Question mark? Let's take a look at it. So, we got Tuesday Esports versus Peru Unite. Want to set the stage a little bit. This match is tied at 1 game apiece. Some pretty typical stuff in the banning phase. I think maybe the only exception, and what I want to bring attention to, is this Mega Lucario and Machamp. And we can include Surfetch in there too. Mostly going to be targeting Tempo in the banning phase as Tuesday Esports, which does make Tempo have to flex a little bit and ends up playing the Garchomp in this next game. Let's watch how things play out, though, specifically keeping an eye on where this Garchomp goes and where Kea goes. So right now you can see here Kea's Psyduck is going to be moving into this tall grass right now, kind of like me, and gets a perfect catch on the Garchomp. Gets a Psychic pull into a Snipe Shot. Really nice play from Kea and Zainus, and that point, or sorry, not Kea and Zainus, that allows Tuesday Esports to absolutely crush it. Immediately after, Saralidge is able to run across the entire battlefield and pick up a 3 KO streak at the top side of the map. Nice stuff, all set up from a really amazing play by Tuesday Esports with that Psyduck. I love seeing how well these teams can coordinate around it, and look at how well Kanos and Mats were able to combo after that. 113,000 damage from the Saralidge, and Kanos with 91,000 damage on a Snipe Shot Inteleon. Tuesday Esports, with some pretty huge upset wins, have the potential to kind of change their narrative in the Latin America Regional League this weekend with a win here, potentially, maybe even later today. We'll see. Either way, great stuff from Tuesday Esports. Peru Unite kind of struggling a bit after Tempo got caught out, albeit a hard-fought Game 3, but in the end, Tuesday Esports are moving ahead. So, very impressive stuff happening in the Latin America region. We're going to be getting there very shortly, but we still got to close out EU. So for that, I'm going to throw it over to Relic and Wonderchef.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. And also thank you for enjoying the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. You thank the audience. I think we should thank you as well. I mean, we're certainly enjoying it as well, Chef, and I cannot echo those thoughts enough. I am screaming internally to get to LATAM. It just gets crazier and crazier. But we are going to stick here for our final match of the weekend in the European region. As Kamai Esports, they're already qualified for the playoffs. Volticons, however, they can do their worlds a whole lot of good if they can upset the apple cart and take down the currently second place team.
Right, I feel like a win from them is really close to guaranteeing their spot, but of course we look at Kamai. We've seen these faces quite a bit, especially this season. Got Lutos, Gek, Narami, and Desu, some of the players that I'll always cheer for. I think I'll always cheer for Desu on any team, no matter what. That's kind of just like a given, and I think it's kind of just like a universal given. One of the hardest players to cheer against ever. So love to see how well this team is doing this season, sitting at a solid 9-1 record casually.
Absolutely. Worth noting, Gatlu with the highest points scored per game within the region after his antics on Sableye yesterday. Narami closing the gap very quickly. We enjoyed a great look from Volticons earlier on, Chef. 2-0 against Los Caducados in a huge middle-of-the-table scrap. We were particularly impressed, I think, with this front line of Fizzy and Daddy Leon. If Kamai were sitting back and watching that series from a distance, I think they'll be looking at that Slowbro, that Mamoswine, the defensive options, and placing heavy consideration on whether to ban them or not in the series ahead.
Now, before we switch off this graphic, can I just point out how cool it is that their jerseys are 5 different colors? Like, they have
very
whole,
cool.
Like, yeah, it's a very, very cool concept, and the big V on it, I'm a big fan of it. We talk a lot about which teams have the best jerseys here. I think the visuals for Volticons are a big winner for me. I think that's a sick concept, and more of these teams should have fun with that. But like you were saying, though, I mean, Volticons, they've got a lot of momentum. We just got a chance to see them win 6 6-5 now, sitting in the positive record. Even if they go in 6-6, they're probably sitting in a pretty solid place, but this would be a really big win for them, not just as far as the score, but being able to take down another top member of the region will be a big, I think, moral victory for them. We got a chance to see Volticons do really well at EUIC, and it was, I just think in general, maybe Europe's placements in general were very surprising. It was a lot higher than people thought, and obviously Peps and them did really, really, really well. So we know they're a great team. They just need to barely move up a little bit more, I think, to be part of that top echelon of the region.
I mean, look, with all of those colors, you could say that they are rangers that are really powerful, Chef. And I think if they were, I don't know, hypothetically piloting mechs or something, what we want from them, in theory, is to combine together into just a source of unlimited power. Like, for example, we're seeing from the Surfetched, 97% encounter rate in week 4. So if you're just joining us or if you're unfamiliar with the term, it means that this Pokemon has either been picked or banned in 97% of the games across on-stream and off-stream. It is the center of attention, and in Snow's hands, it looked really, really good. But then we break down the pick rate. So this is what we do see in games, Chef. And I think this is where we start to see that a lot of those encounters for Surfetched is on the ban table.
Right. A lot of these top picks are obviously, they're not super high on the encounter list because they're not getting banned all that much. So the Mew, Inteleon, Vaporeon, basically everybody but Blastoise is what I could just say here. But they're all these really, really strong picks that, while they are just at that limit of maybe if there is somebody on the other team that's just so specifically good with that Pokemon, we try to ban it. It's a little more likely that you're going to try to steal it away and just use it for yourself, or let it slip under the radar when we have just some ridiculous, powerful bans like we can see here. Surfetched leading that by quite a bit. Mega Lucario been a really consistent one throughout the entire season, and Mega Charizard Y still getting a lot of bans, however, not quite at the rate that it was when it was still at its maximum power, which was, I would say, nearly 100%.
Yeah, the fall off from the AOS Cup has been kind of fascinating to watch in real time. Mega Luca very clearly favored by a lot of EU players in particular, and we were mentioning just in our little green room the lack of Mega Gyarados actually is kind of crazy to think about as well. Now looking at the win rate, so this is when they do get into games, how often do they win? And I think it's fair to say that Liquidation Inteleon is a flavor that a lot of attack damage carries are loving right now.
Right, and it is in that spot where you can go either moveset depending on what the comp is, either on your side or their side, which is not always been the case for Inteleon. There have been a lot of times where it's been Liquidation just does too much damage, you have to choose it, or Snipe Shot does too much damage, Liquidation doesn't do enough, you just have to choose it. So I love the fact that we're in that flexible spot right now. And Inteleon, over the course of its life, has been, I would say, one of the most consistently high win rate Pokemon in competitive. Maybe one of the highest of all time, because it tends to get below the bans very consistently, and it tends to be a game winner very consistently. Even back at ACL last year, it was, I believe, the highest winning percentage Pokemon, not getting banned all that much.
Shout out to our stat man supreme, John, who just keeps on rolling down the table here with win rate 7-12 now. So we can see a lot more of these frontline picks coming to the forefront. Psyduck, Slowbro, Snorlax. Interesting to see the Scyther Sizzle there. Interesting to see a little bit more leverage given towards Greninja and Garchomp in picks, but not really seeing the success that they would want. I think a 55% win rate is pretty hit or miss when you're looking at hyperscalers that take a lot of investment over a game to get online in that late stage.
The decision on how much EXP your team needs has changed a pretty good amount too from the most previous meta up till now. We're seeing a lot of late scalers, it seems like, over the course of today and yesterday, but also just a lot of those Pokemon ended up getting buffed shift. So I'm not sure if it's, kind of just like the style's changing for everybody. And then sometimes we've seen the teams get completely shut down. We got to see that in the last set, which we didn't get a chance to cast. But, we saw, I think, a level 14 with 4 minutes left to go versus a level 9. And a lot of that was shutting down some hyperscalers that need the full evolution. So things changing. Obviously, we can see quite a bit here of 3-stage Pokemon within this previous graph. And this one, the Garchomp, I actually was under the impression that we were going to see a lot more Garchomp, because in the previous meta before this last patch, we saw a pretty good amount of Garchomp, and it was a pretty key Pokemon. I mean, was it Slash who made the tweet about how a lot of people think that Garchomp is still really bad, but that's like such an old meta that was the start of the game when it's just really quite a strong pick right now, and you got to see it at EUIC pop off, but then it's only getting better. So I thought we were going to see more Garchomp. We've seen a decent amount of it. We saw it just in the last set, but I thought we were going to see a lot more.
I think the concern with Garchomp, especially as one of those year one Pokemon, is that not only did you learn how to deal with it in year one, there are now so many more options to deal with it since then. And so you can kind of draft around it. And I think we've seen a lot of comfort picks. For example, we've seen the likes of Potato getting priority 1 or 2 to pick up this Garchomp because it is still very powerful. But then because you're prioritizing it, you're giving over the rest of draft for the opposition team to build something to counter dive or to crowd control. I think this is a very crowd control style of meta. I think this is honestly a very macro heavy meta. I think that's a really astute point that you bring up about experience and how you balance it and efficiency of getting those yellow dots off the map. Bad macro is punished more heavily than ever before, and we did see that very imminently with that Peps Kamai matchup. Not Peps Kamai, Peps BH3, both ways too. That was a really volatile swing from total Peps domination in game 2 to right the other side, BH3 with a plot armor but with very clear tactics and skills to pay the bills.
Right, that Peps game was one of the most, honestly, just one of the biggest stomps that I think we've ever seen in this league. Even when we've had literally the top teams, the undefeated teams against teams with no wins, it's been closer than that particular game. For whatever reason, Peps just, they figured it out. They figured out how to shut them down. Obviously, didn't quite win in the set, but that was certainly a one-sided game. So we've been seeing a little bit more of that, I think, this weekend, and a lot of it, yeah, like you said, it is about how they decide how to all these macro decisions. But wow, what a first ban immediately on board is that Sableye.
The respect. I mean, to be fair, when who faced them yesterday again? When Peps didn't learn, I think Volticons will instead. And a target ban on a Desu this time with Eclairion and Rapidash. It's interesting because that was what Peps was leaning towards. They wanted to try and zone away a Desu, one of the most adaptable players in Pokemon Unite, by the way. Feels like a tall task. Mega Luca going to be joining that third ban as Volticons Unite is done and dusted for the phase. Mega Charizard wipe Kamai. What's this third slot going to be? We've already taken Surfetch off the table. Interesting, a Meowth that we didn't see at all during Volticons versus Los Caducados.
Yeah, there have been a few interesting Meowth bans that I've seen just around a lot of different matches, but I haven't really seen it played all that much, so I'm curious about that one. We have some altogether weird bans, right? 3% bans in this game, so we'll see. I mean, obviously a lot of targeted bans, and I mean most of the big hitters are out as well, both the big megas and the Surfetch, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. It is going to leave some big powerhouse options. They were thinking about maybe picking up that Mammoth early, it looked like, but going for Blastoise is the kind of solid choice at the moment. Like we saw one of the highest pick rates that's up on the encounter rate. So 96% encounter rate, we're just seeing it so much.
There was a lot of thinking going on there, wasn't there? Because it wasn't just the Mamoswine that was hovered, it was the Slowbro as well. They were thinking, do we run back what was doing so well for us against Caducados? They've ultimately decided to side with the numbers, with the meta, in favor of that Blastoise. Psyduck locked in for Narami. Gecko Kami will be taking away the Mamoswine, therefore, from Volticons, although I think Fizzy is pretty safe and sound on that big old Tortoise. Tibby will be locking in the Garchomp. And Daddy Leon with a couple of picks here opts for the Umbreon, which feels like a pretty good catch-22.
Right, yeah. The comfort pick, I believe, as well for Leon, that he's been playing a good amount. I'm interested in this Garchomp pick. Obviously, we just had a chance to talk about Garchomp. Maybe they're listening to us, but Zacian is still on board, and we've seen Tibby play at Zacian quite well, and it just seems like a little bit more of a flexible pick, so perhaps there is some sort of strategy going into this that they're going to be supporting it with something else. We are going to see the Gyarados start to show up a lot more towards the end of the EU region, and Ceruledge, who has been looking quite good.
We got the Battle Bunny. We have Scyther, very aggressive last picks for Volticons, and that means that Adesu is heading on to the Inteleon, an Inteleon that, might I add, was a complete game changer for this Kamai Esports roster in the late stages of that Peps Unite series. The Cinderace we've seen sparingly throughout the season, only a 6% encounter rate. I think we've seen Toon over in North America have a go on it, running the attack weight. I know that Blaze Kick has been the favored option. We have seen the odd Pyro Ball as well. But, I mean, this is all about damage over time, quick, burning stuff down, and ultimately, I think, buying space away from those really dangerous pace setters like your Mega Gyarados and like your Ceruledge.
Right, yeah, and it did get a pretty nice buff in the last patch. I had to go look it up. There were so many changes in the last patch. I remember, like, vague, like, okay, yeah, I got some damage buffs, but I have to, like, go and look for every single Pokemon still. One of the biggest patches that we've had in a long time. So, I mean, Blaze got buffed as far as its damage. Its boosted attack got an 8% increase. Ember got an increase. Losu got an increase. So, it's going to be stronger a little bit earlier in the game as well. So, that's why I think we're seeing it a little bit more. I also got to point out the rip and flip potential for Volticons is high. But here we go. We're going to go in. Volticons trying to hit a 7-5 record, trying to beat Kamai, who's been amazing. So Volticons on the purple, Kamai in the orange. Game number 1.
Yeah, you're spot on. A Cinderace and a Garchomp will take down any boss in the center circle in like 2 seconds. It's kind of crazy. If they are able to find the level advantage, of course, they do need to navigate what is a very tricky early game. 3 hyperscalers up against Kamai that's running this Magikarp, to be fair, so there is going to be a slight disadvantage in these opening couple of minutes.
The scariness here is I think both of these center area Pokemon can really make a huge effect. I mean, obviously they always can kind of in Pokemon Unite. That tends to be a little bit of the deciding factor, but specifically, like you were saying, there's a pretty scary early game situation and can kind of go both directions as to who it's scarier for, because they both need to really get stuff online, whether it be Magikarp or whether it be someone who's leveling. And there we go, just immediately walking in. It was like one hit to take out that Squirtle.
Yeah, Big Catch Fizzy caught a little bit too far forward, and there wasn't much that Cherry was going to be able to stop that. Look at all those points going in early for Kamai Esports, and as we will expect from a Championship Series caliber player, that Gyarados online super quick within 90 seconds. Tibby finding the Evo to goodbye, sorry.
Yeah, it's already doing pretty well up there. I mean, we're going to be a little bit slower on we were a little bit slower on the Gyarados, but I mean, it didn't really get KO'd or anything, so it wasn't like it was majorly delayed. So we are going to start seeing, I think, things even out of top. Ooh.
Ice Fang to the rescue again. This Philo Swine, Mama Swine, whatever swine, that Ice Fang is to be feared.
There's been a consistently strong option, but they're going in and just immediately melting. My goodness, the damage is so high on these games.
There's another Ice Fang straight into the bitter blade of Toast. We did see a slight face-off earlier on, Toast going up against Snow Scyther. That Death Shred on Ceruledge is so nasty. It benefits team-wide, and left all in their lonesome. They can take down that Regidrago. They've gone for the chase down on the reboot. Adesu already in Inteleon, looking ominous for Volticons.
And we are going to see it be the liquidation once again. I do like when we see Snipe Shot when there's something that's more mid-range to kind of outrange it and get rid of some of that advantage. But the longest range that they're going to have is the Cinderace, who is going to be, well, I guess a little bit mid-range, but you can definitely challenge it. And they're just continuing to fight up top. These, I mean, so much crowd control on both sides as well. So they are really ready to get some KOs.
Gatlu looking first at the Reggie Steel, going to be joined by Toast. They're really confident, and I can see why. Volticons with hardly any of the tools available. Revenant Red through the middle, but unbelievably, it's the Scyther with the one Unite move available across the entire team that secures a Reggie Steel, finds a KO onto Gatlu. Adesu should get the KO onto Tibby. Indeed, they do, but that Reggie Steel in the pockets of Volticons, a humongous W in the early game, given how under the cosh they've been.
They need to ride this momentum for sure. This is going to be a rotate down. It doesn't seem like they care all that much about the Reggie Alecki. They just want to try and grab this experience as fast as possible because things are starting to get really close as far as levels, and everybody is starting to hit their power spikes. I mean, everybody's starting to get their Unite right about now. Well, not everybody, but will be soon is what I should say, as we're going to see a little bit of aggression up top. They're trying to score, but I mean, the defensive value of liquidation is so good. It is so hard to push a high-level Inteleon on a goal zone.
Really great team play from Tibby and Leon to just give Snow that exit. They're going to pick up a Citrus Berry. That does mean that Kamai once again will have free reign over the clouds in Central. We still have this Reggie on bottom path that has been largely undisturbed. Fizzy providing vision for Volticons on that bottom path.
Yeah, we're halfway through the game, and that basement Reggie Alecki has just been chilling, absolutely uncontested. And oh my gosh, the damage is just so high in this game. I'm like, oh, are they gonna fight? And then immediately somebody gets KO'd. It's literally like 2 or 3 hits to get these KOs, and 4 members crashing top from Kamai. As there's a little bit more of a fight down on bottom. We get to see the Gyarados Unite used to just try and even escape, get out of there and farm. And they're really prioritizing just trying to level at this point.
Yeah, we were sitting down hoping for a feature film, and instead we got a short. Maybe something a little bit more interesting on the big screen here, as that is a Pyro Ball Cinder Ace. So backline poke, not the longest range, but through damage that could be useful when lined up like this. There we go, the Blazing Bicycle kick into the Hydro Typhoon to buy space here for Volticons Unite. A big surf catches 4, but can they get the Pyro Ball off? No, they don't get it in time. Big Earthquake for Gecko Kami locking down that bunny. This Volticon's assault is falling apart.
That was a monster surf, but as you can see, it's not leaving anything. Can we get a little bit more mileage from this Garchomp?
Oh,
no! Trying to chase down. The mobility is just so good on Inteleon. What a Pokemon. They might be able to pick up Toast, but wow, using the Unite to get out and no return KOs. What a play from Kamai.
No free EXP for you. No free EXP. I'm happy to burn my Unite move. To be honest, a quick recharge, a Unite move as well. They can kind of get away with it. Not that Snow wants them to, but there we go. Able to escape to the safety of beyond the zone. Kamai in the heads of Volticons.
That was, yeah, I mean, the fact that everybody snuck away in really cool different ways, that's got to be like, okay, come on, try to catch us, you know, not really like disrespectful, but a little bit of like a taunt, like, okay, we got your number moment. Could be an attempt at, yeah, I was going to say an Icicle Fang, but maybe seeing 2 is not the oh my goodness, the Psychic into the Icicle Fang, no follow-up, the Surf trying to defend, but that was almost a really cool little moment, crowd control into crowd control, just slowly on the Kamai train, going all the way back to their damage dealers.
Volticon's got to figure out a way to deal with Gecko Kami, like, for real. This guy is a real terror in the middle of any team fight. Nice poke onto Narami and Toast. They didn't have vision. Nice mean look here, but again, Snow can't stick around for too long. Neither can Daddy Leon. Fizzy wasn't able to get in and body block in time. To be fair, they've got to be more careful about themselves. Into the Hydro Typhoon, pick onto the Serral Edge, moving down to Adesu, but these acrobatic fancy feet, it's simply too strong. They've scored on the top path, and now the Mega Gyarados to come into the play potentially. Adesu's doing this all on his own though. Finally they find the pick, but no, they can't find the finish onto Adesu, who's coming back for even more. Look at this, it's absolutely outrageous how much he's getting away with here.
I think Adesu's easily going to hit 6 figures of damage in this game. I would find that hard to, I don't know, hard for that to not happen with all that damage. By the way, we've got a faint Cinderace, which I've been waiting for Cinderace to be popular for literally years. I was a faint Cinderace main for quite a while just because it's really fun to iframe through things. So love that we've seen it now a couple times at least over the course of this weekend, and I want to see it dodge something really cool. Maybe, I don't know, I guess it can dodge Icicle Fang, can dodge maybe some big Unites if you start to see them used from either the Gyarados or from the Serral Edge maybe? I don't know, we'll see, but 2 minutes spawn, they're already burning it down.
No Green Illusion dive. Hydro Typhoon just come back online for Fizzy here, so Volticons, okay, there is the Green Illusion dive. Nice Psychic though, the Surf to get away. Oh, this liquidation is absolutely nasty business. Gatlu waiting for their moment to strike. They're going to be waiting to unleash the Unite move to go Mega, still poking away. There is that Unite move, going after Cherry King into the Limit Outrage. That's a really low health bar here. Poor Tibby on this guard chop isn't able to find anybody with any of those slashes. They're trying to keep Gatlu at bay, but this is one slippery fish. Desu able to take down Cherry on the Cinderace. That's your big ADC out the way. Hydro Typhoon hits up 2, but there's no one there to capitalize.
Teams are still relatively healthy. They're going to have to re-engage. A nice little Dragon Rush, but the person who's going to fall is going to be the Blastoise. There's only 3 members up on Volticons. Kamai, they have a choice here. Do you burn down this Kyogre? Do you try to flip it? Or do you just hold on to your lead? And it does look like they want to hold on to the lead. There's going to be one more chance to engage for Volticons.
Oh, Umbreon caught way out in there. The Revenant Ren to potentially finish this up is positively scientific from Kamai, looking through the microscope and analyzing, executing. That's 2-2-2 score for them, and another Hundo Burger on top of that. This is looking like the end in game 1 for Volticons.
I like that. Didn't even try to finish off Kyogre. They're just going forward, scoring what they can. They know there's just no chance for return scoring with half of the team of Volticon still respawning. And my goodness, my only question is really truly how much damage did Adesu deal? Because Adesu just walked through the back line all the way around in that entire fight. Just looks continuing more and more. Just pew pew pew, finger guns all the way. They just did not have an answer for Desu, about to hit level 15. Not that it's gonna matter because this is a game 1 win cleanly for Kamai.
Yeah, that Inteleon needs to be stopped. I understand the feeling for Volta. They've clearly done their research. They've clearly looked at the mods up against Kamai. Like, that's exactly what the ban plan is. Get Narami off the Sableye, get Edesu off the Galarian Rapidash, and make sure that Mega Lucario doesn't fall into the hands of Gatlu. The problem with target banning so early on is that you're giving away potential meta picks to Kamai. And already we saw that toss-up between, oh, do we go Blastoise? Do we go Slowbro? Do we go Mamoswine? And when you're questioning that first pick, Chef, it feels like your draft strategy is fundamentally flawed.
Yeah, there were, so I don't know. I mean, I get the concept. Oh, that was the beautiful surf, by the way. That was just unbelievable. And yet, unfortunately, they didn't win that fight, which is pretty wild. That just shows how strong Kamai was, because that was one of the best surfs we've seen all weekend. But yeah, just the draft in general, there were things that felt like they were working and things that felt like they weren't working for me for Volticons. Like, quite honestly, I thought the Cinderace was doing pretty well. They were able to get out of danger a lot and do a pretty good amount of damage, but they had to use resources they didn't really want to. For example, right there, we saw the Unite being used, and you kind of want to save that if you want to try and maybe rip and flip as a secure tool. I felt like the Scyther did manage to get some picks, but maybe didn't quite have the targets that I would have expected. And if it's not hitting the Inteleon, it's really, I'm not sure why it's there. What did we get to see here?
Adesu with the 13 KOs and the 6 assists didn't go down once. And Toast is MVP. Like, listen, I understand. He scored 129 points, took a lot of damage, chipped away. That's all fine and well. Stop this man from using James Pond. It doesn't go well.
Yeah, I think that's probably the main takeaway here from the draft. All right, he did it. 6K, and may I note that is, or it's not 6K, 6 figures against a team that doesn't really have, I mean, it's not that it's not a true healer, but not like a dedicated healer, right? So a lot of times you'll see easy 6 figures against something that has like a Blissey, or not a Blissey, I'm sorry, against the Fable that's healing the entire team or something like that. But all we had was the healing from the Umbreon, and that is a lot of damage to do against a team where that is really kind of solely what they're getting.
Their backline access was the Blastoise. Like, that was the setup tool. But when you're trying to get to the backline and the backline is continually moving the goalposts as much as the Desu Inteleon can on that acrobatics, it's almost like you're chasing your own shadow at one point. Only 40 scored, by the way, for Volticons. You know, we can have a look at their draft, we can critique here and there, we can look at how they can do better, but I also think we've got to give flowers to Kamai because ultimately they drafted really strong. They had a great sense of map control. They protected Adesu well so that he was never under any real threat. Again, didn't go down once the entire game, and so of course he's going to run away with like double digits for KOs.
Yeah, and of course, any time that he was kind of in a position where they could potentially maybe try to get a pick, he was just so ready to move backwards, just so quickly. We saw that one time during that fight. It was great to see. We do get to see the heat map here, which is a really interesting heat map. Not very often that we see the hottest spots of a heat map be not in any of the paths, but kind of the top and bottom of the center, like, main objective pit. It's a pretty interesting one, and I don't feel like I've ever seen that yet. I mean, honestly, that is what it is.
I mean, Zoinks is there, he can tell you.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, Zoinks, were you hanging out with Toast that entire game? We'll hear from him a little bit later. Just maybe doing it in the Tallgrass interview. Would like to see that. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is the MVP, but I do feel like the big thing here was just like a solid level of play on this Sarah ledge. It didn't really have to land like, you know, ridiculous Unite move to win the entire game, which is obviously a possibility that we do get to see here, but it also is just like a really solid Pokemon that has a lot of self-sustain, and it did enable a lot of the early KOs, which you so expertly pointed out. The armor shred, defense shred was so key in getting a lot of those first picks, which really stopped Volticons from being able to do more than, you know, get those 40 points or to get their power spikes, which is like Garchomp and didn't quite pop off that game. So a great early game, played solid the rest of the game, just very effective.
Yeah, I think it's why it's kind of superseded Scyther in that central area. Again, it's because of the help it can provide to the rest of the team. It synergizes better with whatever it's going to be joining on top or bottom path. As you can see on your screens, folks, Volticons opting for first pick. Kamai with map choice. They're choosing to run back the Kyogre. And already we start to see a change in bans. Again, Volticons, they don't want to see Narami on this Gremlin. Like that is a no-go scenario, but they are going to deny Kamai the chance to pick up the Blastoise. That makes me think, Chef, we could be seeing first pick Mamoswine.
I think there's a pretty decent chance of that as well. Just the fact that both these teams that we've seen on broadcast have had pop-off Mamoswine games. And, you know, it's just one of those highly contested between the teams. Not that it's not a highly contested Pokemon in general, but specifically,
no way.
Yeah, there you go. You called it. You called it perfectly. My question, though, will we end up seeing the Galarian Rapidash? Because that is unbanned and an option for Kamai.
Did you see how good that Inteleon was? Like, you pick Inteleon, like, surely every day of the week. Or Greedent.
Yeah.
Or Psyduck, fine, okay. And okay, Crustle, so they are potentially leaving that Inteleon or Galarian Rapidash for later in the draft. Maybe seeing what Volticons comes up with first. A smart idea.
I wonder if they're trying to bait them into, I don't know if I call it baiting them, but into choosing Inteleon to take it away, and then they're like, okay, now we'll choose Galarian Rapidash that's going to be able to chase down that Inteleon, perhaps. Yes. Not sure if that's the strategy they're going for, but it was something that, you know, there's a line of thinking there, and Adeshu's already on it. So
no, you're spot on, dude. You're spot on.
We've had a weirdly high percentage chance of getting this draft correct. It's weird. Something's going to go wrong.
I'm surprised and enthusiastic to report we're good at our jobs. I'm really happy with this so far. I'm not gonna predict. Just you. I'm not gonna predict anything else though. I'm happy with my 1-for-1. Gatlu looking the Mega Gyarados. And now we're into Volticons. There's a lot of options here for these last two. They're gonna run back the Garchomp, and they are gonna run back the Scyther as well. Worth noting, Leon on that Vaporeon, something slightly different, going away from the Umbreon. I'm not entirely sure how well that worked previously. I feel like it's possibly going to work better if Adesu is caught out of position, but then again, we see Toast running this Ceruledge back. Hey, they were player of the game last time, and for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, just a solid choice all around. Like I said, just enabled the rest of the team. Now, my big question here, which was the same question as last time, is Tibby, again, not choosing Zacian, instead going for this Garchomp, which I think is also really strong, but I wonder if that's a decision based on the fact that they will be going up top against a Magikarp for the early portion of the game. So they're saying, okay, we're allowed a little bit more space. We don't have to, you know, fight for our life up top. So I'll take experience while you're taking experience, and then we'll both try to pop off, and I'll try to be a scale scarier late game threat. I wonder if that's the idea, because once again, Zacian completely available and could be a pretty aggressive early pick. Plus, I already feel like Volticons has so much damage, right? I mean, even if Tibby was playing something that did no damage, the team is pretty damage focused. So we'll see if it works out this time. I think the Garchomp maybe didn't quite get a chance to play at its full potential last game, but if they can protect it a little bit more this time, I think that it could be a very scary pick against that team.
I think it's a great spot, and I also think we've got to look at how it'll synergize with this Swinub, because for me, your number one priority isn't even necessarily about getting that Gabite online or getting that Piloswine online. Like, those are kind of like secondary objectives for me. You're looking at Toast on that Ceruledge, probably rotating top path to help Gatlu onto the Magikarp and get that Evo as early as possible. And you gotta take it down somehow, so a couple of freezes here or there sounds good to me. Volticons, your purple team. Kamai, your orange team. Kamai with a match point advantage here. One more, and they take the series.
And it does look like, there's always going to be a chance there's an invade when we do see a Charcadet in the center area, but does not seem like there's going to be an attempt there. Everybody's just kind of playing their own paths. And I mean, hey, they, like I said, they really want a lot of experience up top. They want to be able to farm both these paths. I wonder where the center area Pokemon are going to go. I wonder if they're going to enable that or just kind of ignore it, which is another thing that we've seen sometimes. Does look like so far Scyther's already heading up here.
I'm kind of surprised that they didn't run Swinub top path. Instead, they're looking for that evolution onto the Vaporeon. I guess there is a bit of control if they're going with the Hydro Pump build. Here's Snow, though, and they do find the K opener. In fact, never mind, Tibby steals the credit. Doesn't matter, somebody had to get it, and they're getting early scores down too. On bottom path, in this picture-in-picture, we can see Kamai with a decent attack there, popping the XP to Desu, running back. They've scored 5, but Volticons with 35.
Honestly, Tibby stealing away that experience is the best possible outcome, probably. You already kind of don't need it on the other sides, you know. They've got to where they want to be, so you just want to feed as much experience to Tibby as possible. And I do expect that, like you were saying, you know, you could go with the Mamoswine up top, you could go with it on bottom, but I expect that with this particular pairing, that means they really want to focus on this Garchomp becoming a threat later on in the game. Right now, though, it's just going to be tanks and tanks fighting each other. I'm not sure if we're going to see too many big KOs here. Chark has to be so careful for sure, especially with the Ceruledge as well, kind of wandering around. They showed that they were willing to go down to the bottom path instead of top path earlier. They didn't get a KO, I don't think, but they're around and they know that.
And we're about to see another meeting in the middle here then with Regidrago, Toast lurking in the tall grass, Narami with that bubble beam. Here goes Adesu watching brief as well. Then they go with the Smart Strike and the Dazzling Gleam moving in. There's still not a lot of damage done onto the Regidrago to dive in and go for something big, but there is an Ice Fan going on to Gecko Kami, forces out the eject button. There's a Rock Tomb, catches Daddy Leon in a really nasty place. Phantom Force into the Bitter Blade, surely going to be taking out 1 and 2 here. Kamai Esports, and that they do indeed. And now they're going to be trying to put pain to the misery as they find another KO there. Adesu might go a little bit too deep, but look at that speed. It's a demon out there. Snow unable to catch, and actually they want to go back for more. Catches another Dazzling Gleam for good measure.
One thing we've seen from Desu both games now is willing to go back in over and over, but they're all going to be able to catch with a great Rock Tomb. No, not quite going down.
Wow, the skin of the teeth sort of health bar moment right there. Another big Rock Tomb though, Gecko Kami, the 2 KO streak for Narami. Again, so much poetry from me this weekend, but this is poetry in motion for Kamai Esports. Big scores on this bottom path. Another one here as the Green Illusion dive is kind of just trying to delay the inevitable. The scores have already gone down. Gecko Kami will worry about this 6 as Kamai retreat, and they're about to get a Regirock buff, by the way.
All right, well, Gecko Kami will go down, but Desu is a mess. There's really no other way to put it. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that. It looked like it was guaranteed. They got another fight on bottom for this. We'll see if Desu tries to go to Narami. Maybe he can get a steal. No, they're not going to be able to get a double steal this time around at least.
Yo, shout out to the observers, by the way. There is so much going on all over the map, and we are so privileged to be able to be getting to see all of this. So many mini storylines. And right now, we're going to be focusing on this defense of the bottom pad. Burned away the Regieleki via that X-Scizor, and I think that Volticons Unite, they understand that they're going to have to pull back here and look at their reserves, because ultimately, Snow leading the lobby chef with that level 10. Close behind, though, Toast on that Ceruledge.
Right, and Snow hasn't even been kind of a lot of these, or I'm sorry, Toast hasn't been in a lot of these fights. Said the other way around.
Right.
Snow and Toast, very similar kind of short names. But yeah, there hasn't been a lot of these fights yet. So really, it's just been kind of the annoyance of both of these paths, building a lot of space for them to be able to farm quite a bit. And once they actually get into these fights, you know it's going to be terrifying. Finally, somebody can catch on the Detsu.
Here's the Triad Blitz, and it's used exclusively to get away. They almost caught, well, I was going to say the fish. It is the horse, isn't it? But now the horse is back in the stable. Revenant Red completely whiffs, though. But are they still going to be able to do the damage that is necessary? Green Illusion dive, back loom, blind poke, but still no KO to find for him. But they are KO'd. Adesu up against the wall. Snow taken out. Inteleon taken out. Kamai Esports with all 5 players on this bottom path. Forces out the Livid Outrage, and that Livid Outrage is just about enough to even scare away Gatlu on this Mega Gyarados, going back in once again with the Smart Strike at Desu. He really wants more. He's really pumped after a great first game.
Yeah, nothing has stopped Desu. I mean, the fact that Desu got caught out with an Icicle Fang with like 4 of the other team around him and didn't get KO'd means that I think at this point the confidence is warranted, where it's just like, I can go in and I will get out. If the worst comes to worst, I will be fine eventually. And we get now finally get a chance to see Desu go top half for the first time. Get a KO as well.
Again, it's that lock-on from the Smart Strike. It's so much damage done from all of the teammates that Snow falling was an inevitability. And there again, 2 KO streak for the magical prancing horse. Oh, they're gonna, oh, great maths, unbelievable maths. Sofa-chan is going to be delighted. 38-point overdunk.
A Unite team doing correct math and stopping a smaller overdunk, that is
incredible.
We might be in a dream right now. This might not be real. We will have to, somebody's gonna have to wake me up. I think my alarm didn't wake me up, but wow, that was actually great math. As whoa, they are continuing this fight down south with the big Unite.
Yeah, so 47 scored on top path. Down goes Daddy Leon. We've got the Green Illusion dive utilized once again. This time it's 4 versus 2. That's looking a lot better. Oh, unbelievable. They missed with the Ice Fang, but the Regieleki hits. Now can they get some scores in? Okay, there's a roughly 30-point overdunk here for Volticons Unite. Brings them back to within 100, but are they going to be able to escape without any more KOs? Doesn't look good, does it? Gatlu with a 2 KO streak, looking for a third. Big Vanguard Valpal. Look at the health regen on the Mamoswine. And Daddy Leon, having respawned, having run back down this southern path, is able to head onto the pad and stop Kamai from thinking about any more damage.
I mean, it's nice that anybody was able to get there and defend, but I mean, these KOs are just raining in for Kamai. And the strategy, the potential strategy, which I still think was possibly it, of for, you know, goading them on to take Inteleon for themselves and then just countering it so well with something like the Galarian Rapidash, it has worked really well. That Inteleon has been KO'd a lot, like something like 6-7 times right now. No, I didn't try to do the meme right there, but that's just accurate. They really have been not able to escape Adesu at all. Like, the mobility is good on Inteleon, but nobody's mobility is that good.
6-7.
Oh, he did it.
Everyone's happy. Everyone can go home happy now. Relic did the 6-7 meme. But you know what's going to be even happier for Kamai is if they can find another pick here onto Fizzy, and that they do. Good timing here because they've got another Reggie on this top path that because of that KO, they will get for free. Volticon simply cannot compete. They're going to be focusing on position, looking at their options, finding a bit of vision here. But that's a huge attack and special attack buff for Kamai, who already have the level lead.
Ooh, there could be some nice vision.
Oh, here, but oh! That's catastrophic for Volticons Unite. That's 15 seconds that they're going to have to wait, and I don't think the Kamai are a fan of waiting. They want to finish this right now. Daddy Leon with some Aqua Ring action, but Kamai Esport are taking this battle to the pad. Meanwhile, look at this Cerulege, all on their lonesome, going mano a mano against the Kyogre, down to 50% health, but Fizzy is back in play. Still got the Mammoth Mash. They're going to use it now. Daddy Leon here as well, but they've already used the Aqua Meat Splash. There's the Livid Outrage from Timmy with barely a health bar to speak of. Can you believe it? Well, yes, you can, because Kamai were always the favorites.
3 KO streak for Adesu on that Galarian Rapidash, and there is just no chance of escaping that damage. I really do think that this game was won in draft from Kamai. They had such a perfect plan. Not just the Galarian Rapidash plan, but just everything in general, as far as how they decided to switch things around, how they decided to change their the kind of defender and support game plan as well. They are just looking so good. I'm a huge Volticons fan, but Kamai, this is some of the best I think that I've seen them play, specifically in this game.
A drafting masterclass across both games, to be quite frank, which, given historically we've looked at EU and we've questioned their drafting ability, is a huge level up moment for this region. A score goes in for Volticons. They've got everyone up here on this top path, and I think very soon, Chef, they're going to have nobody up on this top path. The Triad Blitz, simply a prelude to the complete demolition job that we are looking at in front of us. A second ace in the space of a minute. Kamai cementing themselves as second favorites for the league.
Was it worth it, though? I think that may have been Adesu's first KO, first time getting KO'd, I should say, in the entire match.
Gosh,
I think there's a chance. So they gave it up when the game was already over. You're ruining your own stats. Remember, stats are more important than wins, everybody. Always remember that. No, a beautiful game. And clearly, I think it's hard to say that Adesu wasn't the MVP of the entire set for me. I mean, ridiculous. On two very different Pokemon. Unstoppable. That is an understatement.
Well, Volticons, at least they got triple digits this time. And certainly with a better look, I think, throughout the entire course of the game. But Kamai stepping up when it mattered in that last 4 minutes or so, taking a couple of picks here or there, denying Volticons objective opportunities. For example, I think that Registeel really making a big impact on this final fight, giving Kamai the confidence to, first of all, take down Tibby on the Garchomp, who was caught completely out of his senses. We saw some good moments, for example, here from Volticons. Good attack onto the pad, ultimately destroying the pad with a decent overdunk. But this composition from Kamai, so much fantastic crowd controlling options and brilliant burst potential too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the burst potential, obviously ridiculous. The way that they start off this fight kind of just ended it. You know, there's really no other way to put it. It just ended it. Funny, again, I mentioned it before, but Toast was kind of not even necessary in a lot of these fights, was just farming the entire time, then just basically soloing Kyogre. And then finally at a moment, they're like, oh, they're re-engaging. Let's unite. And then that was it, right? They just cleaned up the entire thing. They had like one big moment, but it's not that they were like not present in a bad way. They just didn't need to be there. And you know what, Narami, that's a perfectly fine MVP pick as well. I mean, that first engaged little pull to get that first pick in that final fight was huge, and everything that they did, I mean, pretty incredible. Oh my gosh, look at the damage dealt.
Yeah. I mean, that damage amp from Bubble Beam, kind of nutty. And add on to that Cursed Incense, which directly counters, of course, that healing from the Aqua Ring from Daddy Leon. My goodness me. And so unfortunate for Adesu. That was his one single knockout across the entire series. I mean, look, we had Narami MVP in this game. We had Toast MVP in the last game. I really think Adesu was like the series MVP for me. A huge impact on things.
Yeah, I mean, I was literally saying right before this match started that I feel like I could never, ever not cheer for Adesu. Not only because Adesu is just literally one of the nicest human beings I've ever met in my entire life, but also because he is a monster. Absolute monster player. I mean, the fact that you can do that well on both Inteleon and on Galarian Rapidash, two completely different Pokemon, is just so impressive. And also, how ridiculous is it that for the entire last season we got to watch Adesu play support? Like,
I know, right? I know.
He was great on it, but also, like, boy, I love seeing Adesu damage attacker. Like, that is just so awesome to see. And I mean, a big reason, of course, why this team of Kamai is doing so well this season with such an incredible showing.
He was the man to bring Dragonite to the World Championships. He was the man to step into the gargantuan hole that Geese left at Nouns Esports on support. He was the man to absolutely ravage Volticons on both an Inteleon and the Galarian Rapidash. When we say that this is one of the most adaptable players in competitive Unite, this is the reason. Just look at this player's history. It is a joy.
100%. Also, so we can talk about this as well. Obviously, Kamai, going up to, I believe, a 10-1 record after this. Really kind of what we've come to expect from them at this point. Expect them to be within the top 2 spots of EU. But we can now look as well down to Volticons, who I believe is now at a 6-6 record, which they do have a few more matches to play before the season is over. But winning 1 or 2 more could really secure their spot in those regional finals, and they're not technically guaranteed quite yet. So while this was, I would say, this match went essentially how it would be expected to go as far as the math goes. It is unfortunately putting a little bit more stress on Volticons, who are slightly ahead of the middle of the pack, but not out of it.
They won the match that they needed to win against Los Cadacados. This would have been a cherry on top, and it means that the table looks like this. BH3 still with that spotless record, 12-0, at least series-wise. They have dropped games, but it's the series that matter. They're going to be looking to try and secure that world's spot in just a month's time. Kamai, though, keeping it close, denying BH3 the opportunity to celebrate this weekend. 10-1, Team Peps 8-4. All 3 of those teams, of course, locked in for the playoffs. But we still wait on Volticons, on Los Caducados, last chance saloon for Engage. As sadly, we believe, and our maths could be wrong, but we believe that Gem Le Poulet and Avalanche, now impossible for them to make the playoffs, sadly, but still a chance to pick up some wins in our final week of play.
Right. Yeah, we really just got to look at Volticons to Engage, and really it's Engage has to win both their matches, pretty much guaranteed to stand any sort of chance of qualifying. Volticons needs to lose both of their matches to stand any sort of chance of not qualifying, I think, at this point. Yeah. And then Los Cadacados right in the middle, and really is going to be a huge decider. So like you said, hopefully we get a chance next event to watch how these teams kind of close out the season against each other. And I mean, there's a chance obviously for some of them to switch seeding and stuff as well, but the most important thing with how close those top 2 are locked in is probably going to be who's going to qualify just to even have a chance for those regional finals.
All right, you thought that looked close? Buckle up, we're heading to Latin America. And hey, BH3 denied a chance to get a Worlds invite this weekend. There is still one team who can. Their name is Force. They're heading up against Infamous after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues. My name is Zoinks, and I'm in the tall grass today, as you can see. And we're covering some really interesting matches. We got one more off-broadcast Latin America match to talk about right here before we get into the live stuff with our casters. But there's a really fun match that happened, a cool moment that happened, so I want to break it down between Entity 7 and DreamMax Esports. DreamMax Esports on a bit of heater today, and I got it paused here, but I got places to look, so let's follow along with the 1, 2, 3, 4 of it all, shall we? First and foremost, I want to set the stage at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Lucario and Mega Lucario, that is at level 12, really hunting for that level 13. So if you look up to number 2, you can see Mega Lucario is rotating onto that top path, looking to find wild Pokemon to knock out for experience. Then if you want to take a number at 3, you can see DreamMax Esports Mimikyu player has been knocked out, but has hit level 13 on the Mimikyu. DreamMax Esports, if you look at number 4, is actually taking a big risk. Being a player down and not having any vision on the Lucario is actually playing for a push towards this bottom Reggie. However, if they were paying attention and they knew that Lucario was a little bit underleveled, this could pay off in a big way because they know they will have an even matchup even without their Mimikyu. They do lose the Regice. They got to play it away. This Vaporeon gets caught out, but an incredible work from the team to give them some backup with a Snorlax swinging in, Resonant Guard shield going onto the Vaporeon. They're actually able to save one of their defenders. Snorlax can buy even more time. Vaporeon will eventually go down, but the poke damage from Inteleon and Leafeon is starting to stick. Regice healing will, of course, bring them back up. Mimikyu lands in the midst of this, and yeah, this is epic Mimikyu gaming. You Shadow Sneak into all 5 players, you jump in, and they get in the mix. The miracle here is that Leafeon and Mimikyu both get to walk out thanks to that play rough invulnerability. Leafeon finds the backline, and DreamMax Esports, after a couple of really terrifying situations, are able to pull it off. Now all it comes down to is the Groudon. Mew has a chance to make a couple of heroic plays, but in the end, it's going to be DreamMax Esports picking this Groudon up and taking down Entity 7 2-0. Take a look at some of the stats. More of an even-keeled game than some of them that we have seen so far, but really impressive work from DreamMax Esports to kind of read the situation, make some tough calls, and even bounce back from a really tricky spot. Speaking of bouncing back, DreamMax Esports now increasing their season record to 4-7 and getting so close to striking distance of top 5 in this Latin America Regional League. A big bounce back for them, a big bounce back for Tuesday. Big week for Brazil right now in week number 4, and what a time to come alive for these two squads because, again, that top 3 playoff spot, so important. All right, that is it for me in the tall grass of Latin America. I'm going to go start taking a peek at NA, but it's your time to watch Latin America live. So, Kello, take it away with our Latin America matches.
Thank you so much, Zoinks. Off to go bounce back into the tall grass. Well, we bounce from EU over to LATAM. I'm really excited for this one coming on up. We have Force Gaming going up against Infamous. Now, Soph, I know how passionate you are about LATAM. How are you feeling about this next match coming up?
Well, guilty as charged. I am always excited about LATAM, and every single of those matches, either LATAM South, North, Brazil, every single one of them makes me so excited. Before we jump into this next one, I kind of want to do a little bit of a recap in complementing what Zoinks was talking about DreamMax, because earlier today, Kelly, we saw at the beginning, pre-show, getting the broadcast on, DreamMax was on 7th place. And because of these 2 wins, they have jumped up to 3rd place. And that is just incredible, really showcasing how this region in just every single stage of it, aside from Force Gaming undefeated, we don't talk about that. We might later, but...
Well, I mean, we have to talk about it now because, well, sorry, if they're on the screen, so... I know. So just finishing out that, we'll get to Force Gaming in just a quick second. Just showing how this region is super strong in general. So, Kelly, please go ahead and talk about the Force game because I talk about them too often. Oh, well, you know what? I feel like you're a mate for that. But yeah, Force Gaming, as you already mentioned, they are currently #1 on the standings board. They are the only undefeated team in LATAM. But for those of you, a quick refresher, for those of you that aren't familiar, we have Lel, Soto, Kylux, Falb, and Angel. And yeah, they have just been, well, I mean, pardon the pun, a force to be reckoned with in LATAM, especially considering just how volatile this region is. And well, yeah, as we saw with DreamHack Esports, in the off-stream matches, anything can happen. So I don't know, can Infamous Gaming please introduce them? They're currently ranked 6. Can they beat the undefeated team?
Well, it's a very not likely, but it's a very possible thing that could happen here because of all of that switch up that we mentioned with DreamHack. Now, Infamous Gaming ranks 6 on a record of 4-7, have a very tough task to be facing the top 1 of the league. But Infamous Gaming with Gohan, Tinta, Yoru, Cibus, and Aramis, they have been having some interesting games overall because Infamous Gaming have been going pretty frequently to game 3.
Yeah, pretty frequently to game 3. However, to mention in terms of this Force Gaming, Infamous Gaming, as we know, the regional leagues are set up in 2 parts. So it's that double round robin game that we have. Force Gaming actually ended up defeating Infamous Gaming in part 1 2-0. So, you know, in terms of Infamous Gaming, that previous record, they've had a bit of time. It's been 3 weeks since they last faced them in week 1. This is their time to demonstrate how far they've come in the league so far.
It's true. And this league, like we have been just, hitting the key every single time, it's just such a highly competent regional league. Overall, the fact that all of these teams are close and not close to qualifying just means that they are very much even in those records. If we talk about the middle of the pack, which is 70% of this league, we're talking about 5-7s, 5-6, 4-7s, 4-6s, which just means that they are 1 match away from catching up to their opponents in the top side of the bracket. So in this double elimination, it's all about facing the same teams twice and learning from your mistakes if you haven't been able to beat them first. In this case, Force Gaming undefeated. It has to be Infamous who are learning with their mistakes from the first time they faced this enemy and getting into this one with a more fresh look.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They have to go and pick up that momentum. Yes, that match ended up happening in week 1, but Infamous Gaming, they have already have a loss to their name today, losing to DreamHack like we saw earlier from Zoinks' recap. So it's just a matter of whether they've been able to take a step back. And while it's not a new day, it is a new set and go in with a clear mindset here. But we're jumping into draft here. Force Gaming are going into that first pick position, Infamous Gaming in that second pick, and we can already see some bans trickling on in. Mamoswine, Hooper, Mega Lucario on the side of Force Gaming, Surfetch, Umbreon, and Machamp with the 5% ban rate on the side of Infamous Gaming.
Yeah, they have recognized the Force Gaming has a very powerful Machamp, and now, to nobody's surprise, the first pick on purple side is a Blastoise. Whenever is not banned, it is picked with a 96% encounter rate. Meanwhile, Infamous Gaming is hovering their Psyduck. Wouldn't be surprised to see something along the lines. I was going to say Umbreon, but Umbreon is banned, so any types of defenders that can come through here because Mamoswine is off, Crustle just fits right in.
Yeah, I feel like Crustle is a great pick here, especially considering its early game, getting that evolution at level 4 in comparison to Blastoise that doesn't get online until that level 7. But it looks like we have a double defender pick coming on in from Force Gaming, as Lel is going to lock in that Vaporeon as well. What's Angel going to go here? Is this Mewtwo Y?
Okay, all right. So maybe we are going to see in this game a Safeguard and Helping Hand Blissey for this Mewtwo Y, but they already have the Vaporeon for healing. So that is a possibility. Infamous Gaming going for a heavy damage dealer like the Zacian. Now looking at potentially getting their long range option with the Mew locked in here for Gohan. Makes a lot of sense with how Infamous Gaming has been playing so far. And Force Gaming has had a good Rapidash. We just watched it at the last game of EU. We might just watch it here, fam. Here we go.
Yes, I know we ended up having Adesu playing an incredible Rapidash game over in EU, but the fact that we get to see Galarian Rapidash back to back, I am very much excited for this. But we have Kylux rounding off this draft with a Buzzwole pick, and Arimas going in with this Urshifu. They do have the ACL Bracer along with the Claw and the Muscle Band, so I don't know, looking at this, whether we're going to end up getting that Wicked Blow or Surging Strikes just for that additional secure, we'll have to wait and see.
It's possible, and especially with the muscle band that you pointed out, Rapid Strikes makes a lot of sense too. You're going for more of those auto attacks and just building that gauge. And with the Razor Claw too, having more damage on those auto attacks. Now, there is a lot of auto attack damage as well with the Zacian. Meanwhile, with Ito on the Mew, they have a good backup option as well. But Force Gaming have really opted for a super on-the-nose kind of composition. With the Rapidash, with the Buzzwole, yes, they have the Mewtwo, but compared to a Mew, it's not that much range.
No, well, yeah, that's a great point in terms of Mew does have that great range with that Solar Beam, but I guess when you have a Rapidash over on your side, you don't really need to worry about that range if you're able to get into the back line and target down that Mew. But it's going to be a pretty hefty front line to get through, especially considering, well, there's that Psyduck there to go and provide that protection with whatever moveset they end up going here.
Yeah, and I would say Psychic is a great option because then you can just pull and push people away, especially that Rapidash and the Buzzwole we mentioned. As we get into game one of Force Gaming, the undefeated top 1 team on purple side versus Infamous Gaming. Now rank 6 on your orange.
You know what? Considering Kubfu is going into that central area, Lel sprinting across the board, actually ends up getting interrupted by Seba. So change of plans there. Kubfu is safe for the time being from the invade.
It's always such a juicy target, isn't it, Kelly? Just the Kubfu, super vulnerable in the early game, just trying to get that evolution, but very well protected there by Sebas, much like we usually see with the non-evolving supporters, much like Psyduck and Hooper. Now, this top side is also very interesting because of these two attack dealers being just 1 tier evolution too. They're going to be really straightforward about how they engage.
I think the thing to note as well is Kylux over on the Buzzwole, they do have the attack weight stacks, whereas Zacian doesn't have any stacking items that they need to go and push on forth. But otherwise, 3v3 up in that top path. Rapidash just trying to burst down this Psyduck, but for the moment, it's just respect on either side.
They have respected it, and especially because Force Gaming were able to get quite a lot of AS energy that accumulated on Kiluk. It's important that Infamous doesn't overextend to leave this pad unattended, and that's exactly what they're doing. Staying close and just waiting for the timer on that Reggie Drago to spawn pretty soon.
Yeah, it's just really passive for the time being. No dunks on the board. Otherwise, we do have that Mega Mewtwo hitting that level 5, being able to get that Mega Evolution and start chipping away at this Mew. But T1 pads are still available to go and provide those shields and those healing. But, well, here we go. Reggie Drago is now on the map.
Yes, it is, and Ramis plus the Rapidash on Falb have already gotten here to the central area. Great Rock Tomb by the Crustal there by Gohan, but backline access is what Falb can do, is what you said, Kelly. They know how to do it, to utilize this Pokemon to the best of their ability. They decided to leave the objective with just the Buzzwole. Meanwhile, they scored quite a lot on bot side.
Gotta say, Galarian Rapidash with that dazzling gleam is definitely gleaming bright, considering they are so close to reaching that level 9 and ultimately getting that Unite move to go and lock these members down. Otherwise, Psyduck is going to use their passive Headache to push away that Rapidash and just secure themselves some safety for the time being.
And they need to be very cautious there, Lel. Ooh, okay, maybe a bait, because that is a Buzzwole prepared to retaliate. Immediately counter there, look, but Aramis has arrived as well, so Buzzwole takes a lot of damage, will be buzzed down immediately. So with this counter gank, they managed to trade back on those knockouts. But side on a 2v2 here with Angelzine going for it in the backline. Red Jais takes damage from the server, and it's gonna be the Crustle with, was that Stealth Rock I saw?
I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. I saw a Rock Tomb, and yes, you were correct. It is a Stealth Rock Rock Tomb combination, which I feel like is not really the moveset we see. Normally, we end up seeing that X Scissor because of that burst damage, but also the ability to push on back. So, well, we'll have to see how this one plays out. Otherwise, Seabus is quite low, does end up getting T-boned by a Surf from that Blastoise, and, well, Regieleki slowly getting chipped away at, don't want to accidentally surf that one in, Soto.
And we saw it earlier today, and it's just something that feels so bad when it happens. They weren't even close. They're very much aware of it, and they're taking advantage here on top side, Kelly, because they have the numbers to just continue taking the birds.
Yeah, the numbers advantage, but also the positional advantage there. We do have Seabus trying to just disrupt Kai Lukes there, but they're really able to secure all of those birds to themselves. But so far, 65 to 0 points. We have a Mew getting knocked on out and an Urshifu to go and double that up. 15 points down on this bottom tier 1 pad, and it's only a Crustle left defending who's forced to use their Unite move for that extra shielding.
Yeah, they're using the Stealth Rock, which is a very useful tool to get those scores denied, but it does also hit the first target, so it didn't really stop all of it. All left with 1 HP. They're gonna get taken down by that Electro Ball. Meanwhile, the pad, Kelly, is on 1 point. Now, finally, with that Unite move from the Rapidash, they're able to really make it work. Hydro Typhoon as well, knocked them to a wall with the Hydro Pump. Beautiful plays by Force Gaming as they get a 49-point overdunk.
I know we were raving about a 39 overdunk earlier on in one of the other sets, but getting a 49 overdunk at the halfway mark is insane. That is going to skyrocket Force Gaming to 159 points, while Infamous Gaming, they are still left on this donut.
Yeah, but maybe the donut is going to change pretty soon, as they have confirmed the Regieleki and they have a positional advantage here to push the top side. Now, with Vaporeon down, now using the Psy to push them off the pad, just trying to get this Regieleki in with a Psychic, not able to reposition, but the Regieleki hits the pad and Infamous will finally catch a break.
Yeah, being able to just get in some dunks, 93 points to their name thanks to that secure on that Regieleki. But yeah, 2v4 Force Gaming, they just had to give that one up and go and focus on getting whatever wild Pokemon is on the board for the time being.
With a reposition here from all teams into central area, all teams, 2 teams, all players to central area. No way, I thought it was PvE. All right, so with players going into central area because the yellow dots are just slowly but surely reappearing in the map. They need to decide what is the next target. For Force Gaming, it looks to be this bot side, although it is heavily protected by Tinta on this station, who goes straight onto pad after being in the tall grass for an ambush, though getting caught there. Very nice Rock Tomb. Now Aram is trying to do a 1v1 with this Rapidash. Phelps says, well, you're just cornered here with me.
Yeah, locked on away and knocked back to the Pokemon Center thanks to the support from Blastoise. But even by picking up that KO, we do have some backup from Infamous Gaming. Psy to just go and clear some space with this Buzzwole, but they still managed to pick up a KO on that Mew.
That is nice. Infamous Gaming realizing when they, well, actually, on the other side, Force Gaming realizing that any player out of position on Infamous Gaming is an extra amount of EXP, an extra amount of AOS energy that they can collect. We're just shy of 30 seconds for the final stretch to happen, and top and bottom Reggies are spawning as we speak, but nobody seems interested in them whatsoever.
No, 15 seconds left to go. Force Gaming, they already have 3 Pokemon that have reached their benchmarks, and they're aware of this going on in, popping this Mystical Mirage from Mew, who ends up surfing into that Buzzwole, who ends up following with their own Unite move as well. We have Psyduck also popping their Unite move, as we have this Kyogre being flipped.
It's really shortly going down, and it is Force Gaming who take it, as well as a full team wipe. The undefeated team showing that they are the kings of Latin America.
Yes, and because they managed to get that team wipe, they have a clear path towards those goals. They now have 580 points to their name. There is still 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, but Infamous Gaming, they need to try and get some KOs if they want to try and steal any of these buffs away.
And it's a difficult task, Callie. They're trying to reconvene in central area, or actually in the home base, because if they expose themselves, there is an Angel Zine just right there, auto-attacking you away, and even the defender can't really stand a chance right now. Force Gaming already repositioned here for bot side. Should any action from Infamous Gaming try to occur on another side of the map, they engage onto Gohan. This Crustle is going to be squashed away as they are continuing to move for even more scores if possible. There's a 50 on Falb. There's 23 on Lel. They are taking down yet another with a 2 KO streak for Falb, as Force Gaming is saying, well, this is not your territory anymore, it's ours.
Look, it was said a little bit earlier on that stats do matter more than winning matches, and while Force Gaming, they're going in, padding those stats even further by having 832 points on the board, but also just racking up some additional damage because, well, there's not much that Infamous Gaming can do to fight on back.
Nothing here. Timer's going down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a win for Force Gaming. Once again, cementing how strong they have been all throughout regular season of Regional League in Latin America, showing they are so prepared for everything that any enemies throw their way. Infamous Gaming now have to really fight the second one because it was a very, very difficult task this time.
Oh, yes. I think pretty much for the majority of that match up until that halfway point, Infamous Gaming were left on 0 points. So Force Gaming just being able to, well, do some great math. We end up having that 49 over dunk in that bottom path. But even then, going into this final stretch, you can see the level lead that they ended up having. But also just being able to bait out some of these unites to just go and complete this team wipe.
It was such a good one too. They had, like we saw here, this rotation from left to right behind the pit the Force Gaming had to reposition and corner Infamous Gaming and just make sure that they didn't have any escape route available to them. Force Gaming just really ripping through that Groudon. Falb, of course, is the player of the game. 8, 0, and 10. Perfect KFA. 280 points scored, plus an 84,000 damage dealt.
Oh, wow. Wait, that is actually insane to see that, besides Falb having 0 feints, there were only 1 feint to each of the other players of Force Gaming. So really just demonstrating how strong of a hold they had against Infamous Gaming throughout this match.
I love it. And when we saw on the last series of Europe that there was a Rapidash, the first thing I thought about was Falb on the Rapidash.
There we go, making the connections there.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're showcasing that they have this one. They have this Rapidash just up on their sleeve. And Callie, that is the reason why I didn't forget about it.
No, and you know what? I feel like this is a Pokemon that we don't really get to see very often, only having that 9% encounter rate. But when we do see it, absolutely love to see it shine. It is such a fun Pokemon to watch, just zipping and zooming about, but also just how valuable that Unite move can be. Really just targeting a Remus on that Urshifu and locking him down and being able to just win those 1v1s.
Wow, and 1v1s were definitely their specialty, wasn't it? The fact that they were going up against, I think, the Zacian at times by themselves, those 1v1s were powerful. And honestly, even against the Urshifu, Aramis had no time to actually do anything. And it just really shows how this player is so experienced on the field. And I want to see Infamous Gaming trying to find a way to climb back here, because they are not super low on the standings, Kelly. Everything from 3rd place to 7th place is so almost even.
Yeah, I know. It's just so difficult to read, but that's the thing. It's every match counts when it comes to the LATAM region, especially since just so many different things can happen, like we've seen during those off-broadcast matches. So it's really time for Infamous Gaming to buckle down, have a think, well, what's the game plan moving forward? They have decided to go in with that first pick, which means Force have decided to select the Kyogre map once again this time round. But yeah, what are these bans going to be? Are they going to be the same? Are they going to be any different? I mean, I wouldn't say Rapidash is worthy of a ban, but hey, we never know.
We don't. We never know. Players can definitely surprise us. And Vaporeon here is a good choice by Infamous Gaming to put it on the bench. The Blastoise as well. They were the first couple of picks on Force Gaming when they were purple side, so that makes a lot of sense. I'm thinking that last ban here could be the same. Maybe the Surf Edge comes through. The Mega Lucario is also an option. It was the last ban for Force Gaming the first time around, so they repeat and do a complete mirror of Game 1 bans. But Infamous Gaming, they have a couple of options here for the first pick. It could be a Psyduck that they have been utilizing quite a bit. They could try to steal something, but maybe
Surf
the
Edge.
Umbreon. Yeah, Surf Edge, the Umbreon that wasn't available. A couple of options.
Yeah, we can see the Surf Edge has been locked in as that first pick. I mean, it was banned last time around, and when you're in that first pick position, if it is let free, you've got to lock it in for yourself. But yeah, you called it out. Psyduck and Umbreon were the first picks for Thor's Gaming.
You know how we are sharing the same brain cell? We're also sharing the same brain cell with Infamous Gaming and Force Gaming, because you said Surf Edge, I said Psyduck and Umbreon, and that's where we are right now. Infamous is now hovering that defender on their Snorlax. I think Snorlax or the Crystal could be good options. They pick a Cinderace too, so really again showing that they have been very much benefiting from this last patch of long range tactics.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that we see Cinderace being picked up in that second pick position rather than being left to the last two picks there. But hey, if they find it valuable, then you buy it as well. But that does give leeway for Falp to go and pick up this Rapidash once again. But ooh, we get to see Latios. Aegazine picking up the Latios this time round. That did end up receiving a buff. The Draco Meteor ended up getting that buff there. So I'm really excited to see how well this Latios ends up coming out. Because, well, look, it's only got the 1% win encounter rate so far.
Yeah, we actually saw yesterday as well. I think it was in one of the LATAM games that myself and Chef casted too. It was Draco Meteor, like you pointed out, Kelly, and the late game, it was so destructive. The amount of damage that you can do because of those stacks is just huge. A regular Lucario, would you look at that? Coming as last pick for Force Gaming.
Yeah, I know we have seen a little bit of regular... It's weird saying regular Lucario. We hadn't seen Lucario come on out. I feel like given that they have a Cinderace, given that they have a Mewtwo, we're likely to see an E-Speed Bone Rush Lucario here just to give them a little bit more maneuverability. But having that Lucario along with Falb on the Rapidash, I've got to be honest, I'm a little bit worried for this Cinderace and this Mewtwo Y in the backline.
Well, Kelly, we have talked about the draft a little bit, but I'd love to bring to the crowd this piece of information I just got from production. We have confirmation that not just was Falb the player of the game in this last game, they are also the top one average damage dealt, MVP score, knockouts, and scores overall globally. Globally. Falb, followed by 3 other Force Gaming players, Angel, Kiluki, and Soto. That is just an insane stat.
Yeah, this is really just demonstrating Force Gaming, not only in the LATAM region, but just globally. And this is one of the reasons why they are one of the teams that are going to Japan and representing at the Asia Champions League in a couple of weeks. So, you know, at the moment, seeing LATAM being at the top of the leaderboard, excited to see how that goes. But first, they have to go in, and with this second match, we have Infamous Gaming on the purple side and Force Gaming over on the orange.
Wow, I'm still stuck on these stats, honestly. While we have a misery 1v1ing a Lucario, I did not think that was going to be something to happen in any of my days, but that is what is going on right now. At least they were trying to stop the Lucario from taking the wild Pokemon here. They did pretty well by securing the Natus too, especially with Ero being around.
Now we can see 3 members up against 3 members in this top path. Rapidash online is going to charge at that Galarian Farfetch, but is going to quickly retreat. We do have Gohans that needs to try and get that level 4, get that Acremi. That way they can provide the support that they need to their team.
And it's so necessary as well because they need to get the extra bit of XP to this Cinderace, as we have an evolution there to Surfetch. Meanwhile, Falb was trying to get damage on the back line. Infamous Gaming retaliated, taking down the Umbreon as the first KO of the game.
Yeah, a little bit of a, I mean, I was going to say slow start, but really we've had a lot of action up here in this top path. But yeah, it's only 0 points to 4 right now, as we have both central areas going and retreating on back. Well, actually, I can see on the minimap, Rapidash has decided to take a little bit of a detour into the bottom path.
They have, and because they just run so fast, they can afford to do that. All right.
Literally, we flashed down there and they're already gone.
They were. It's just so fast, isn't it? Meanwhile, that Kaboot is going to go to the central area and just trying to get in position for as soon as they get their level, there we go, 7 for the Cinderace, they can go for the Regidrago.
Yeah, but it looks like they're just waiting for the time being, waiting for members to just come out and expose themselves from the tall grass. But Rapidash has found their target, is going to Smart Strike onto that Alcremie, while it is caught in that mean look as well. But they are able to make a safe escape.
Indeed, now Leldo is in trouble. Umbreon will go down, and caught in the mean look, Falb could find a position to take somebody down back for Force Gaming. They're able to do so, and it's for the moment a 1-for-1. People are going down really fast though now that Soto is in the middle of 3 players of Infamous Gaming, although Falb says we have a chance and the dream, although, you know, has completely shut that down, called as Cinderace Darkrai.
Well, yes, Darkrai, as they get sent into the dark realm of the Pokemon Center, allowing Force Gaming to go and get some dunks in the top path. Meanwhile, we do have Mewtwo, Arimus being able to lock down that Regidrago for the team.
And going for either of the Regis now is the call for the teams. Infamous choosing for the Registeel. Meanwhile, Force Gaming is on the top side, although they have also decided to contest this one. Chinta is focusing on the objective, and straight away, that side deck will go down. So very nicely done by Infamous to confirm the objective and shut down Force Gaming's attempt to try to retaliate. Now, Falb has arrived at the scene. There's a mean look onto Seabus, and they have to be careful because that that Draco Meteor is finally starting to do some damage straight onto that Unite move from Falb as they go into the back line as well, enabled by Leo with the mean look too, as they have just taken down that Surfetch, following up for the Okrami, and it's only Artemis surviving there in the pad, but not for much longer. Straight teleport onto the berry, but stolen by Falb as well, just waiting to get in range for the next Dazzling Gleam.
I've got to say, these combinations from Force Gaming, utilizing this mean look, allowing a Dazzling Gleam, but also the Draco Meteor to just deal out so much damage is really working out a treat for Force Gaming. Once again, as we are nearing that halfway mark, Infamous Gaming have been kept at bay at 0 points, while Force Gaming, they're at 191.
Crazy. We see Infamous Gaming climbing back on the fights, but Force Gaming just knows how to control the early game. Infamous, though, will take the Regieleki, but Draco Meteor zoning them out. There's the Umbreon going down once again as the first one in the battle. Force Gaming decides to let the Regieleki go through, but is still trying to defend at least the tier 2. The overdunk that can be done here by Infamous Gaming is huge. There's the cake on top, as we're going to see Force Gaming still attempting to continue this defense, but the points, with a perfect overdunk as well. Not the most, but 39 is pretty good. Okay, as we continue as well with Force Gaming attempting to continue this fight with another mean look, we guarantee for Force Gaming a position to potentially take this one around. But here comes the Cinderace that does knock it down, and Fab will be sent to the Pokemon Center. The Draco Meteor, though, finally, Kelly, is really doing some work.
Yeah, I'm really curious to know how much Eon energy that Latios has, because that is a lot of meteors raining down from the sky. Otherwise, a great yawn from this Snorlax to get 3 members. But look at this. None of them end up getting taken down, and Snorlax is getting absolutely punished in return.
They are, and it's gotta be a moment where Infamous has to be careful, because they finally built some momentum on levels to be able to get either online. Speaking of, level 12, really in a good position with that feint, going for the best out of range option to not get hit by Force Gaming. Over the wall, though, they're going straight into the thick of it. Feint is going to be the move of choice. Over the wall with eject button, and Kiluk is down. Now Ito is just really cleaning them up. Get this Cinderace medal, or however a World Cup works for football.
Okay, there are definitely some signs of life coming out from Infamous Gaming. A great comeback fight there from them to knock out multiple members, but definitely got to give my applause to that Alcremie to provide that Fluffy Cream Supreme over the wall. But there we go, Cebus is going to get caught out with that Draco Meteor and Mean Look combination, but it doesn't really matter because Infamous Gaming have done what they needed to do in securing that Regirock.
They managed to do so. Though, almost got 100 to 0 here. So Infamous Gaming is now aware of the amount of damage that this Latios can do right now that we're getting close to the final stretch. There's plenty of yellow dots, Kelly, on the board, and Infamous Gaming can take advantage of that to lock in 2 more level 13s for the 2-minute mark.
Yes, Infamous Gaming definitely need to try and reach these benchmarks, especially considering Force Gaming have 3 members that have already reached those benchmarks at that level 13. Otherwise, we do have another Reggie up in that top path, but it's too close to this Kyogre about to spawn, and Force Gaming, well, they have this pit covered.
They really do, in all the entrances as well, because it's Kyogre, so many bushes and tall grass to be in a strategic position to get them into an ambush. Falb is going to poke them out, even though they're melee, into the back line with that Dimension. Goes back towards their own team as the Draco Meteor finishes the front line of Infamous Gaming. Now, Force Gaming is still repositioning. Haven't seen Chinta in this tall grass, as they are now finally going to be spotted out. Another Draco Meteor. They are caught in that Psychic. Great pull by the Psyduck as they continue to wipe Infamous Gaming off this final stretch.
The combinations coming out from Force Gaming are absolutely gnarly. We do have that lunging elite surprise coming out from that Farfetch, but he's not able to pick up any KOs. Snorlax going to take a little bit of a nap, while Kylux is quite low. Rapidash is going to go and target down those attackers, and well, they have the numbers advantage, and Kyogre ends up getting secured to Force Gaming.
It's just how they do this. They control the map. They control central area and final stretch. Kiluk almost takes down Cebus as well, but it's no problem that they are still standing because your team, Force Gaming, 444 points scored to 135, have full control over the 30 last seconds of this game with the Kyogre buff.
Yeah, just once again, I feel like I've already said it 50 billion times here during this match, but Force Gaming's composition just worked out so well this time. The way their moves complemented each other. Having the mean look, following up with the dazzling gleam, having those Draco meteors, the fact that Angel Zine is just raining on down on Infamous Gaming right now, there is just nothing that they could do.
Force Gaming undefeated, and your top one Latin America Regional League for Pokemon Unite Championship Series. They had already qualified for playoffs. Now they are just securing and cementing their first top one in the regional league. So excited for this squad and how they are going to be playing on ACL soon enough. They are definitely prepared for all of the international stages.
Well, I know we mentioned it earlier on in the day where they did end up winning their match yesterday, and if they went on to go and win their next two matches today, that they would end up securing their world's spot by the end of the day. So still one more team to tackle on down, but considering how good they looked during this match, they are just such a scary force to face. They just played so well. I'm lost for words at how well they played.
Oh yeah, me too. And you know, I know you said, is the Rapidash the ban? I think it is. Ooh. I think it's a respect ban if it happens, and I feel like this region has just finally come to a term that they need to respect. Falb, your player of the game for Force Gaming in this sweep, 2-0 against Infamous Gaming with a record of 230 points scored, 10, 2, and 8 Cafe, and 82,000 damage dealt.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I know we're, juicing up a Force Gaming here. I think in comparison to that first game, Infamous Gaming, they did have some pretty great moments. They did have some great team fights in that central area and were able to at least pick up some KOs of their own this time round. But I guess it just was not enough to deal with the combination, the team synergy that Force Gaming really demonstrated in this set.
It's so interesting that this region is just so highly competitive that we see a game like this and we're like, yes, Force Gaming showing their best, Infamous Gaming also showing their best against the top one team in the region. And like you said, they stood a better ground than they did in game one. They recognized a couple of things that they needed to adjust for game two. And I feel like they worked. I liked the Mewtwo Y, the gameplay from Ito on Cinderace, especially the Blaze Kick and Feint Cinderace, was very cool to watch. The Surfash was utilized well as well, but overall, I would say Force Gaming has a better map awareness and just this, knowledge of strategy, timers, and just where to be at the right time.
When you think about it in the grand scheme of things, Pokemon Unite, there are a lot of layers when it comes to a game. There is so many things that you have to be aware of. And yeah, as you mentioned, just knowing those timers, being able to keep track. But map awareness, not only in terms of those wild Pokemon, but also just where your opponents are. And I feel like Force Gaming really have that down pat.
They do, definitely do. It's just like that point in final stretch where they were like, okay, we don't see Tinta, so maybe, or maybe because, of course, they're not from Brazil, Tinta in Spanish more than anything. They didn't know where Tinta was, so they just presumed, okay, they probably behind us. And Tinta was there, the Surfetch was in that tall grass close to the right side of the Kyogre pit. And they were like, okay, we just retreat, we catch them, and we, instead of allowing the enemy to have that corner on us, we just say, you're stuck here with me, so...
Yeah, probably not the position that you want to be stuck in either. But folks, we are going to head on over to a break. So set you guys free, I guess. No, you're not stuck. Well, I mean, only for 5 minutes. That's the only air that you end up getting. But Peru Unite up against CACM Esports up next. We'll be back very soon.
Hello, everyone. I am Zoinks, and yet again, I am in the tall grass. I am covering all of the matches that are happening off stream, all the shenanigans going down there. We're going to get some player interviews here eventually as well. But for now, I've switched over to the North American mindset to be covering some of these games. And one clip that I want to show you is from a really exciting game between Evil Geniuses and Citadel Gaming. This is a really fun one. Citadel Gaming, one of those teams in a really precarious spot right now in our playoff picture, potentially. And this Evil Geniuses game was certainly an EG showcase of strength. So I want to actually cut to a 3-minute and 20-second clip. You can see Evil Geniuses wins a team fight on the bottom side relatively unimpeded. Is actually going to have the opportunity to push all the way towards Tier 2. If you take a look on your mini-map, though, you can see that Citadel Gaming has completely pivoted and is doing damage to the Reggie Alecki. Could be clearing space, trying to score on the opposite side of the map. We see this very frequently. You take one loss, you try to go for an advantage elsewhere. What I want to say is I think Chris Smith makes a really good call on this Zashi. You can see that they actually rotate away, give up that tier 1, and rally back for the defense. So I'm going to head this into slow-mo and take a look at this. Some incredible jump pad play. Huge surf by Ducky. Creates space not only with the Reggie Alecki, but it separates the entire team away from the Vaporeon of Immortals. This big separation is something that Evil Geniuses plays around expertly, relying on the long-range damage of Curios. And Bevin on this site, they're basically just waiting on cooldowns for the entirety of this team fight, all set up by Ducky's Blastoise. So really good work by Evil Geniuses, not only getting a score on one side of the map, but rallying back for a big defensive play at the same time. They clean up this match. They don't even need a big scoring push near the end of it either. Evil Geniuses hold on to it and win this match 2-0, but not before showcasing some pretty damaged numbers. Curious with 106,000 damage done, rolling it with almost 100,000 HP recovery, and So Sad Sam with 92,000 damage on the Latio. So a lot of fireworks in that game, but at the end of the day, it results in an EG win, a team that's already locked up their spot for playoffs, but of course are going to be hunting to get as close to the top as they can. That's all for North America right now. I'm going to be jumping back into another match, but we are going to be throwing it over to Wonder Chef and Relic to continue our coverage of Latin America. Take it away.
are both muted at the moment. Not sure if anybody can hear us, but just in case anybody can, it does look like we might be going to a short break before this next match begins. So we'll be right back, if any of y'all can hear us, with a great match between Peru and CACM right after this. And take two. We get the do-over. Nobody saw that, right? Just everybody forget the last, I don't know, several minutes of your life. I do that just by the nature of being old, unfortunately. So it's quite easy for me. I'll teach you all how to do it too. So welcome back. Of course, thank you to Mr. Tall Grass, who gave us a great recap on some North American matches that are happening off stream. But we've got a very important LATAM match coming up. It's going to be Peru versus CACM. And Relic was expertly saying, you know, not muted at all. Certainly you all heard it in your mind, just about how important it is to win all of your matches for anyone in LATAM that isn't in the top two currently.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Did that.
I'm joking.
I almost did that. And I was like, I swear they're gonna yell at me if I do that. And then I saw you doing it. I was like, okay, is he doing it? Is he doing the same joke? Okay, you beat me to it.
Production.
You got it.
Skipping a heartbeat. I'm sorry. Okay, let's throw some slides on, shall we? Let's talk about Peru and CACM, because it's really funny talking about the middle of the pack with the table, because like the middle of the pack is the rest of the table outside of Stamina and Force Gaming. Peru currently sitting on 5 and 6. They sit there on the virtue of the fact, Chef, that they have not lost 7 games as opposed to the 6 that they have right now. Another virtue that they haven't played as many games as other folks. CACM, their opponents, is on 4 and 7. So if they were to win this series, they'd be on 5 and 7. DreamHack have won twice today. They're on 5 and 7. And you've also got Infamous Gaming, who have dropped a couple of sets. So it's like, it is carnage out here in Latin America. CACM Esports, I quite incorrectly said that they won 2 series yesterday. Granges of exaggeration from me. Unfortunately, they only won 1 series. Tuzi Esports beating them. Tuzi Esports also, funnily enough, beating Peru earlier today. So, with all of that said, we have ourselves an opportunity for Peru to kinda, sorta, cement their 3rd place slot for what it's worth. Every game counts. I cannot exaggerate that enough.
Right, I'm almost more, it's more impactful, I would say, to see them if they were to lose here, because then CACM ties them and has the better tiebreaker against them. So immediately that takes them from being a potential, you know, like locking into potentially getting a spot to almost like not locking them out of a spot, but they have to win multiple after that to try and make up the difference. So really Peru has to fight for their spot. Of course, our reigning world champions. CACM though is going to give them a run for their money. We're going to see some targeted bans here. Reggie, one of the most targeted players in the ban phase, maybe of all time, and this Gengar is going to be off the board. Garchomp as well.
That 9% is all in, baby. That 9% is all in. It's just Latin America. just banning Reggie. That's all they want to do. Draken picking up Blastoise then as first pick, a pretty strong first pick as far as first picks go. What about CACM though? We're looking at Burning on this Crustle, Ranma on this Mew. I actually didn't get a chance to cast CACM at full strength. Ranma unfortunately unable to be present at the AOS Cup in London. First pick Mew, great options of rotation, great kit of course, lots of crowd control and objective secure ability.
Right, these are actually two of the most storied teams in the Latin American region, as they've played together pretty much for years with these exact rosters, which is really impressive to see, obviously under different names, but I think it's literally been like 3 years at least for each of them. We are going to see a switch back to the Zacian, who we kind of saw maybe not as much coming out from Europe later on in the day, and then of course the Hoopa, who has just been a pretty key choice for a lot of the big victories that we've seen. However, not like all picked, like is not the #1 support that we've been seeing go to.
I like Reggie just saying, "Hey, Anemo, you're not allowed to play Scyther. If you're gonna stop me playing Gengar, I'm not gonna allow you playing Scyther." Zinus onto the Inteleon, Anemo onto the Urshifu, a Pokemon which I'm still like, my eyes are squinting at Urshifu. I know there is value in that Pokemon. I've not seen it consistently enough yet to be impressed, but Texas is picking up the Blissey. Still a lot of belief in this Pokemon across both of the Americas, and Frank whipping out the Serena. I kind of love this. That's a really left field choice.
That is, of course, it's a pick that we've seen a pretty good amount, but not recently. And even then, I mean, Asia loved Serena for a really long time. We just didn't get a chance to see it as much in these regions, but I'm excited to see what Frank's going to do with it. And one thing about these teams is they do actually play a lot of really similar Pokemon. They have a lot of big crossover. I mean, Anemo and Reggie are both kind of like these star players that are going to be able to steal a lot of these picks away from each other. Reggie specifically so flexible, can play I mean just many different roles within the damage dealing sub role, or maybe I said that backwards, but you get what I'm trying to say. They can do a whole lot. They're flexible. We've enjoyed watching them for a really long time, but seeing this particular draft, I do like the fact that they stole away that Scyther. That seems to be kind of like the key point to focus in on.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at that Scyther and I'm looking at that Serena, and if I'm CACM, I've watched Europe and I've thought, man, that Inteleon looks pretty darn good. Oh, hey, Zinus has selected Inteleon. What do we need? We need some ability to just navigate our way through an entire Blastoise, get to the back line, and shut it down before they can do anything. A Trop Kick Stomp Serena can do that very well, especially with the Queen Ascendant Unite move. That would basically remove, as long as the level parity is decent, maybe half the health bar of the Inteleon, leaving Stomp to do the rest. That's an Inteleon removed from the field of play, and sets up very nicely, I would argue, for CACM, but that's theory. We'll see if they can put it into practice. Peru is your purple team. CACM is your orange team. Let's get things underway.
Kubfu going to be a little bit vulnerable in the center area, but does not seem like we're going to get any sort of significant invade. We actually did see Hoopa going down a little bit to maybe get some vision to see if there was going to be any sort of aggression, but we're playing a little bit more standard to start things off. I mean, like I said, two storied teams. They played against each other quite a bit as they've just been around for a really long time. So probably just testing the waters to see how they're going to feel about this particular set when so much is on the line.
Zinus with the spray. I hate it. It's such an eyesore. I really dislike this ploy from Zinus, but Reggie putting on the sunglasses to try and look cool. They aren't able to steal the march on Draken, but they do steal away an Indeedee, which leads to the Evo for Texas. Here comes that Water Bearer Nemo. Wow, leaning even more into my insecurities about Urshifu. They take a lot of damage, but that's great covering from Zinus.
Yeah, we've actually seen a few single striker Shifus do decently well, like maybe early yesterday, where they were just, you know, the classic, we're just playing a secure Pokemon, right? But we're going to go back to what we saw, I think, was it literally in the last set or was it 2 sets ago? I don't know. It's starting to blend together for me, but we got a chance to see, I mean, hey, it's a lot of games this weekend. I forget which gets picked exactly in what, but we did see another multi-strike, rapid strike in the previous set, just like I said, within the past few, and it seemed like it was doing okay, but I always do question why that over some of the other particular choices you could find.
Look, man, after seeing Wigglytuff pulled out on EUIC main stage, I'm questioning everything and anything these days with the Unite Championship Series. Reggie Drago then dropping Central, and that looks to be a pretty one-on-one matchup right now. Peru versus CACM. This is Shifu versus the Scyther, but here comes the supports to help out. Pocket supports well and truly.
Ooh, and Reggie just taking his time, not really jumping into the fight quite yet.
Rock Tomb to slow. Not looking good for Anemo. There's a wonderfully placed Solar Beam from Ranma, and Anemo is forced to run away, but they're actually going to focus on Reggie Drago. Bernie fancies getting involved in this, but that X's a little too late in the day. Surely going to get punished here. 4 versus 1. Doesn't end well for the Rock Crab, but now here comes Reggie, and there they find their first KO, and a second KO too, sent back to the Pokemon Center. Reggie starting to rev up.
It was almost an accident for the second one. They were like, ooh, wait, what was that? Why did I just get even more experience? But yeah, they've been waiting for quite a while. I mean, that was a lot of sitting in the tall grass, very much Zoink style of today, just waiting for somebody to show up and be vulnerable. Pokemon that has been so successful, particularly in the LATAM regions. They are just, I mean, a lot of the regions I think maybe undervalued it for quite a while, but obviously one of the Pokemon that won Worlds in this last season. So we get a chance to see just how well Reggie can play against a team that obviously knows the Pokemon very well themselves.
Peru, positionally speaking, kind of all over the place, but they do have that Zacian on top path that's gone to work and done the business against the Regieleki. That's going to have a free hit on pad, which means free scores on pad. Ooh, a Nova Dunk. They burn a bit of energy. Oh, wow. That is actually so smart from Tempo. That's brilliant tech.
We saw really strong math from Kamai earlier, and now we get a chance to see even more math where you can add subtraction to the equation. Very cool little strategy, but wow, what an ambush. I'm not sure if you can get out of that. The extra damage from the auto from Mew, oh, not quite able to catch with that Solar Beam. Okay, Reggie is playing very sneaky.
Yes, he is. He's really laying into his prototypical Gengar self, trying to surf under, I say underwater, it's under the ground, isn't it? But there are some rivers in Theia Sky Ruin. So, hey, what does this commentator know? Plenty of birds, all of them going over to CACM Esports. Here comes the liquidation, though. Tempo going a little bit too far forward, has to retreat back, but there's 4 on this top path, looking for a big score here. I mean, 20-point overdunk's pretty good. 31, even better. Well managed from Peru to close the gap to 27.
Interesting choice from CACM to just give that one up and just say, okay, you know what? We see a few of you here. We see 3 of you here. We're not going to contest it. You're stronger than us. Like, literally just take it. And it's not that they couldn't have fought it either. I mean, they have a level 11 Scyther there. That could have been like a 1v3, honestly, if the right situation arose. So maybe CACM valuing the extra experience you get from losing that tier 1 gold zone where the DD starts spawning. I'm not sure exactly what their choice was there. Maybe they just didn't want to risk giving up the KO experience of a level 11, and they played it safe before these objectives were about to spawn.
Reggie's just been raising a bunch of wild Pokemon into the ground. Level 12 now. This is actually so scary for Peru, who have all lined up minus Kea on this bottom path. There's that boosted from Tempo. Bernie going to try and return to the Reggie Rock for a little bit of support. Here's the Hoop Unbound for Kea. Brings in some stuns and really strong out-muscling here from Peru to kind of scare CACM off hand. Without the help from Reggie, who's on that top path, who's going to pick up a Regieleki for themselves. I don't know. Are they able to hold the fort here on bottom path? The Bliss Assistants and Rebel Rousers have been popped. There's the Urshifu Unite move as well. Only finds 7 hits, but the several hits are enough to ultimately take down 1. Kea are going to fall in this assault, but the damage on CACM is enough to see Peru score plenty of points, if not find the zone crack itself. Green Illusion Dive, though, the Urshifu's not going to get out for free. Reggie did drop in to say a very brief and very volatile hello.
A very important hello as well. I mean, of all the Pokemon KO, that Urshifu is going to be a huge one. The next one would be you really want to take down this Inteleon if you can get a little bit closer. Like you said, that's really going to be a juicy target that you have to deal with. Otherwise, we get to see exactly what we saw when Adesu walked around and did 100,000 damage. And we are seeing liquidation as well, so it's just really going to be annoying, especially against something like the Scyther, who is very hard to pin down, especially if you've got snipe shots, some, really difficult to hit skill shots. But you really don't have to worry about that liquidation. You just say, hey, how much HP do you have? Now you have less.
It's still baffling me. Ranked third, way behind second and first, ranked sixth. These are the reigning champions. This is a team that has top four'd in the last 2 ICs. These are 2 high-quality teams who are in desperate need of some big old Ws. And Peru, within this space of the last 30 seconds or so, have found another zone crack. They found the points lead slowly but surely, starting to close this level deficit.
A big KO onto Reggie on that side that I feel like I've been talking about the entire game, but obviously was leading by quite a bit. And now there's level 13, or there is a level 13 on the other side, and some level 12s to boot. So almost exactly tied with levels. That last swing is going to be huge. This Reggie Ice, the experience could be really nice. They could jump back ahead just a little bit, or at the very minimum, make sure they tie up. Yeah, getting another level 13 is going to be huge for them. And the buff, of course, is going to be nothing to scoff at as well. Regieleki going for free to Peru, but I mean, what, 21-point difference? It's probably going to be a little bit more than that when that Regieleki goes in, but the levels, the strength are so similar between these teams going into the final stretch.
Really aggressive positioning from CACM. Not able to catch anyone with the Rock Tomb. That Regieleki will hit the back post, but they are not going to worry about that, Peru. They've got vision on all 5 of CACM. They know where they are, and check out that Shifu is going around the other side. CACM may be looking for a bit of a rip here via Frank. There's a Nemo lying, lurking in wait, providing a different angle of the action for Peru Unite, who still look for their entry point. Watch out for Reggie on the right-hand side. Rama with Solar Beam. Still poking and prodding at this Kyogre. It's a waiting game. The patience, is it going to pay off? Boost for the tempo in with the Rock Tomb. Looking there for the Reggie Scyther. They eat a lot of damage on the liquidation. K has gone Hooper and Bound, and there's a backline from the Frank on the Serena. Forces tempo to go all the way around. ASV popped. Mystical Mirage popped. And it's the Hooper that goes down first. Reigning champions on the back line, but 2 KOs picked up for the price of 1 via the Hydro Typhoon knockup. There's a third. 2 KO streak for Zynus. This liquidation Inteleon yet again proving to be a difference maker in the UCS. Bernie pushed back via the Surf, and Nemo's going to have to disengage. More liquidation. Kyogre's still very low. Chance for the steal for Texas. Chance for the steal for Bernie. Sovereign Sword too early, and it's going to be Peru Unite who weather the storm.
That was actually so close. I don't know if you saw, but Bernie landed an X-Scissor that did so much damage to the entire team of Peru, even when there were only 2 members left up. But what a beautiful flank, Frank flank to, start that fight off. And what great positioning that we saw from Peru to be able to counter that. I mean, just great stuff all around. That was really still looking like a fight that could go either direction. They're going to be putting in a few more points. So the last 15 seconds of this match are certainly already decided. Just a little bit more. Got to pad those stats, but Peru going to go up 1 game in this set off of what was such a close fight for Kyogre.
Oh, my heart is pounding. That was such a tense beginning to the fight. I mean, a tense pre-fight, I guess you could call it. Could have kicked off anyway. Did kick off both ways. Crazy to think that Peru lost KO. That was the first KO out of the entire fight. And then through comes this Draken Hydro Typhoon. The knock-up enabling 2 crucial KOs. Zynus popping off on the liquidation Inteleon. You got to answer. I mean, for me, it's a question of when, not if, this Inteleon is gonna hit the ban table sooner or later.
I know. I mean, especially seeing its win rate earlier, it was something at like 80%. It's like, okay, at some point, people have to really realize this is a problem. And we've certainly seen some answers for it. Again, in our previous match in the EU, we saw a perfect answer for it after, seeing the most dominant game that we've maybe seen with that Pokemon all day. Just unfortunately, there were, this was a weird fight, right? Obviously, literally split between above and below this Kyogre pit. And there were flanks from both sides. We were so focused on when this flank was going to happen from Anemo, and they were just sitting there patiently for so long, and then the engagement just happened in a weird spot. And when you can't really find a front line or a back line, that's when it becomes very difficult to catch something like an Inteleon, where they can kind of go between different fights. They've got 2 sets of kind of teammates defending them, and Zynus will be our player of the game. Well deserved.
Frank Serena was meant to be the counter to the Inteleon. And I think actually when we look at the sequence of events, Frank utilizing the Queen Ascendant on tempo, not in of itself a bad move, but clearly not the ideal, player that you're getting a hold of. But then to not find the KO means that tempo is able to stick around in the minds of CACM. We almost see them claiming the Kyogre for themselves. In fact, there's probably a heart-in-mouth moment as they realize, oh no, the Sovereign Sword didn't actually take it here. Thankfully for them, Zinus with the liquidation was too powerful. So much rapid bursts of damage.
Right. I don't know if it's like truly like a strategy that one would actually go for, but one big plus of if they had taken down tempo with that Unite from this arena would have been that they would have lost their really only secure, and there aren't amazing secure options on the other side, but they certainly have some that work better than Peru would have had. So maybe they could have gone for a flip angle had that worked out, but I certainly agree with you. The overall better target could have been Inteleon, could have been Zyna, as you see here as the MVP, assuming that they were ever within range for that to actually happen, which is an entirely different story.
1,520 average experience per minute. We were talking yesterday, myself and Zoinks, about what ideal number you'd want to see, and generally speaking, it's a good day at the office if you can hit 1,300 or 1,400. So to hit 1,520 just demonstrates that despite heading into the path, as opposed to what you could maybe expect from an Inteleon, I think it's fair enough to throw it into the central area, get that Inteleon online as soon as possible. But Sobble is decent in early game. Sobble is able to scale pretty successfully off all of that experience in the bottom path, and especially when you are running something as dynamic as Acrobatics Liquidation, it means that you can get diving into and out of fights with a lot less peril than perhaps a more static snipe shot Inteleon would be able to provide.
It's just so it's so flexible, quite literally and figuratively. It can just do so much, and you don't really have to worry all that much about it. It can kind of self-sustain by just being out of danger. But we're going into game number 2. Peru needs one more game to really feel a little safe. Otherwise, they are feeling whatever the opposite of safe is, extreme danger maybe. But I mean, such a strong game from them, strong game from both sides. I think we just got to see slight changes maybe in the draft. Nothing would look like, oh, why did they draft that? To me at least, from game number 1.
Well, we're not going to see the Blastoise again. I wonder whether Peru will be placing any emphasis. Nope, never mind. The Inteleon is free. So CCM, Ramma, I'm looking at you, man. I'm looking at you. I know you want to play Inteleon. I know you want to be first pick Inteleon. None of this Mew nonsense. None of this Mewtwo Y nonsense. I know that. Okay, never mind. Frank's going to instead. Garchomp.
Interesting. I would not expect a Garchomp as a first pick. I mean, this is going to give Peru some really, really strong options. And on top of that, I feel like Garchomp is one of those Pokemon that as soon as you choose it, the other team knows that you're going to be scaling for a while, and they can build their comp around it. So seeing it as a first pick is really rare, even when it's quite strong, I feel. Of course, the other side, we are going to take some even more flexible options from the side of Peru, defender and support line, where they are not giving away any of their strategy, because those two could go with pretty much any other 3 Pokemon in the game. Just name them, it'll work out.
Given the win rate as well, I don't know. I love Garchomp. As someone who enjoys playing all Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, Garchomp is as close to a main outside of Blaziken perhaps as I can get. I kind of think there's a bit too much value. Watch me eat my words now. Snorlax and Eldegoss locked in for CACM, and there's a potential couple of counters to the Garchomp threat in the form of Buzzwole and Cerulege, leaving Zinus last pick. Now we'll see whether Ranma takes away the Inteleon.
I can't believe
yes.
Ooh, okay. Both yes. I mean, a lot of damage being added to that team in those final 2 picks. And yeah, I'm surprised Inteleon got that far into the draft, but this the other pick, the Absol, is really it. And am I gonna get a chance to see it? No, they're trolling me. They're trolling me.
And it is going to be the Latios. A moment of hesitation on the Cramorant. However, this is a team in desperate need of some form of late game threat. You've got two hyperscalers on CACM, and Latios, despite featuring no evolutions, with that passive of Eon power, means that if handled correctly, can ramp up into an unstoppable monster once we hit the final 2 minutes.
My question is, are we going to see it be the Draco Meteor? Because we've seen a lot of Draco Meteor over the course of this weekend, which I didn't expect we were going to see quite as much. Now, it's a massive amount of damage on that move, but it is a really kind of slow, seeable AoE, and so it really works if you can like lock people into things, which obviously there are some options for that. We could see like mean look maybe to like lock people into place, or we could see just the dunk from the Buzzwole, but there's some really highly mobile Pokemon on the other side, so it's just something to maybe potentially worry about. However, hey, you know, honestly, I want to see the mean look Draco Meteor combination, because that sounds disgusting. You're just sitting there, you're just like, well, it's over.
It's the Willem Dafoe meme, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
I don't like what I'm seeing, and then I can't see because it's all over. It's finished. I've been sent back to the Pokemon Center. I think, and this is maybe a bit of a weird relic thought process, no Surfetched available. They're looking for a Tank Buster to get rid of that front line, because that Snorlax and Eldegoss look nasty. You get rid of them, and I think that self-sustaining Garchomp is going to look very isolated with an Inteleon and an Absol moving around and trying to preserve their own health bars. Either way, CACM now on the purple side, Brew now on the orange side. What a huge series win this would be for them in the tightest regional league of UCS Season 5.
And this is such an aggressive top path. I mean, this is one of the top paths that you choose if you want whoever else is in top path to get zero experience, right? Hoopa and Buzzwole both immediately strong off the bat. No evolutions ever needed. Crowd control high, damage high. It's just going to completely scare off this poor little Gibble. And certainly, I mean, Eldegoss or currently Gossifleur plus Gibble, not a weak path by any means, but that is just so hard to fight against when it's a combination of both. And I didn't even see that flank happening. They're so close to taking out Texas. They're going to make it happen.
That's the K opener for an Emo on the Serral Edge, scores a free 16-2. We've got Sobble moving up through the middle as well, and they're going to be joined by Reggie. Wow, just two Pokemon who had no idea what happened to them, and now here go the two central area players slashing and dashing away. Reggie coming off the worst. Nice Bitter Blade, catches two. There's that mean look, and there's Ranma with a little bit of poke, but no joy. 2 KO streak for the big bug.
It is 8 minutes and 40 seconds left in this match, and we're already play-by-playing team fights. So this is a weird way to start this off. But I think that there's a lot of aggression as both these teams, well, Peru obviously just wants to close this out, and they chose a lot of aggression, but CACM, they're trying to find whatever that they can get. I mean, you know, kind of like a counter gank strategy is something that's going to be really important with something like an Absol, where you wait until somebody commits to something and then you pop in and you're like, just kidding, you're not getting a KO, you're getting KO'd yourself. And we'll see if they can pick up any more, but we're just gonna have a lot of damage. I think there's gonna be a lot of fighting as we get maybe just a couple more minutes into this.
Is the middle name, didn't you know? Latin Aggression America. It's not LA, it's La, because we're singing a song of pure delight. We love the carnage that ensues in this region.
Oh yeah, I mean, you saw the highest damage in you know, the entire all three regions. The average damage was I think 5. It was actually I think 5 Brazilian players specifically, and then I think it was Celeste. But going in, that is so much damage immediately.
You got the Bitter Blade Death Shred, but how about a healthy amount of Psycho Cut? And going Psychomaniac is Reggie, 195. Big scores now to close the gap. That's going to be a zone crack if they want, but Bernie holds off. And now they go back, but now the Umbreon's here, so it was all for naught.
That was wild to even attempt that. They just like walked up with like 30 points in pocket, and they were just like, hi, Umbreon, I'm going to try to score. And they still tried, and they're like, okay, fine, I won't do it. But they are going to space out now.
They want to have a go, and there is that Draco Meteor well caught. Reggie Rock is going to be taken down by Runma via the snipe shot. So we're going a very different route. There's your Tank Buster on the side of CACM.
Yeah, that is certainly an option. They're meeting a little bit further in there, and an Emo just going in. Huge Unite catches all of them, and they are all getting low. Reggie's so close to going down and will not make it to the berry.
Oh, wow, we're actually seeing what I was memeing about yesterday. Draco Meteor Luster Purge Latios. It is about to rain pure pain for Peru Unite onto CACM. And wow, an explosion of action sees Peru open up the gap to just shy of 120 points. More of this, please.
This is a lot of KOs, I would say, for this early in the game. We are just seeing, and it's from both sides as well, as we're going to see another one with, of course, those center area Pokemon ending up fighting for just a moment, as these fights are probably not going to last all that long. Goal zone's broken, and there's the Unite.
Ooh, nice eject button. And look at the trick to add a little bit of extra juice into that flying machine. Away they go, and away goes the Garchompers. Peru retake control of the top off. There's a Reggie here, by the way, that no one's touched.
Yeah, they're concentrating on the other Reggie, the Reggie that's on, well, I guess the other side of the map, who's doing quite a bit of damage so far, and we really are going to have to deal with that some point in the future. Maybe, I actually don't even know what their plan is here. Tempo probably going to have to be playing a lot of the control, and look at this aggression. We see a Hoopa kind of going almost into their center area. We see everybody just kind of sneaking through the center.
Well, I can see the game plan. The Hooper was, they have the Unite move on hand, but CACM splitting their options. Now is a short window to try and make that happen. They got the Regieleki onto pad. The Garchomper's gone down, but so has Tempo on the Buzzwole. Really low looking Umbreon, but in that backline, Anemo slicing and dicing Lizard Boy down. Absol Emo Boy down. They're going to score even more here on the doors of Peru Unite. That's a T2 zone broken. Triple digits. How about 3-3-6? It's all multiples of 3. Can they find a 3 KO streak though? Really low. Oh, the limit outreach doesn't get the final hit onto the Umbreon. It surely would have spelled demise for Draken, but now Absol is back for more. 2 KO streak for them. They managed to get so much value out of this speedster. Bitterblade, look at the health regen on the Nemo, but 4v1. Oh, they don't get the Snorlax with DOT. That is insane, dude.
You know, it's appropriate for a Ghost Pokemon to get a KO from the grave. It just makes sense. Canonically accurate. Wow, these fights are going wild. And once again, it truly feels like the only thing that's unanswered right now is Reggie on this Absol. It's been cleaning up fights after the fights are basically already over, and you're like, oh, certainly Peru won that. And it's like, wait, actually, maybe they didn't. Reggie won that, sitting at level 13, tied, of course, over there with our Ceruledge. So we're going to see, I mean, it really is going to be all about target priority, I think, in a lot of these fights, which is difficult because they are not normal engagements. They are just all over the place.
Looking to the top path, all 5 rotating there. Buzzwole waiting on Pat, looking for a back cap. They're going to be called onto the zone again. Plenty of Unite moves as he's just by Vision. And Nemo the first to go down in this particular fight, however. Finally, a bit of love for the Garchomp. Moving into the back line is Frank. That is just by Vision. Actually doesn't get too much value. Oh my word! Oh my word! That Latios is outrageous! I'm shocked that Ranma was able to run away.
So they haven't really been able to do it all that much, but they are comboing its moves with Mean Look, it looks like. There's just a lot of circles on the ground, so I wasn't 100% sure. That's kind of the specialty of Latios, is just putting big circles on the ground, as you can see right there. But I'm pretty sure that was a Mean Look. I'm pretty sure that's a combo, and that damage is ridiculous. I mean, that's one of the highest damage moves in the game, but with all this fighting, the stacks are starting to get ridiculous as well.
Relic, it wasn't a dream. You really did see this in ranked. It really does exist. The Draco Meteor Luster Purge Latios is a real thing, and it's going to invade my nightmares yet again tonight.
They're just like, well, if we get caught, it's over. It doesn't really matter. Let's just do as much damage as we can, and hopefully we one-shot them. There's a lot of attempts to just one-shot people in general. Nice snipe shot. Second one would have landed too. It was just like an inch out of range. You very rarely see it actually miss that maximum range. So we're 10 seconds away from the final stretch. Interesting positioning here as we do see, oh, never mind. I was going to say Ceruledge maybe trying to sneak around, but they actually just backed. They're a few seconds away. They might be trying to defend, making sure there's no backcaps because there's such a huge lead for Peru. I'm assuming they're going to want to play a little bit more of a defensive game, but the damage can burn it down for sure.
Yeah, 250 points. Usually I would say that you know, that's going to be quite hard to overturn, but I think this is an ace for either side, to be honest. I think this is going to be an absolute mauling for one side and not looking too good for the other. Revenant Ren, the power nap going through. You've got the Super Swole Slam onto Rama, but look at that, no Midnight Slash. Oh, Reggie, that's a disaster. And even more so, Zinus delivering the deliverance onto the CACM roster, and Nemo picking up a 2 KO streak. Not exactly the ace that I was particularly predicting, but Peru Unite take this breather to reset because they've still got, as you say, Chef, a humongous lead to work with.
They do. No Unites left. The only Unite left is Absol, and that is actually pretty gigantic. They need to just find one big opportunity here, but they do need to regroup, and that's going to be the toughest part. They might just burn it down.
I think this is their only opportunity, especially with a minute left. They've got one of the best rippers in the game in Garchomp. Low health bar for Eldegoss, no health bar for Eldegoss, and would you believe it? Despite the Draco Meteor, despite the Luster Purge, it's a simple punch from the big Swole Bug that sees Peru Unite claim Kyogre, and now it's free scoring territory for them. Hundo Burgers served fresh.
We have a chance to see maybe 2 more Hundo Burgers score the other direction, but it truly won't matter at this point. Over 500 points of a lead, and this team of Peru is still just standing here scoring more and more. I cannot count. I mean, I can, but it's a ridiculous amount that I can almost not count on one hand. How many times we've seen a random auto attack take the objective, the final objective, just this weekend alone. The Secures are in a very weird place right now, but hey, you know what? I think that was a respectable choice for sure from CACM. They have the power to rip and flip. Didn't quite work out for them. They thought the Absol Unite might take it. It didn't, unfortunately, and that's going to give Peru the set at a 2-0 victory.
So many stumbling blocks this season, so many false dawns this season. Peru needed to win this series, and win this series they do. CACM don't even hit triple digits. Peru with a clean sweep.
Almost as close to a triple digits as Peru was to 4 digits, unfortunately,
right?
in that score. Yeah, getting pretty close there. But a very, very solid game. And honestly, this was a scary game because the damage on both sides was just so high. This was a really high KO game, and it wasn't just one singular direction. But, I mean, we got to talk about it. I know you want to talk about it probably for, I don't know, another 30 minutes. But this build of Zyna's was... I thought maybe it wasn't going to work, and it worked. It really worked.
They left Inteleon over to Ramma. Zinus, I was not familiar with your game, just having this absolutely disgusting Latios in your back pocket. I'm actually quite interested to see what their overall damage output is, because we did see the potential on a Regieleki. I don't think we saw as much potential actually in terms of getting assists or KOs necessarily. Here was that last chance eluded for CACM. I still can't believe the Buzzwole got it. 95k almost for a Nemo. 15 knockouts, 7 assists. Zinus, move over. Our playmaker of Latin America is well and truly back, boys.
Almost more knockouts than everybody else in the game combined. Getting pretty close there. Unfortunately, just not quite making that awesome stat. But, you know, honestly, a little bit surprisingly low damage on Zyna's, because when we saw them actually...
I did say...
Okay, yeah, I mean, like, when they would hit somebody, that person was KO'd for sure, but maybe it was just a few times, right? It was just those few important moments. But Anemo, I mean, just did so much damage, was able to carry, and, I mean... Serral is such a good Pokemon right now. If you're fighting against a team that a lot of them get hit all at the same time, it can run the game.
I think we were talking about like the malleability of the CACM roster in terms of maneuverability, and I remember when you were saying, look at that Latios, maybe it's going to try and synergize with the Umbreon. I think that's what limits the damage output ultimately in the end. A Regieleki stands or floats still, I guess. Kyogre swims, floats still. All of CACM runs for the hills. So unless you are that one unlucky soul that is locked in place by an Umbreon mean look, you're probably going to be good enough to get away from peril and hatred falling on your face.
Right, but that is a ridiculous heat map. I mean,
that's
appropriate for a Serral Edge, but that is you are all everywhere all the time. You know, a lot of times people say like, I don't understand. He's everywhere. He's everywhere that I am, and this is like, yeah, He is. Yeah, it's actually accurate. But I mean, speaking one more time on the Latios, I don't know if it would be possible. I would love to see that first KO against the Garchomp from the Latios, maybe on slow-mo at some point during today, just because I really want to see how fast they went down. It was kind of ridiculous, and we barely caught it just because it happened so fast, but that was certainly one of the most important times that I think we got a chance to see the Latios work, was just that final big KO up against the Garchomp player. So I mean, aside from that, obviously though, Anemo, I mean, we really just can't say enough. And I mean, hey, this is one of our world champions. They've shown more than enough, I think, on the biggest stages in the world.
And one of the greatest sets of hair in the entirety of the United Championship Series. That includes production and casters, by the way. Shout out again to the 1500 EXP per minute and 80,000 damage taken, it should be mentioned. Holy moly, the regen on this Pokemon is kind of insane.
Yeah, you called out a moment where it was like a 1v3 and they popped up, and the Bitterblade did like, it was like 50% of the health back. It was like, oh my goodness, how do you even take down this Pokemon? They become invincible and then hit you for half your life, and then they regain half their life. That is pretty wild. But yeah, I mean, Ceruledge, a Pokemon that we've been seeing more and more and more, and will probably continue to do so. But I love it because I think it's one of the most fun Pokemon to watch. And so great stuff to Peru. That's going to leave them in a situation that is much safer for their tournament lives, for their league lives, and obviously it would be pretty criminal to not see the world champions return, but with the level of competition in LATAM, that is still completely up in the air.
It is totally possible that they lose all three of their series in a month's time, and then we're talking about Peru not even being in the playoffs and being forced into the last chance qualifier for Worlds. Such is Latin America. It's simply Latin America things. I think the bottom line at the end of this series that we can take away is it's time for Relic to main Latios in Ranked. I'm going to have a lot of fun. But in the meantime, whilst you're maining Latios perhaps in Ranked, you can take the moment, sit back and relax, because on the way, a Worlds spot is on the line. Oh, have I whet your appetite? Hopefully I have. Force Gaming have to beat Stamina to make it happen, will they? Oh, that's the question.
So many great teams, and 3 of them are going to head to ACL. It's going to be Dignitas, CACM, and Force Gaming.
It all comes down to this. The power of friendship remains with Dignitas.
Coming to this tournament, it was our goal to make it to ACL, so it feels great that we not only qualified for ACL, but also won the tournament, and we want to go there and we want to prove that the West can compete with the East.
And one big more round of applause for CACM Esports, folks.
Se siente muy bien. Desde que estábamos jugando las semifinales y sabíamos que podíamos ganar, era el objetivo principal de la clasificación, el ser el finalista. Y pues es mucha emoción, de hecho hasta estaba saltando en el escenario.
The Asia Champions League spot, the third and final available one, will be taken by Force Gaming.
Asia Champions League cannot wait to see this Brazilian powerhouse.
Eu me sinto muito bem sendo um dos times convidados para ir para a Asia Champions League. A gente gosta muito do Japão, meu time inteiro gosta muito do Japão. A gente viu que a gente bateu na trave ano passado, que ano passado somente o campeão ia para a Asia Champions League, a gente ficou em segundo. Esse ano a gente ficou em terceiro e conseguiu essa vaga. Então a gente fica muito feliz de poder ir para lá competir.
I love that we have representatives from multiple regions. It's going to be such an exciting time.
And we'll see you in Japan.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I am so excited to be bringing you the final recap of some of these off-stream matches from the Telegrass of North America. We've had a lot of really exciting games over there, and this next one was no exception. We had TI Gang versus Root Dignitas. In the end, Root Dignitas was able to take the win, but I want to showcase a little special clip of why I think it went down the way it did. You can see in this game one, it was extremely close, 239 to 246, and as we head into the final stretch, we have a little bit of battling, a little bit of a bout here for positioning. So that is what I want to focus on primarily in this clip. In fact, I'm actually going to pause this for a second as we see, Mega Charizard has taken one Pokemon off the screen, but that's fine. What I want to focus on is Zugrug on the Blastoise up here and Ender on the Vaporeon down here. So these are the two Pokemon that I want you to really pay attention to, because look at how perfect the isolation is from Root Dignitas. TI Gang currently has no opportunity to get in. You either try to move past the Water-type Blastoise, or you head right into the Vaporeon, Garchomp, and Mew combo. And at this point from that, it is just a dominoes falling on top of one another. You do see this play if you watch the mini-map between Machamp and Lucario, who were waiting on some Unite moves, are trying to push around, find another angle into the team fight. But at this point, Root Dignitas is very safe to play grouped up and bunched up, which makes it really hard for TI Gang to catch anybody straggling, find any stray Pokemon wandering around, and that is a Kyogre knockout immediately after. A ton of damage coming in this one, so let's just show it. I know y'all are wanting to see the numbers anyways. Taking a look at that one. Zilla with 87,000 damage. Otter back on their iconic Mew with 62,000 damage. And Toon, one of the best, and in fact, on average, one of the best knockout Pokemon and damage dealing players in the North American region on 77,000 damage on this Palmon. So just wanted to showcase a little bit why, yes, the damage numbers are insane. We are seeing great offensive play from Root Dignitas, but the defensive play from Zugrug and Ender are also there in spades. A great look for this team. I really think shutting down a team like TI Gang with a little bit of momentum behind them right now is going to be pretty important. I know TI Gang pretty excited about their win versus IX recently. All of a sudden, they're back in contention. Root Dignitas holding the line. But we got one more Latin America game to be covering, and for that, it is going to be Soph and Kello. So I'm going to throw to them for our last match of LATAM.
Thank you so much, Zoinks. It was lovely to watch a bit of NA as well, just sprinkled in while we're wrapping up the on-stream matches for LATAM, Kelly. And this one is particularly interesting. I know that we covered BH3 and Team Peps earlier, which was kind of similar. Top 1, top 2 against each other. Now we have Force Gaming versus Stamina Esports.
Yes, and we did have that Force Gaming match earlier against Infamous where they did take them down 2-1, which means they are still rank 1 on the leaderboards, 11 wins, 0 losses, but as they have secured first place in LATAM and a world invite with a win if they get this one. So a massive match coming up for them. But you know what? Stamina Esports, I feel like they are going to be a tough opponent to handle considering their stats. They're number 2, so...
They are in a record of 9-2 for Mufasa, Hitman, Anisius, Kira, and Minato. This team is just so powerful and has been climbing all throughout the regional league. And it's the only other team in contention for first place realistically. So thank you so much to our stats team. Shout out to Icarus for bringing us all of the mathematics behind these regional league standings, because sometimes they can get a bit confusing. But it was not confusing, Kelly, is the draft. We know how to read those.
Do I? I don't know. Maybe. Hopefully. You don't want to hope so. I am here for a reason, but hey, who knows?
Be optimistic rather than realistic here.
Well, you know what? One thing I am confident of are going to be these bans locked on in. We have Machamp, which we did end up seeing previously being banned on out against Force Gaming, but along with this Surfetch, who has really come up on the rise in this weekend's matches. So it makes sense for this one to also be banned on out alongside that Umbreon.
Makes a lot of sense, and I feel like that was the 3 bans that were used against Force Gaming in this previous series that we watched as well against the Infamous. So we'll see what's going to be the course of action for both sides. As Stamina is picking the Mega Lucario for the purple first pick, and Force Gaming hovering that Psyduck. Wouldn't be surprised to see something along the lines of a Crustle to go along with it, or a Snorlax. They have been very prominent in the first few picks. Zacian, though, is the option for Killuki.
Yeah, picking that up, I know that we did end up seeing some Zacian a little bit earlier on as well. However, that was ended up being played by Infamous Gaming, so Force Gaming locking that in. But Kira is going to lock in this Snorlax that does have that 40% encounter rate. But, well, this is a support I feel like we haven't seen, well, in our matches anyway. Eldegoss is a support we haven't really seen at all today.
It's true, and it's very powerful. I feel like it was a great pick yesterday on day 1 of week 4, so it makes sense that it's bringing a comeback here for Stamina. Meanwhile, Vaporeon has been picked quite a bit, 68% encounter rate, alongside a Mega Charizard Y, which also which makes a lot of sense as well as 79%, and a lot of power. Although sometimes not having the greatest results, I believe Force Gaming can deliver.
Ooh, interestingly enough, the Stamina Esports have decided to lock in 2 attackers, that being the Inteleon and the Miraidon. So whether we are going to end up seeing a Snipe Shot Charge Beam combination here, I mean, I feel like Electro Drift is probably a little bit too risky for a Miraidon, but oh, meow, we have a Meowth on the map.
We do, yes, we do. And I feel like it's interesting here because as you said, it would be too risky to go for Electro Drift, and Meowth definitely makes it even more risky when you are in close quarters. Already having the Zacian as well, so having even more distance to be getting the Charizard away from the attackers on the side of Stamina makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, I would personally say that with the Charge Beam, Anesis would go with Liquidation instead to opt for the sure hit, so that you don't rely so much on the skill shots for your damage all around, because if you miss, then you just basically miss every part of your damage on the lineup.
Well, I know in one of the previous weeks it was dubbed by either Spraggles or Doobs as the granny shot of the Inteleon moveset. I mean, it is that sure hit move, and well, we have seen it, and you know what? It's okay if it's a granny shot. If it works, it works. And well, we'll have to wait and see whether it is going to be that snipe shot or that liquidation for a little bit more of that trusty damage output.
Exactly, and a lot of trusted damage comes from that Mega Charizard Y as well on the side of Force Gaming. And as we get into this first game of the best of 3 between the giants of Latin America, current 2nd seed Stamina Esports on your purple side versus Force Gaming 1st seed on the orange.
Yeah, this is really a battle of the titans. 2 of the top contenders of the LATAM region, especially considering how volatile it has been. One of the funnest regions to watch. But, well, you know what is also fun to watch? We have an invade. Kira on the Snorlax, being able to take away that Boltoy and this red buff because, well, the central area has decided to abandon ship.
Well, they okay. So it's not just the fact that Falb has abandoned ship and went for the push on the bot side. It's also about the fact that we had Meowth getting taken down as that was going on. So Stamina really punishing the rotation here from Force Gaming with the information that Snorlax had in the central area. The enemy central is not here. Just go on the offense. Was very well executed.
Yeah, looked like Charmeleon instead opted for the wild Pokemon in that central area instead of going and helping a lane, but Stamina Esports were able to secure the majority. I think if all those wild Pokemon against those other 2, but Kira does end up getting punished this time round, so unsuccessful with that invade with 3 members chasing them down.
Yeah, it's just about the versatility and the adaptability that Force Gaming has been able to showcase. Stamina goes for the invade. Force says, okay, now we know that you're going to go for the invade. We're going to shut you down. At the same time, Stamina also does the same. I know that Kira's not going to force the issue too much about going in and invade soon because there's Reggie Draggy. Reggie Draggy. Ooh.
Sounds like a little pet name for Reggie Drago there. What a cutie patootie. Oh, but Reggie Draggy is getting attacked already at half HP as we have a heavy slam from that Snorlax. But after all of that, it ends up being Inteleon with that snipe shot confirmed to lock it on down for Stamina.
Yeah, not just that, but the charge beam we mentioned also going on. So Stamina with that extra KO they have there in the name of Anisus on the Zacian is just making Stamina feel very comfortable here as we're getting soon into the next Draggers. No, not the Draggers, the Reggies. What's going on?
Well, you know what, Reggie's Dragons, I mean, you know, they're all part of the same family. It makes sense there, but look at this positioning from Stamina Esports and these snipe shots just being able to poke away at Force Gaming. Yes, they didn't hit, but, you know, it's those warning shots that snipes are able to provide.
Yeah, not just that, just making sure that they secure as well the wild Pokemon while they are in a very safe distance is also a great option. Stamina confirms the bottom Reggie. Meanwhile, Force Gaming also does the same with Reggie Alecki, as there is a good presence there from the orange team. Stamina is matching it up, goes in Kira with that heavy slam. Now Kiluki is going in deep because that Mega Charizard has evolved as the Reggie Alecki hits the pad. Force Gaming also defeats the pad as it's now going to be on the retreat. Although Charizard does not manage to survive, Lel follows the same fate. Meows though, well, they're sneaky. They're good.
Yeah, they're able to get on out, but because Force Gaming did end up losing that team fight, while they did end up taking that tier 1, they are just going to retreat and allow Stamina Esports to get in some dunks, but they just did not have enough AOS energy in their pockets, so they aren't going to go in for a break. Instead, just go soak up whatever wild Pokemon is available on the map, but 72 points to 165 in favor of Force Gaming right now.
And that is a good lead being built there by Force Gaming, around 90 points, as you mentioned, Kelly. Stamina, though, with the amount of long-range damage that they have, they're just trying to poke down onto Force Gaming here on the bot side, as they are forced to retreat to pad, get those berries, and especially the healing that comes from Lel on the Vaporeon. So they need to be very careful about how they engage, considering that Force Gaming also has a very strong dive option on their side.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether they can time this dive at the perfect moment. Snorlax does end up catching out that Psyduck, but is able to go and dodge that snipe shot because I feel like that would have ended up finishing them off. But a quick Aqua Ring is able to go heal them up and get ready for this basement Reggie.
Indeed, as both teams have repositioned here for the bot side, Reggie still has spawned. There's the block onto the wall, very nicely done, zoning them out, but there is the Meowth on the back line, joined by the Vaporeon to just heal them up. But Eldegoss goes up into the air and crashing down onto Lel, making sure that Anisus will take the final hit there. Almost gets a good snipe shot onto Soto, but the Psyduck still standing. Falb is the same with a Seismic Slam onto them. It's a 1 against the world, and the Charizard is doing it. They're chasing down the Miraidon as they are forced to use their eject button onto the berry. They're not going to be able to steal it because they're on the air, but there's still enough damage to make it just for Force Gaming to take the pack.
Look, I know we've seen a Mega Charizard time and time again over the past minute, but I still cannot get over how large that Fire Blast is. It is bigger than the pad. That is wild.
It is. It so is. Every time I see it, I'm like, okay, this is kind of unreasonable. But that was the same case for the damage on that snipe shot. It was also kind of unreasonable. But Force Gaming has started this Reggie Drago, Kelly. Yeah. Maybe there is a reason. Okay, I'll concede that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, look at that snipe shot, chipping away half of that HP of that Meow, so they have to go on the retreat, allowing Stamina Esports to go and secure that Reggie Drago. Meanwhile, we saw on that picture-in-picture Zacian being able to lock down that Reggie Alecki, but we can see on that mini-map that Mega Lucario was able to go stop it in the tracks, but this isn't going to stop Force Gaming as they're going in with some Unite moves, but Snorlax is going to eat both of those Unite moves up. They end up getting taken on down, unable to be saved by this Eldegoss, who ends up crashing on down.
Yeah, straight to the face with that Seismic Slam, and although they're on pad, healing back up, the Charizard said, I can continue, but the response from Stamina was just as quick and effective. Now chasing them down, close combat as well. Snipe Shot doesn't connect, Force Gaming back to their own pad. Good Psychic there onto Minato, but Mufasa is in danger. They are, well, not in fact in danger anymore because Stamina has the numbers advantage. They are able to secure a push here on the pad, take this goal zone down, and Force Gaming are forced on the retreat.
30 seconds left to go until the final boss ends up spawning in that central area. 161 to 175 points. It is a close match, but Stamina Esports have free territory here in this bottom path to go and take this Reg Ice, just to go and elevate them a little bit more. 2 level 13s over on their side. But one thing I'm noticing is that level 14 Charizard on the side of Force Gaming.
It's just ridiculous how much XP they have been able to get right now. Snipe Shot to try and get them back, but they escaped. Lel, with that much of Aqua Ring healing, they are able to get back on track for Force Gaming to get their position here in Central, although the Snipe Shots are chipping them away. And Soto goes onto the berry. No, actually, Kira goes here onto the berry, getting a nice block. Lel is isolated and immediately eliminated as Fab now takes damage from the Aura Cannon. Psychic goes on Kira. Psychic Seismic Slam as well, just to try and do something more, because look at Kiluki, they're just completely out of the fight. Zacian is just confused as to whether they are going to try and do something about this. No contention is possible. Maybe the Sovereign Sword. Kiluk goes in, charging it up. They are just waiting for the final moment, but they're not able to do so. There's your Vaporeon, but it's just a Vaporeon. They're not able to steal it. Stamina Esports will get the Kyogre.
Stamina Esports really demonstrating this newest patch, long-range tactics, and they have these tactics down pat. Beautiful team fight to wipe out multiple members, but also not lose any members of their own. They are only a couple of points ahead of Force Gaming right now, but with 40 seconds left to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, I would say. Aura Cannon is utilized there in the central area, but finally, there comes Stamina's Hundo Burgers. 373 to 251, and a wipe on Force Gaming pretty much seals the deal that the rank 2 of the league is looking to become rank 1.
Wow, Stamina Esports just really coming on in there and being able to just play an incredible game against Force Gaming there. Incredible team fight, team coordination from them. Being able to stick together to go and get those dunks, knowing how close of a match it was to get the KOs, clear the path towards that home base, and as you said, just seal the deal for game 1.
Looks good for Stamina. Great strategy overall, and although Force Gaming was definitely trying to go anything that I say will use force. They're trying to force their way through. They try to use brute force. Oh my god. How do I deal with these teams that just sound like the way I commentate? What happens? But we can see here as we're getting close to the final stretch, right, Kelly, that Force Gaming was really going on the offense. They were trying to get the second tier their ped taken down, or at least some scores be done, but Stamina used that opportunity to get that control back, just control the wheels of fate and make sure that they were going to take down this Kyogre.
Oh, yeah, just some incredible synergy. Definitely got to give credit to Eddie Sus there. They did end up getting dove on by that Mew, but popping their Unite move allowed them just to give them that extra oomph, that sight, and not let that, Meowth escape and knock him down, allowing the rest of the team to also fall on through. But there we go, our MVP for this match, Eddie Sus on this snipe shot Inteleon. Well, they were definitely hitting the targets because 95k damage dealt.
Yup. Paired with a 140 points scored and a 12-1-6 KFA, almost perfect at that, only fainting one time, and their whole team follows the same with only 2 and a maximum of 3 feints, and it was on Kira, the defender, which you would expect to feint a little bit more, and plenty of assists shared between their players. Great effort all around from Stamina to, although it felt like some points throughout the mid-game, it was difficult. Late game, they were very confident about their strategy.
Oh, yeah. I know, despite having that level 14 Charizard over on the side of Force Gaming, I feel like in terms of their levels, Stamina Esports did have that better spread. I think in the end, they ended up having those 3 level 13s entering that Kyogre pit. So, but even then, it was still a pretty close game, as we can see at that 8-minute mark. It could have really been anybody's game at that point.
It could have. The distance wasn't that much. We know that usually a 100-point lead, it's not that much, especially if it's just around the 4, 5, 6 minute mark, as we can see here, up until the 8-minute mark when Stamina started to get a little more on top of that game on how they were going to execute late game. And Force Gaming, although betting all of their coins onto having the Charizard be the main threat, Stamina just recognized that and shut down Fab as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they really just shredded it on down. The snipe shots, but also just the electro charge from Hitman as well. Just provided that additional shred damage, but also just Kira on the Snorlax doing such a great job of the defender. They ended up tanking 70k damage in the end there as well.
Wow, that's a lot, and that's what you would expect from a defender that is really in the thick of it, and they have been doing that really well there for Stamina. Kira, honestly, I think sometimes MVPs don't go too much to defenders, but I'm such a defenders supporter, which funnily enough.
Are you a supporter or a defender? I'm very, very confused here.
I am a supporter of defenders.
Okay, I am a defender of supporters there. Okay. But moving on, we do have our next draft phase locked and loaded, as we can see the Scyther Scizor being banned on away, along with Mew and Zacian. Over on the other side, Stamina Esports have opted for the Surfetched along with Blastoise and Mega Lucario, so taking that away from Mufasa this time around. But I also wanted to note, before we go into this game, there's only been one other team in the regional leagues so far to beat Force Gaming. It ended up actually being CACM Esports. First up, when Force Gaming went into Stamina Esports, they ended up defeating him 2-0. So this is really just demonstrating the bounce back from Stamina Esports, which is incredible.
It's so true, so true, and Stamina really shows that with that resolve in the late game that we saw game 1, Kelly. Force Gaming chose their priority first pick here, the Umbreon. I would say maybe a Psyduck next could be a good option for them to pair alongside the Inteleon. Meanwhile, Stamina goes for the Machamp. That has been a very common first pick on orange side, plus an Eldegoss, and Force Gaming finishes that round with a Slowbro.
Yeah, I know Stamina Esports did end up banning out the Machamp in that previous round, but I guess knowing that they had that second pick, leaving that open for them. But Kira is going to lock in this Snorlax once again, which I think was such a great pick for them in terms of just being able to harass Force Gaming, but also being able to get these isolations with the block. But Hitman locking in Maridon once again.
And honestly, I feel like if you have had a good time with the Miraidon like they did because of all the protection that was provided by Kira, just keep it up. They're on the Snorlax again, they'll do it again. Force Gaming, rivaling the playstyle that the Machamp has on Stamina. Ooh. They go for a Garchomp themselves and a Venusaur! Wow.
Oh, okay. This is really interesting, knowing that Angel has taken away this Inteleon from the side of Stamina Esports. I'm looking at any Sus's build here. We have the Wise Glasses, the Slick Spoon, along with these choice specs. Are we going to end up seeing a Venusaur here? I feel like it has been a hot minute since we have seen this Pokemon come out.
It really
to play.
has. Honestly, I was not expecting it, but you have such a great point, Kelly. Inteleon Snipe Shot out because Force Gaming picked it. Mew, Solar Beam themselves, banned. The next best option, the original Solar Beam of Pokemon Unite, Venusaur. I feel like this is super interesting, and if they picked it, it's because they're comfortable. They have rehearsed and scrimmed with this composition, so I'm looking forward to it. And again, with the style that they had, Charge Beam plus a ranged attack worked out pretty well.
I'm just really curious to see whether a Venusaur is still viable in the meta. I know this is the meta of the long-range tactics with a lot of our attackers getting that buff, but, well, Venusaur was actually left out of this, so, you know, maybe it didn't need the buff because it is still strong and viable. Like, you know, I'm just really excited to see Bulbasaur out on the field because it's been so long, it's so cute, but so headed into our second game here. Force Gaming on the purple side, Stamina Esports on the orange with the 1-up advantage. I'm just so happy right now.
Oh, me too. I just started playing Leaf Green the other day. It's the first time I've played Leaf Green as well, and Boba is my starter. So honestly, I am super happy as well. This is amazing times. Stamina providing this for all of us Bulbasaur supporters. Force Gaming has Meowth going into the top side now, as Anisus has already turned into that Ivysaur. It's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Stamina who takes that last bit of wild Pokemon there on the top, but there is a bit of a skirmish happening in Central as well for these Natus, although it didn't really turn into a skirmish because Force Gaming just secured it.
Oh no, it is able to give that Slowbro that evolution as well, just to go and put on a little bit more pressure. But up in the top half, the 3v3 for the moment, looks like they're just going to respect each other, just, you know, scope out the territory to see who's about, as we do have let me get this right. Machop being locked in by that mean look. It took us a bit.
No, it's okay. You know, they're pretty similar in the name, and they sound pretty similar as well, so I totally get it. But both sides, they have these all-rounders that need to get the third level, the third evolution there. And we are actually just in the midst of seeing that Machamp become a Machamp and punishing Kiluk as we speak. Even the mean look, is not enough to stop them, as they are. Submission Machamp here will continue pushing. It is it? Well, I saw a sludge bomb. I saw a sludge bomb.
If it's sludge bomb, it has to be
exactly.
It has to be Solar Beam.
Exactly.
There it is. Solar Beam confirmed for you, everyone.
Let's go. Solar Beam, Hyper Beam duo. We call them the Beam duo now. And Stamina guarantees this Regidrago. They're in a good position as well to know that even if Force Gaming starts any of the other two Regis soon, Stamina can steal because that's a lot of range and a lot of damage.
Yes, it is a lot of range from both sides here. I think Force Gaming picking up this Inteleon was a great pick. Otherwise, Venusaur just going to go and clean up those birds with one beam and a sludge bomb, leading them at that level 8. But, well, Meowth is soon to take on over there as well.
Plenty of members of Stamina here on the bot side, as they have prioritized. Well, this is the first one. We're now just discovering that this is Roulette Reggie steal for Stamina, while Force Gaming is securing the Regieleki on the top side. So we'll see both teams going on the offense for these tier 1s in opposite sides of the map. A good heavy slam here on Soto. as it is a goal left on 1 point, but nobody really with enough points to score to make it a worthwhile overdog.
Yeah, even though we did have Eldegoss with those 8 points there, they decided not to actually break it or give Force Gaming any of those comeback experience with those Indeedies. And, you know, maybe just trying to look for a bigger overcap later on. Otherwise, a great heavy slam onto that Slowbro, who's able to use their eject button and not get KO'd. Valve trying to look for a target. Snorlax's probably not the greatest pick, so they are going to have to retreat, receiving a wish from that Umbreon.
Right now, not much that these two teams can do, just waiting for the wild Pokemon to spawn. There are a set of birds in the central area that could be contested here, but they were swiftly taken by Anisus there. So bot side still with a big presence from Stamina Esports, still looking to get that huge overdunk on the pad. There's just 1 HP, and with that Inteleon down, that's a great way to go about it. Soto will fall next, so Stamina is super confident about this. 39 overdunk on the way, although stopped by Falb on this Meowth that gets a beam to the face, still able to get a 39 overdunk.
Edisas really making a statement there, going and solo uniting the Meowth with those seeds and along with the beam to the face. I feel like there's some Gen 1 rivalry happening there between Venusaur and Meowth.
That's just so funny. Meowth was like, no, you're not going to score. And Venusaur was like, you sure? You sure? Yes, we will. But at the same time, Kelly, Force Gaming has been able to get the scores even with 94 and raining coins there by the Meowth from Falb. They are able to shut down that Venusaur, like we said, and it feels like there is a rivalry.
Yeah, I feel like they're really just hacking at each other. Otherwise, Foul being able to slither their way away from Akira and the block, allowing Force Gaming to shred on down both of these objectives, as Garchomp also secured Regieleki up in the top half.
Exactly, and that is a huge swift in just the way the things have been going so far. For Force Gaming, we have just reached the 5-minute mark, just counting down from there, and they're finally swinging it back. Level 12 on their Meowth for Falb. As on the side of Stamina, nobody even has the level 12 yet.
No level 12 just yet, but otherwise they are still looking quite healthy in terms of levels. We do have Angel Zine, who has trespassed a little bit too far, does end up taking the short route back to the Pokemon Center via a KO.
It happens sometimes to the best of us. Now Force Gaming is going to find Stamina here in the center for that Regidrago, trying to secure it here for Stamina. They are able to do so with Kira, with that Cotton Cloud Crash. They're going into the backline there. Minato trying to go on top of Falb. They are knocked down instead, but Stamina, he still has a couple of players, but when the Livid Outrage comes through with Kiluki, you have to be super careful. Garchomp is a scary Pokemon to be playing against, blocked out, and now they're on low HP. Kira eats that berry, but it's just them and the Machamp. Now, not even the Snorlax anymore, just that Venusaur to try to defend, so they know they have to retreat. This zone is gonna go down. Maybe somebody didn't tell Mufasa that they were going on a retreat.
Yeah, well, look, they ended up breaking that goal, and now Force Gaming have that lead at 263 to 119 points. A wish for Lel, just trying to sustain and take Stamina Esports on a little bit of a trip, considering they're still waiting for some members to respawn in. But, well, it allows Meowth to go and break that top tier 2 pad as well.
And that is huge, Kelly. 279 points for Force Gaming now, just building their 160-point advantage. While Stamina is retaliating with the Regi's takedown here, Meowth is also doing the same with the Regieleki. And because there were plenty of wild Pokemon on both sides, especially for Force Gaming, they are coming in very healthy in the EXP department.
Oh my goodness. Meowth, Force Gaming, being able to lock in this Regieleki with 15 seconds left to go until Kyogre spawns. This is going to put the pressure onto Stamina Esports because they don't have the buffer of the tier 2. It's up to Machamp to try and shred it on down, but instead they're actually just going to let it run free as they're going to enter the ground, the Kyogre pit.
They got to be careful that Kira is in the thick of it now with the Cotton Cloud Crash. Going into the backline though with the Leaf Red Outrage. Maybe the Garchomp can do something about it. Still trying to stay away from danger, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Force Gaming at the moment. Now pushing back Kira into their Inteleon while Anisis is just trying to poke them out. They have some HP still left, but there comes your Dragon Rush from Kiluki, and they're okay with a Wish, with a Berry. They're fine. Liquidation. 1v1 of attackers, and Anisis wins this one.
Oh my gosh, 2 members of Force Gaming are now down. We still have a Machamp with a Unite move available to them. No resources on the side of Force Gaming, but Stamina Esports, they're not even going to attack Force Gaming. They're going to start attacking this Kyogre and shredding it on down.
Mufasa is just in the pit right now, Kelly, and Soto is in a dangerous position there as they have to look cornered with the barrage blows onto the wall. Plenty of damage that comes in through the Machamp. Now Soto also isolated. Stamina is just making Force Gaming fight for this, making them have to climb for this. But look at the point, the auto attack that could come through. It doesn't connect for Force Gaming. Stamina might have just taken this with a 2-0, but we're still waiting on it. There's still points that need to be scored because they are 300 behind.
Yes, we end up having some dunks from Umbreon and Meowth just to go and give Force Gaming a little bit of a buffer. But Machamp getting in that dunk in the top path leads Stamina Esports in the lead. And 436, wait, we have some goals coming on in. Force Gaming, they've taken back the lead here, so.
They haven't going onto the pad with that slow bro. They're able to do this one, but there's still 60 points that were scored here with 50 that comes on the other side. We'll see if this is going to be in 10 seconds. And we have 5 points. I think the Stamina is ahead, but maybe the Meowth can do it. Falb is going on to the other side. Are they able to score? Are they able to get enough? But this is still up into the air, Callie. We don't know who exactly took this one.
I don't know. We had 14 points from Meowth. We had a 6 and a 2 from this Snorlax. Is it enough for Stamina Esports to defeat the undefeated team? 501 to 503 points. Stamina Esports have clutched it with a 2-point victory.
Stamina Esports boost Force Gaming and everything into perspective for the LATAM region. Force Gaming was fighting to take a qualifying spot for Worlds in this series, and they did not make it right now. They are still up there on the standings, but Force Gaming were denied that ticket to Worlds in the week 4 of Regional League. Stamina beats them 2-0 in an insane fashion.
LATAM over and over again for the past 4 weeks have just pulling out surprises of their magical hat of mysteries, and oh my gosh, that was incredible from Stamina Esports to just push on through despite pretty much all odds against them. That was insane.
That was everything. I loved it. I loved watching the picture-in-picture and seeing Falb try to get enough on that Meowth on home go zone on Stamina ground. But Force Gaming just was shy 2 points. 2 points from making this the most incredible run of undefeated. But now Stamina have taken them down for the first time in the season. Anisis now is your player of the game with 90,000 damage, 5-3 and 6 KFA on this Venusaur.
Venusaur still has it. This right here, the underdog, the dark horse, the unexpected pick to just come out of the woodwork and absolutely shine. I love these storylines so far. I'm shaking right now. That was incredible. 5 knockouts, 3 fates, but yeah, that just the coordination from Stamina Esports there. Wow, I'm speechless.
Me too. Me too. I'm just taking deep breaths right now because I was completely caught in a moment. I'm still, recovering because it was a lot of emotions. I had no idea who was going to win. And by 2 singular points, Stamina makes this a 2-0 against the undefeated team. That record now then becomes Stamina on 10-2, Force Gaming 11-1.
Wow, yeah, it's these storylines that we just absolutely love to see. It really just goes to show that, going up into week 4, anything can happen. Nobody is invincible when it comes out to battling on the field of the Sky Ruins, but just the complete flip arounds. In part 1 of our regional leagues, Force Gaming were able to take down Stamina Esports 2-0. The only team that were able to take a game of Force Gaming was CACM. Nobody else managed to do that. But the fact that Stamina Esports came on in and took them out 2-0, as I said, it's just incredible. I can't think of words right now.
Yeah, it's a lot to process. And this graph in particular, I know, Kelly, I know. The fact that it's just so close up until the moment the Force Gaming created this huge lead. And then the final second is just absolutely crazy. Yesterday, we also had a game, myself and Chef Casting, that was a 2-point differential win. This has happened again. I feel like there is a pattern to stuff. Next up, we need to get a repeat on the regional finals from last year with that tie. That was also insane. Gotta love Pokemon Unite competitive play.
It's these moments that we live and breathe for, and we just soak them up because they just give, it just really just got all of our hearts racing there. But yeah, we could see the Stamina Esports, I guess, being a Venusaur, they really just have to stick to that Centralia, really just get those buffs, get online, and that way they were just able to shine come those final moments with those beams.
What an incredible moment. I think, honestly, the combination that they had was well crafted. We saw it on the first game. I was going to say game 2 because this felt like usually goes to a game 3 if it's this intense. No, that was a game 1 and a game 2. So first time they had the Inteleon for the Nisus and Mew, and then you had the combination, or actually, excuse me, the Miraidon, and then they had the combination Miraidon plus Venusaur. Let's have a look at this replay again.
I know, I feel like yes, you had Liquidation targeting that Machamp there, so not the target that you want when that Kyogre is quite low, but just having those Kyogre shields on hand. But I think in terms of Force Gaming, they tried to, they did buffer their lead there by sending Meowth and Umbreon to go and get those dunks. And Meowth didn't actually end up retreating. You can see on the mini-map that they decided to stick around and continue getting dunks, trusting that the rest of their team could potentially defend this pad. But unfortunately, just with the sustain that the Kyogre buff provides, it was just too hard for Force Gaming to go and deal with, especially, 3 points. We can see Kira here has their 3 points, ends up getting their dunk there, but right at that last second, they end up picking that one Eos Energy difference.
Wow.
One point. Double.
Not just that, Kelly. On the other end of the map, Fab on that Meowth was trying to score a 7 and kept on getting denied by Anisis, the MVP for this team. It's just insane how they were able to pull off all of that communication in the midst of so much chaos.
You know what? Chaos is a great word to describe that, 100%. I feel like it's chaos on the battlefield, the scramble in terms of just got to get in as many points as possible. I feel like chaos behind the desks here, both of us just absolutely losing our minds. Oh, I love it. That was an incredible match. Definitely a highlight here for me today. But we are going to get ready with I believe an interview. Do we have an interview here, Soph?
We're actually going to have to skip this one, unfortunately. We couldn't set this up, so we're going to go into a break before we get the North America Regional League matches ready. The first one of your day will be Lunex Gaming versus Evil Geniuses So you must not go anywhere because you don't want to miss this. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon Unite action.
Make sure.
All right, I get the chance to sit down with Evil Geniuses Chris Smith. I'm really excited about this because Chris Smith, you're one of the premier players in North America right now. People are talking about you, how exciting your gameplay is, how impressive your mechanics are. But I want to talk about first a little bit about the team Evil Geniuses. From the start of the year at LAIC, maybe not the performance you were looking for, to just catapulting to success right near the top of the NA regional leaderboard, as well as a finalist performance at EUIC. What's been the biggest focus for Evil Geniuses this year, and what would you say is the reason for your rapid growth?
We definitely put in a lot of work after LAIC, focusing on EUIC, and I think we showed it at EUIC. I mean, of course we didn't win, but I think we're just keeping improving over time, and then we want to become the strongest team in America and eventually the world. And I think just focusing on like our team play and like the little things that like not many teams may think about, like in draft as well, a lot of things that are important to us.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't want to delve too deep into your strategies. I know top players don't want to give away too much of that kind of stuff. But when it comes to preparing for teams in the regional league, obviously coming up here, you're going to be going up against Lunex. How specific are your strategies to each team? Are you tailor-making a plan against every single opponent? Or is it more a generic game plan? This is how we want to play.
It's definitely a lot of draft prep, a lot of like focusing on like individual players, like strengths and weaknesses, and like hammering in on that, like what they're good at and what they're not at, and just exposing those in our gameplay.
Okay, I got it. I like that a lot. The Chris Smith, it's kind of awards season right now with stuff outside of Unite, so I wanted to ask, we're getting near the end of the season. If you had to give an MVP of Evil Geniuses season so far, who on your team are you giving that award to?
An MVP?
You can say you.
I don't want to say me. I'd probably give it to Curious. I think he puts in the most work. I think he's kind of like the IGL of the team, and I think he like points us to the direction and the strengths we need.
Amazing.
And I'm really appreciative of it. Yeah.
Well, a great leader, I think, isn't that option, but I got to give some MVP sauce to you, too. Well, thank you so much for sitting down with me, Chris Smith. Great luck. Good luck in your next matchup, and
Thank you.
Have a good time.
All right.
All right, everybody, I am getting the chance to interview the secret weapon of Lunex Gaming. That's right, I get to talk to Holy. I am so excited. Lunex Gaming, a team, I would say, full of incredible weapons and incredible players, and yet they have a secret one yet to bring out. Holy, I gotta ask, are you so excited to get in the mix when of course, when the time comes?
I'm excited and I'm ready. I think none of these teams are ready for the secret weapon.
Okay.
I don't think none of them ready for what I'm about to do. For the mons I'm about to bring out, everything, bro.
Oh, I can't wait. I truly cannot wait, and I hope it happens this next game. Now, your next matchup is going to be against Evil Geniuses, a pretty incredible team, currently ranked number 2 in the North America region. Do you think that's going to warrant the secret weapon?
I think that everything comes with time, and if the time is right, then the secret weapon, he might have to go drop a little Penta or something. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, a Penta on EG. I'm even more excited. I didn't know if I could be. Holy, last question I want to ask you, just about your team, Lunex in general. You've had some great games. You've had some middle-of-the-road games. What do you think is going to be what your team needs to do to find that consistency and earn a top spot in this regional league?
I think we gotta just remember to trust each other. I think we gotta remember that we've been together for a long time and we know each other well, and just play off each other,
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy I got to talk to the secret weapon of Lunex Gaming.
For sure.
Good luck in your next game and have fun.
Hey, you too, bro. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. It's week 4, it's Sunday, it's regional leagues, and now we were thinking, surely, Force Gaming, the tour de force in Latin America, will they go to Worlds? Well, they might still, but they're going to have to wait until week number 5, because Stamina Esports there with a 2-0 sweep, beating them by 2 points when we could have had a tiebreaker. Sheesh. You'd think that that would be the end of it, wouldn't it? Hallmark, stamp it, let's go. But, Chef, we got an entire other region to finish off here. North America is back, and we're kicking things off with Lunex up against Evil Geniuses.
I actually think after that we should just skip North America and just, that was a good way to end it. Yeah, let's do it. No, Lunex is going to be starting off against, like you said, Evil Geniuses, which is going to be a pretty tough match. Anybody against Evil Geniuses is going to be a little bit tough, but Lunex already taken down Root Dig a little bit earlier. They are going to be trying to hold on to some of that momentum. However, I do believe that they suffered a loss yesterday, ending their kind of huge win streak that was pushing them up into that 3rd place spot. So we'll see if they can bounce back. North America getting really close in score with, the lack of undefeated teams being, they're the trendsetter. They're like, okay, we're going to have be the first region to not have an undefeated team, and then you can all follow along.
Indeed, Lunex losing to IX. We talk about the extremely exciting games. We got Lunex, we got IX. They're going to be facing Extinction later on, so you can stay tuned for that. But for Evil Geniuses, the MO is clear. Based on previous form, based on previous results, you should be beating Lunex Gaming. However, the big question on our mind, Chef, if you guys have been keeping a watch on home and been watching the lovely Zoinks, Mr. Tallgrass himself with that interview, the big question would have been, because now we see the draft, is Holy going to sub in and drop an ace? The answer is not in game 1, at least.
Oh, yeah. You got to wait until game 3, or otherwise, what's
True.
the point?
This is equal weapon.
Yeah. You don't give that away for free in game number 1, for sure. Speaking of subs, on that list, I saw Pikadiff for a moment, so I was wondering if we were going to get Pikadiff playing once again, but no, Evil Geniuses with their main roster. Big Pikadiff fan here. We are going to see a ban that we see a lot more in the LATAM region, with that Scyther getting banned. Everything else pretty standard, and Meowth, looking like a really strong pick today. Not one that we're getting a high encounter rate with, but it's one of those, like, if you know type deals, it looks like.
Mega Charizard Y is available, but because Wonder Chef is here, we're not going to see a good game with it. So really, it's kind of like, you should pick it in most cases. Lunex, we're suggesting that you probably shouldn't. And you know what? They're going to listen to our advice, Chef. They're picking up Psyduck first. Given that they had Blastoise hovered? I don't know. That's a bold first pick for me.
That is a bold pick, but, I don't dislike it. Honestly, you can see all these water types that are being, hovered over. I feel like all of them are really strong, and they go with any team. Other water types happening. Whoa. And mine, I don't even know what's happening anymore at all.
Lunex Gaming are like Mega Charizard Y, Mega Charizard W, because Mega Charizard who? We got Mr. Mime and Cramorant, baby. Press A, confirm, let's go. But Evil Geniuses is avoiding them as well. Maybe both teams are deciding that Coach Relic and Coach Chef are the ones to listen to. Kyrios locking in that Greninja, Chris Smith locking in the Zacian, which means that Lunex, if they want, can go for the Mega Charizard Y. They're looking at Celestial onto the Ceruledge, and the Empoleon hovered. Quick switch over to the Garchomp, which we have seen a lot of today.
Why take my Mega Charizard? Why, when you have Cramorant? What's even the point? It's just going to look weak next to it. I wonder if we are going to see this Galarian Rapidash. Yes.
Wow.
This is a really good pick. I'm starting to see that. Another one that's been flying a little bit under the radar. It's a difficult Pokemon to play. You have to really be comfortable with that kind of like hit and run strategy and not overcommitting, but boy, does it look good, I think, when it is played well.
Smell the free air, everyone. It's time to go out and touch some grass, maybe, because what do my eyes deceive me? No Mega Evolutions? on the battlefield. This is incredible. Wow, Mega Lucario banned away, but Mega Charizard Y not picked. Mega Charizard X not picked. Both Mega Mewtwo's not picked. And also Mega Gyarados, when it seems like everyone's put it in the bin anyway. I'm really excited. These are two really fun rosters, two great teams. Let's get stuck in.
Hey, you know, we saw some Mega Gyarados earlier. It's not completely gone. It's all on the board. And yeah, really interesting comps. I mean, hyper interesting comps. We did get a chance to see Oblivion play Cramorant yesterday, and it was really effective. A really effective, like, kind of game-winning strategy, using that Unite move to control a lot of space. And it worked really well because, as I spoke about last time that they played, the entire team of Lunex, when I interviewed Celeste, he said it very specifically, they're a very aggressive team, and they really like pushing forward and taking their space. And once you do that, that really gives you the opportunity to wall off like a retreat or some sort of secure or some sort of just anything, taking that space with that Cramorant. So we'll see if that ends up happening again. Obviously, I want to talk about it a lot, but Lunex on the purple side, Evil Geniuses in the orange, and they're going to be fighting for that top spot. They're trying to at least fight for that top spot on the side of Evil Geniuses, as we're going to see Roland with the classic invade.
Gonna back up your point, by the way. We saw Yiru on the Cramorant as well in Latin America, and they look pretty good on that thing as well. Here's Tie-Dye, manages to steal away the Escavalier just in the nick of time. Roland pops the X speed to get out of town.
That was all backwards. That was like Roland was like, I'm going into my center area on the other side of the map, and then it was just like, Tie-Dye's like, I'm gonna come and steal your last hit from your center area. That's what it felt like to me, but obviously none of that is exactly correct. Great way to do that without committing a lot of time, though.
Oh, Celeste made the early rotate. They found the evolution. Surely going to take down the Eevee not-solution. The solution may be later with Vaporeon, but not for now. They are forced to wait.
And that is one downside of trying to invade with an Eevee. Not always the strongest to invade. You really can't win that many 1v1s. You got to be sneaky. You got to steal things away, but the secure's not that strong either. You're just trying to be annoying. I mean, if it does end up becoming, evolved, it becomes a lot better at the invade, but it's a little bit slow sometimes. And so far, we have not seen the evolution. About to see it, though.
Hot take, I think Vaporeon's Eevee, the best Eevee. I think its Swift is fantastic, and its tackle is really good because it brings stuff with it. How about getting jiggy with it, however? We've got a little bit of fanciful feet with Vin on this rather dazzling and gleaming Alolan Rapidash, heading back to the safety of the T-Wood zone and assisting in Ducky onto the Wartortle.
So far, not a lot of roaming from the Galarian Rapidash, which is a little bit surprising. A lot of times we do see them rotate around just because they have the ability to, so they're just kind of like, why not? But playing pretty solid, pretty safe in path. We are going to get some, it seems like maybe a couple 3-2 splits once this center area farm has been farmed. Or maybe they're just going to leave Cramorant all alone down bottom. Right now, it's having a little bit of a tough time, it looks like, trying to defend that bottom goal zone instead of center experience. Just go into Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Lunex 2 steps ahead of the curve. Cramorant with its first of, I am sure, many, many KOs to be seen later in this game. Phantom forced to get out of there for the Cramorant, but here's Kyrios on that Greninja to find their first KO. Onto the Cramorant indeed. That's the right way. That's the ticket, Kyrios. Get rid of the Demon Bird.
As fast as possible. So far, though, there have been some KOs here and there, but the way that these team comps are formed, we're not going to see the full team fights probably until later. Obviously, once this experience here, they're going to commit a lot of AoE damage.
That's a big amount of healing as well from the Aqua Ring. Greninja the first to go down. Low health bars across the board, but it's a 2 KO straight for the big quack duck. It's all about Tie-Dye putting out some colorful performances and some colorful coverage for Lunex Gaming, but still low health bars for this purple side, and they're going to go after Registeel. This is a big risk, given that Roland is still in town, given that Vin Diesel is on the way, but just about Lunex get away with it.
If Vin had run directly down at that objective, could have gotten like a 1-move 3 KO streak. I don't know if they knew exactly how low everybody was going to remain, and obviously that would have been a really big risk, because if it didn't work out, you might have just KO'd yourself, but that was just a scary situation to be against a team that has pretty much all AoE damage. They just have big circles around them, and those big circles, they hurt. They're spicy circles.
Watch out for the circumferences, folks. Do we know our angles?
Oh, we're about to find out.
I know. If only we had this series one day earlier, it would have been magnificent. But instead, we're going to have a slice of the action, and we're going to see another slice here as Garchomp goes through the middle, but they're going to be stuck in the middle of that Blitz triad. Vaporeon ultimately stealing the credit away. Water Shuriken burst, another stealing of credit as Vin Diesel goes to work, and another 1-2 KO streak. Why not? On bottom path, we've got a bit of fisticuffs between this Blastoise and this Mr. Mime. They're still looking for more tie-dye, missing with the Bubble Beam, Mike eating with the Vin Diesel, Dazzling Gleam, and again another bit of stealing the KO credits as Crispin gets involved. But now here comes the Limit Outrage. That Garchomp going to town, so close to level 10, but a couple of misses. Nice fancy footwork from the Sword Doggo, but never mind, there's more on the way. Here's a 2 KO streak, and Oblivion gets one. Sheesh!
Luna cleaning up. There are going to be some berries to escape to here, so probably not going to confirm that KO on Chris Smith. But can I note that I'll start with tie-dye like kind of casually 1v4ing for like 20 seconds? It was like a really long time. They were doing really well on it, but a great cleanup. And I mean, really, if there's one Pokemon you want to clean up all the KOs, it is going to be that Garchomp. Gave some XP as well over to the Cramorant. So all their damage dealers getting a lot of big buffs in that experience, hitting 11, I believe, first in the game. Maybe Greninja did. I actually didn't see it, but they're right up there, and everybody gathering for a fight now on this bottom path.
This is so Evil Geniuses. We've seen Lunex basically win every team fight up until this point, but Evil Geniuses still within 6 points despite losing his own. Hydro Typhoon into the Revenant Rent. That's going to be Evil Geniuses with a major team win and a Regice in pocket. Blitz Triad through the middle into the Surf. That is 3 wiped out in an instant for Lunex. Make that 4. Looking for the aces. Tie-Dye moves back onto zone. I don't think they're going to spend much time defending this one. That's a decent overdug for Vin Diesel. No, they're trying to do some mathematique here. They've ultimately decided that this... Dude, commit to scoring, please. Thank you.
Okay, we've seen a lot of good math today. Sometimes you're going to get a little bit of bad math or communication. It's just going to happen. Oh, the Unite coming back out once again. Ducky getting extremely low. They're going to try to push down this goal zone.
Not giving me a moment's rest, are they? Here we go. Garchomp backline, but they're going to eat a lot of water. The Stormfront a little bit too wet for their comfort. We've got the Regigralgo going into the hands of Evil Geniuses. That is going to be almost another ace for Lu. Hey, remember when I said that Lunex won all of the team fights? Yeah, scratch that. It's 2 for 2 now.
Yeah, like the 5-minute mark, it was like really even, and then by like the 4-minute mark, they had fully team wiped Lunex like 2.5 times. Pretty big swing is what I'll say, but their damage is really starting to add up, and we got to see Lunex. I mean, we as well. Lunex is kind of a comp that's built around big team fights. The Mime Unite is going to enable so much, and then they just have so much AoE damage with their other big Unites, but we just haven't seen a chance for them to really get that big engagement that they want. And I love this little sneaky play. Maybe waiting to try and find either a back cap or just some experience, and it looks like at this point they'll just steal away some experience seeing how many members of Lunex are there.
Big send for Celeste in with the Bitter Blade. Aqua Ring's going to basically negate all of that damage done. The Regieleki threat on top path has been dispelled. Evil Geniuses lead by exactly 100 points.
That's easy math. I like it when the math all lines up. 2 minutes 50 seconds. We could fight for this and be okay being KO'd if it's pretty quick and not have to worry all that much about the respawns. But the longer this is delayed, the more awkward it is.
All 10 players, you can throw a blanket over them. Back line into the Hydro Pump. They've got this Garchomp up against a wall, and they're not going to be able to use Limit Outrage to give themselves a little bit of space. Evil Geniuses running rampant, and this time around, Lunex are like, I don't fancy losing 4 of our team members here, so let's retreat and save our resources for another fight.
Right, and honestly, the respawn timer on that Garchomp was, it was low in a way that is not a good sign, because it shows how many times that Garchomp has been KO'd recently. It's already back, but that's really, I mean, that's a good thing, I guess, at this exact moment. So now we got to see if we can see a full team engagement with all of these Unites combined for Lunex. That's really got to be the strategy. And like I said, we got to watch the Mime engage. That's probably going to be the first best opportunity. Maybe the Psyduck, something huge. Otherwise, they're just not going to be able to get close on this team fight.
Into the Surf, Bitter Blade, Ducky not isolated with Kyrios in the back line. We've got Chris Smith there too. Hydro Typhoon into the Water Shuriken burst. We've got the Psy-Eye, but here's the Gulping Gatling Missile, close quarters. Cereledge is down. I think this is looking pretty good initially for Evil Geniuses, but that is a quick KO for the Cramorant to find. Are they able to find another one though? No, it's the Duck that goes down next. Oh, I spot Kyrios has gone down. 2 KO streak here for Chris Smith, but it is still 3v3 in the center circle. Now going into the Limit Outrage. That is a really well-timed Unite move here from this guy, finding 2, the knock-up. It's the Oblivion Hurricane Cramorant that makes a difference in the end. Going for the rip now. Blastoise, Ducky, the last hope for Evil Geniuses here in the center circle. But wait, Kyrios is on the way. They're legging it. They're hoping for some sort of impact, but there won't be an impact. Lunex Gaming with Kyogre.
Oh, and only 2 members up. They really don't want to try and defend this. I mean, they're going to have some nice damage to defend this, but giving away 1, I guess technically they don't lose. Nice, going to go for some smart. Oh, no, they didn't go for smart math. They could have gone for more better math. They didn't in the end. It's tied. It's still the lead for EG.
Yeah, but surely they're going to get some score down. It's still 5v4. They've got the advantage, and there we go. The points raining in. Now looking for more KOs to try and pour salt into the wound. They find Vaporeon on this backline. Ace for Lunex Gaming.
That will certainly write the book on that match. Wow. And can I just say, the Cramorant really was so key to winning that. They got an early quick double KO. I believe they were kind of being aggressed on, right? Like they dove into the backline trying to take down Oblivion, and then that Unite was able to take down 2 big damage dealers. They kind of snuck all the way around. They used a lot of that CC to enable some more KOs, and just the combination of their damage alongside the Garchomp damage actually meant a ton. So finally, I get to see some good Cramorant games on stream in what is an upset first game of Lunex versus Evil Geniuses. Like I said, though, Lunex already took down Root Dig. They could take down the top 2 teams and kind of solidify themselves in that top 3.
On the very first day of the season, we saw Evil Geniuses run out 2-0 victors against Lunex Gaming. Very different looking series here, and a very different looking game. I mean, it's strange, isn't it? Because we're talking about Evil Geniuses keeping things close, continuing to score despite Lunex initially winning those team fights, and then a big swing of the pendulum over towards Evil Geniuses, win 2 big team fights back to back. You're thinking they're in the ascendancy. Look at the level advantage the Evil Geniuses have, but Lunex picked their moments.
And you can see right here, we get a little bit of like aggression into the back line as Kyrios tries to dive onto the Cramorant. Same thing with Vin, and both of them just melting to that Cramorant Unite. I mean, I guess not just the Cramorant Unite. Lunaire was also there in extremely strong positioning, and then of course that Lunaire ult or Unite as well just did so much damage, leading into what was a strong victory. I mean, that was pretty settled. I was a little bit scared once they managed to score just a little bit and not technically take the lead, but like you said, there was a pretty good chance they were going to score in the end. That would have just been a heartbreaking way to not quite make it by not quite doing the correct math.
Misread by me, by the way. I thought that it was Oblivion who knocked up those 2 players in the central area. Can you believe it was the Mr. Mime boosted auto? 10 assists. I certainly didn't see them until that moment. Lulia here with almost 100k damage on the Garchomp. One of the best looks that we've seen from this Pokemon today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, every Pokemon looked really good. Every pick from Lunex really kind of shined, but also every pick from Evil Geniuses shined. It was just really how that last engagement went, and that can be the danger of Cramorant. It's so hard to break into that wall that is its Unite move. It can be, you know, like, it's basically like setting a trap for you, and that's exactly what happened. So, I mean, great stuff to both teams. What a huge comeback. It's really unbelievable they managed to pull that off.
Yeah.
When you're the closest Pokemon to that Cramorant are the damage dealers, they're the first ones getting hit, and they are just taking so much damage.
It was so scary too, because Chris Smith was able to find 2 KOs in that early team fight as well, and so you're thinking surely the advantage with them, and with Gulping Gatling Missile, sure, you're dealing a lot of damage, you know, at short to mid range, but you're also static for the entirety of that Unite move. We saw the Blitz Triad going down from Vin Diesel on that Galarian Rapidash. Never mind, Cramorant is just too good now.
Weird words. Cramorant with some rough history, but I mean, we gotta talk about Lunaire, who almost hit the 6 digits as far as damage and was just in all the right positions the entire time, which were also, man, kind of weird positions. A lot of times you tend to see the Garchomp in the fight, I guess you could say a little bit early, but they were sitting around behind. They helped defend and secure KOs against the back line, especially using the crowd control of the Dragon Rush Dragon Claw combo that we can see right there. And then they came in a little bit later in the fight, still having their Unite available, and then cleaning up like 2 to 3 members of the enemy team. So really kind of reserved style for what is a very aggressive team and potentially an aggressive Pokemon, but it was exactly what they needed at that moment. And like I said, 92,000 damage with 72,000 damage taken as well. Certainly nothing to scoff at.
If I was a journalist, I'd lead with the headline, "Whoa, evil geniuses need Mega Revolution Pokemon to be able to win fights?" Obviously, not as simple as that, but I do find it really interesting that with a lack of Mega Revolutions, it felt like there was a bit more comeback ability for this Lunex side, who drafted extremely well. Whether we see a repeat of that in game number 2, dare I say, I think it's probably unlikely. I think we see a dip into, if not the Mega Lucario, which is likely to be banned, maybe a Mega Charizard of the X or Y variety, maybe Mewtwo Y stepping into the fray. Hey, maybe we'll even see a Mega Gyarados, why not?
Yeah, we haven't seen Mewtwo Y for quite a while, but certainly some of the players that used Mewtwo's, both Mewtwo's, really well, kind of to start off with, were are on this team. And Curious is a great example. Curious, one of the most successful Mewtwo. I think it was still Y at that point, but I've seen X as well. Players
was it ever X?
Season, yeah. There were times where we saw X for sure, but it wasn't as much. I mean, Y was dominant for a lot longer. So, but yeah, we certainly saw some X. We'll see though what is different in the draft, whether we're going to see any of these Mega Pokemon. I mean, honestly, they might just not be feeling the style of any of them. Obviously, Lucario really does end up kind of slotting into any team. It's just that strong, but you do have to kind of build your comp around the other Megas. So if Evil Geniuses aren't comfortable with that, or they don't feel like that kind of pace is going to work against an aggressive team like Lunex, maybe they just don't go for it.
Interesting to note the ban percentiles here. This is actually for this weekend alone. Just demonstrates how much Sirfetch'd has been taken off the board here. A real impact in the competitive scene. Our picks are underway. Tie-Dye going with a Psyduck once again. Evil Geniuses rolling, heading onto the ace pick of the Hooper. Ducky rolling back with the Blastoise. Now, what of IMAX? That Mr. Mime at the right moment did make a huge play. But I think we're going to, well, maybe we are going to see the run back of the Mr. Mime and the Cramorant too. There was consideration there, Chef, but hey, don't fix what ain't broke.
Yeah, I did point out as well that we were going to see a really important Unite come out from that Mime, and we did actually end up seeing that. They locked down 2 to 3 members, and it kind of started that fight. But we can look on the other side. We are going to see the Greninja once again, and I mean, Greninja was looking quite good. It's just that it got melted so quickly trying to jump in and take down the Cramorant, and then, oh, that's interesting, especially in the world of Palmont. Seeing Zeraora once again is surprising.
Adding another circle to the mix if they go with Discharge, which, I mean, given that we've got a Sword Doggo and a very fancy horse that like to get close quarters, I would imagine that's the way that we're going to be going with that. I mean, to be fair, the Cerulege was open, and aside from every other pick on Evil Genius's side, the one change is that Hooper. Is there any thought behind moving away from Cerulege because of Hooper, or is it just trying to keep Evil Geniuses on their toes?
I guess theoretically there is a thought that maybe you, well, I mean, again, this is assuming that we do end up seeing a Portal Hoopa, which is not necessarily the case. We've seen a lot of Trick today, and Trick would be quite strong on a couple of these Pokemon. But if there was Portal, theoretically you could play Zeraora to try to pull people away from the Portal, or maybe do a little bit more AoE damage onto a Portal and prevent that from happening. Maybe you, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't feel like Cerulege has any sort of significant weaknesses against something like the Hoopa, but maybe I just don't know the matchup quite well enough. And I mean, I certainly don't know the Zeraora Hoopa matchup well enough. That's really my only thought of what interactions they could have, is if you manage to land the auto attack pull on somebody out of a Hoopa portal, that seems like kind of a GG.
You know what I have spotted is 4 full heals. Which, for those of you who don't know the Revenant Rend, that's not good news for a Cerulege. Lunex are going to be your purple side. Evil Geniuses, your orange side. What an upset this would be if Lunex can run it back again with a W.
And are we going to see this Psyduck invade or just try and play defense? Roland actually not going to be invading this time around, even though Hoopa quite a strong option for it. But I guess when you're going up against the Zeraora, maybe that's the idea, actually. Maybe the idea is that Zeraora is going to be really strong as well at defending against the invade, where Charcadet is not quite as much. Just getting that strong early fast clear, and Roland being, in, again, most complimentary way possible, one of the most annoying players in the entire league. Love Roland. That is a compliment.
Annoying, but in a good way. We encourage your enthusiastic annoyance here as we end the first minute with donuts.
Yeah, pretty slow altogether so far. We are gonna have to wait a little bit for a few of the evolutions, but I mean, Zeraora probably is gonna be one of our first big chances to get a KO. We'll see if they end up rotating up towards this center where they're starting to see some fights as we're getting a little bit of like maybe some 3v2s, or I guess it's a 4v1 up top. They're gonna be getting the first KO on that Gibble.
40-28. The donuts didn't last long. They've gone a bit stale, and more stacks here for this Kyrios Frogadier, who's going to head back to base. Tie-Dye will not get there in time despite rotating up. Celeste moving back into the central area here as we look next to Reggie Drago.
Really? A lot of... I don't know, ignoring going on with Reggie Drago, and I still always wonder why. It just kind of feels like it's free XP if you have the time to just sit there and farm it, but a lot of times people will just still simply not do that. And compared to last game, where I do believe you said, quote, they are not going to give me a break, are they? They've given you quite a break this time, right? I mean, this is a much slower game. You would not know that these are the two same teams watching game number 1 and game number 2, but A and center, they are starting to gather a little bit. That Zeraora maybe going up for a push.
Yeah, boo, make me work, guys. Come on, make me work. We do have a potential KO opportunity here for Vin. Smart strike, dazzling gleam. There we go, Mr. Mime gone. Oh, here we go, the discharge though, Celeste. In the meantime, Kiro is taking away the Reggie Drago, disengaged there for the Zeraora, and it is important to note, however, that is the discharge Zeraora, so looking for a bit more CC, and utilizing that Reggie Drago beautifully. Thank you, student Kyrios. 30 dunk, they take the lead by 20.
So I actually don't know this interaction, but we saw Celeste try and land the cool, like, kind of frame perfect pull. Oh my gosh, hold on, a lot of damage immediately. The defender going down first.
Yeah, that Hydro Pump locking them in place. Tie-Dye on pad with the Bubble Beam, not going to last for too long. Is that a Surf Greninja that I'm seeing, or was that just the boosted auto? I think it was the boosted auto, to be honest with you. But now a clean 100 is broken by another 5. Kyrios, if not at full stacks, is going to be very close. As a KO up here on top path, Chris Smith getting going.
I have not seen this Hollow Air nearly enough for the Greninja, so I actually don't really know what the effects look like. I thought that as well. That boosted auto has like a cool effect behind it. I gotta get some more Hollow Air. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I don't know what the hindrance resistance versus the Zeraora pull interaction is, because there was an attempt to do it and it just didn't quite work out. So we'll see later.
Coin flip moment here for both sides. It's going to be Evil Geniuses and Azation. Chris Smith taking Reg Eyes. They find 2 KOs, make that 3. Good push here for Evil Geniuses on the top path. The Psychic will throw Roland away for a little bit, but Chris Smith isn't done. Metal Claw surely going to get the KO in. No! The Psychic saves them at the last moment, but the damage is done. First zone crack, 12 or so point overdunk.
Psyduck so good at surviving. If you don't just instantly take down a Psyduck, they are just walking away for free. And that was about as close as you could be to not getting away for free, or not getting away at all. But you can see even against damage like that, it's pretty significant. And look at this forward like posturing basically from Evil Geniuses. They're trying to see where everybody on Lunex Gaming side is, where they can kind of go, and what a surf.
Kyrios is level 11. Alarm bells. Kyrios is level 11, and that's a lot of damage that should have been done by Celestial on the discharge. Turns out 2 or 3 levels now does make a difference. Level 12 at 5.5 minutes to go. Kyrios is in really big danger. Will Robinson territory. They take down the Mr. Mime. Asai buys some space. Vin Diesel taken down by Oblivion on this Cramorant, who has had far less to say. Far less KO, certainly by this point of the game. Evil Genius is going after the Regieleki, unleashing the Hooper and Bound. Ducky on this front line got plenty of vision, plenty of zoning opportunity. This is surely going to be a zone crack. By how much is the question? 16 points or so. Evil Genius is near enough 200 now.
Now the question is, how far will they push with this Regieleki? Obviously there's a little bit of a fight going on over here with Celeste. Oh, so close to being able to take down Vin, trying to chase with dive, but not quite gonna get the KO. Oh, trying to return. Oh, catches them, makes the read. They were trying to back in that tall grass. What a great call out, just barely managing to pick up that KO. And we can see actually there's a rotate, maybe up top to this buff Reggie, or maybe up to this tier 2 to try to score a few more points over there as the Regieleki is being defended on the bottom goal zone.
Barrier up by Space, but Evil Geniuses wait for no Lunex Gaming. This Regice going into the pockets of Evil Geniuses. Fair play to Lunex, taking down that T1 on bottom pad, by the way. Good work from Celestial, and the punish onto Vin Diesel, certainly, with 4 minutes to go. Despite the level advantage, this one ain't over yet.
And the level advantage is weird, because if you look at all the levels and you just like put your finger over Kyrios' level, you're like, okay, this is actually pretty even. But then you take your finger off of Kyrios' level and you're like, what happened? Why is Ninja's level 13? And they're almost level 14, probably, I bet. We'll see when we get over them again. But they have just been getting so much experience. And they are, of course, going to be the big target. So far, I'm not sure if we've seen Celeste land any of the pulls. Again, for anybody who's not familiar, you land a boosted auto at the exact same time that you return with your move. And so you teleport somebody back with you, essentially. So we kind of just call it the pull. We see a lot of really strong Zero Aura players do it. It's very difficult to do, and so that's why we've seen it missed a few times. The timing has to be absolutely perfect, but you land it, and it is one of the best engaged tools in the entire game. Think Icicle Fang, but 10 times further.
See, this is why I am exclusively a Zero Aura Frontier style believer, because then we get to call it the lasso. It's Wild West themed. It's wonderful, isn't it? That bottom Reggie is fake. Like, that entire area code is uninterrupted. Evil Geniuses and Lunex Gaming got better things to do right now.
Yeah, it's like they're scared of it. Like they don't want to. They're like, oh, we don't want to deal with that thing. We might see a little bit of a slow rotate down to the bottom, which it does seem like maybe is going to be the case. They also, I think, really would like to take it closer to the 2-minute mark rather than just taking it immediately. We could see, especially with how they're gathered, Evil Geniuses could be sitting up top and trying to burn down the buff Reggie, whatever one spawns up there. They do certainly have the damage for it. I mean, you honestly could just leave Kyrios there and they would have the damage for it. So not going to be too big of an issue. They are going to have to rotate down, but I do like the fact that they have set up some vision, leaving, like, I guess their tank and their supporter at least in the tall grass, making sure nobody's waiting for them to ambush them on the way back. That will be the Regirock buff. A quick take, only like 4 seconds, as we're going to get ready for this final stretch with only a 14-point difference.
Yeah, 350 on top of the Reggie Alecki hitting there for Celestial. Ooh, don't like that from Oblivion. That's a little bit of chip damage done. Kyrios, again, so scary on this. I'm almost half surprised that he's not level 15, to be honest with you, Chef. Still waiting and posturing. Lunex Gaming, maybe waiting for the mistake. That level 14 Celestial Zero Aura can make a big difference with the Plasma Gale if they find the right engage. Hurricane, here's the showtime to try and get a stun onto Ducky, onto this Blastoise, forced into the Hydra Typhoon, catches up to. Here's a Water Shuriken burst. Sai trying to buy a little bit more space, and there's a Livid Outrage. It's only the first KO onto the Celestial Zero Aura, but they're going to find the second one thanks to Lune's Garchomp. Evil Geniuses forced out of the abode. Now watch Chris Smith. No, they're not going to get a chance to throw the sword down. No mercy from Celestial. Look at Oblivion chasing after this horse. It is certainly amazing, but can they find the steal? Ducky taken down. It's Lunex Gaming threatening the 2-0 sweep.
And only one member up. It is Hoopa. Now, one thing to remember here, I mean, look at so many points in pockets. They do have the Hoopa Unite. Unbound is available, but I mean, Roland has to not get KO'd. That's going to be the first big thing. Hundo Burgers in this top tier 2. They are rotating down maybe to this bottom tier 2. Still so many points in pocket, but 46 seconds left. And you can see Roland moving a little bit further forward. That Unite might be the only way that they manage to get away. If they can pull back any of these buffs, that will be gigantic. But right now, trying to chase Dai is pretty difficult.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and fight back here. There's the first KO, Chris Smith. You could not have hoped for a worse buff transfer. But here we go. They've got the second buff, and that's really unfortunate. Actually, no, look at that. That's transferred. Sorry, never mind. Chris Smith has taken the Groudon buff, so nobody else gets the Groudon buff because he's got the 2 KOs. There's a Livid Outrage waiting. It's not going to be used. Scores 3-2-6. Evil Geniuses. But it's going to be a backup here for Celeste. It's all down to Roland to block them here. Hydra Typhoon, the knockup, but Lunex Gaming with simply too many hands to handle the Evil Geniuses. What a result! Lunex 2-0.
unbelievable, and 2-0 off of the back of ridiculous final stretch fights. Both games in a row, Evil Geniuses holding on to that lead, but those final team fights went completely the way of Lunex Gaming. Great defense. That Mime Unite, may I note, at the end was so key to guaranteeing that nobody else was going to score. In the meantime, Celeste was also threatening that final goal zone. So just so many things to deal with for the side of Evil Geniuses that now are down to a 9-3 record, a little bit far from their previous undefeated record, and North America starting to look closer and closer in score, in skill, and really the world spots up in the air completely.
I'm baffled. I am absolutely gobsmacked.
This point, you're like watch. Oh no, wait, it wasn't this point. Where was it? It was earlier. I'm sorry. I just really needed to point that out when you were like watch Zacian, and then immediately Celeste teleported over, one shot him, and then went back. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. Sorry, continue to be baffled.
I said, Lunex Gaming is now as close to Evil Geniuses as Evil Geniuses is to Ridiculous. That's how big a result this is. Oblivion on the MVP, Cramorant, 45k done. Huge influence in both games. In all honesty, pretty low KO scoring. I mean, you got Kyrios on the 7 and Chris Smith on the 5, Oblivion on the 5, but apart from that, KO's pretty sparse, honestly. And I'm not surprised after that early game. Evil Genius is giving Lunex the respect, perhaps too much respect on this occasion.
Well, truthfully, in the game of Pokemon Unite, you only kind of need 5 KOs, you know? Maybe 4. You get those at the right minute, and that minute is being the 2-minute mark, and that can be the game, and that's exactly what happened. Super low damage game as well. I mean, look at this. On the winning side, we've got 30,000s kind of like leading the pack. So just, again, a much slower game than last time, especially with how slow the start was. Obviously, there started to be a lot more KOs later in the game, and the final 2 minutes was pure chaos, but they slowed it down. They played a slightly different strategy. That heat map is hilarious. That Cramorant does not have legs. It is stuck in one exact spot on that map, and maybe it like looks out and says, what's over there? What's over there?
No notes. No notes.
No notes.
Extinction at the end of our show is looking at this thinking, what on earth have we signed up to here? We were hoping to try and get a win over Lunex, and now they've 2-0'd Evil Geniuses. What is even this weekend, dude?
I mean, hopefully we get the interview. I know that Celeste has been doing their interviews, but I have some great questions for this team because I'm really curious what happened with their loss earlier. I know it's a weird thing to ask, so I'll have to ask them later. But with how they're looking right now, I'm surprised that they lost. I mean, I was saying before, they're a team that has, or I think they had a loss earlier, I believe. But this is a team that looks like they are on just so much momentum. Just endless momentum. Starting like a couple weeks ago, like I said, they were at like, I think a negative, maybe not a negative record, but they were like really middle of the pack. They were struggling with some of the other teams in the middle of the pack, and then all of a sudden they just found something. I mean, maybe that something is Cramorant, I guess, and Zero Aura, but the meta favors them maybe now. They're playing teams that looks like they really like. Their play style just seems a lot more solid. Everything's just looking really good for them. And being able to, within 2 weeks, defeat Evil Geniuses and Root Dig both, I mean, that is a complete game changer as far as the storylines go in the North American region. I feel like there's no obvious top dog anymore if these teams all have wins against each other.
It just makes the result yesterday even more baffling, the fact that Lunex lost to IX, and that is no disrespect to IX. They had every opportunity to win that series, and they did. But how on earth can you go from losing 2-1 to IX to 2-0ing Evil Geniuses convincingly with good drafts? I mean, I guess if anything, it demonstrates the potential of this team, Chef, to get better and better. And now if they can just string together the consistency into good form that lasts into sort of, well, let's not think too far ahead, of course. It's still a long way until NAIC World Championships territory, but sky's the limit when you're vibing, when you're clicking, and when you're able to pull out really intriguing strats like a rogue Zero Aura. It's just, I mean, it's just incredible, right? And speaking of the Zero Aura, let's bring him in, shall we? Let's have a little chat with Celestial. I'm thinking question me, question you, question me, and then we'll send you away to celebrate a fantastic victory, Celestial. How does 2-0 over Evil Geniuses sound?
Feels great, you know? Like, this is a match we really wanted to win, and we managed to pull through. It was also a really important set for us for standings, so we're really happy.
Now, kind of like a deeper question into this particular match. I mean, I guess you don't have to answer because obviously it's team strategy information. But what was the reasoning behind the Zero Aura? It ended up working out, but we were just curious as far as like being a final draft pick. It seemed like it was maybe like an answer for something, or did you just feel like it was going to work well, or is it like NDA? You can't share the secrets.
Honestly, it just looked pretty good here. Like we haven't really practiced it any. I've not played this character in like 2 months, but it looked good, and I was feeling confident, so I went there.
I mean, you're making me even more baffled than I am already. I'm also going to dip into a little bit of the thinking because I think myself and Chef are quite intrigued by the fact that neither side were picking Mega Revolutions. Of course, that Mega Lucario banned for both games, but still a lot of options on the table. Do you think that actually played into your advantage, the fact that Evil Geniuses weren't going to be lured into picking up a Charizard Y or anything along those lines?
I think Zard Y is like really strong, but it obviously runs the issue of low tempo in the early game, so if you get snowballed on, it's kind of scary. And I think with there being less XP on these maps, I think you're less incentivized to kind of pick it. So I think that's probably why neither team picked it here, at least.
That's great insight. Thank you so very much for that, Celestial. I know that you've got another match coming up against Extinction, so the very best of luck to you for that, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers. So softly spoken, so insightful though, Chef, and actually a really great view into the minds of these competitive players and why ultimately, as much as Mega Revolutions from the outside looking in can have a huge impact on games, they do come with some risks that these players are learning to maneuver around and punish.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's weird. It's weird to be so positive about a patch, but that last patch, and I'm probably going to talk about this at the end of the day as well, that last patch seemed like it was quite good. I feel like the meta is a lot wider this weekend than it was in the previous weekend, so we are seeing some really interesting meta shifts, and I'm quite happy about that. But we've still got a few more North American matches left, and actually one of them is Lunex, which we're going to get to a little bit later, but we're going to have Citadel coming up against IX Gaming up next. Before that, though, we're going to take a look at some of the interviews that Zoinks had with the players.
All right, everybody, I am with the support player for IX Gaming, Waylord. Waylord, always great to see you. IX Gaming have a really exciting season. Some major matches coming up here at the end of this season. A very important one against Citadel Gaming, not only for your head-to-head score, but your overall match score. How's the team nerves? What's the vibes going into this next one?
I think the vibes are good. We had a big win over Lunex. They're a very good team, so that really put us on a high going into today. And I think that we have prepared a lot for Citadel, so feeling good going into it.
Awesome. I'm excited to see what those preparations showcase, what kind of Pokemon you end up playing. A little bit before our interview, you and I were talking about some stats going around in the recovery tables. Yeah. You're doing pretty well on both global and North American region recovery numbers. You were number 3 in the region, but what do you think that stat actually kind of indicates?
Nice. I mean, love to hear that I'm third. I think that the recovery stat is a little bit misleading because a lot of the supports right now, especially in the last couple weeks that were very meta, don't actually track a healing number. So if you're prioritizing Psyduck a lot or a Trick Hoopa, your numbers are just going to be lower than if you're playing a lot of Eldegoss, Alchemy, Eggs Blissey. So love to be up there, but also I think, I think people with high numbers there probably indicate actually that their team prefers to draft with that kind of recovery in mind.
Shout out Roland on Alchemy for crushing.
Shout out Roland. That is my goat. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Whaley, great luck in your next match. So, this is the second interview I said great luck, by the way. But either way, good luck in your next match. I'm really excited to watch it. You versus Citadel is going to be a great one. Have fun.
Love the enthusiasm. Thank you.
All All right, everybody, I am here with Citadel Gaming's Flareons talking about a very important matchup you have up and coming. Flareons, this is going to be one of the biggest matches for y'all. You're playing against IX Gaming, which very likely might be that main opponent for you in the race to make it to top 5 for the playoffs. Going up against IX Gaming, any specific strategies that your team has been working on to try to take down this team?
Yeah, I think we're changing a lot of stuff right now because it hasn't been working this week. So maybe, I guess, like we win early game a lot now, and it's kind of counteractive what I said yesterday, but we're not closing the end game out. So we're kind of trying to work on the end game fights a lot more, like, because even I'm tired of losing with a 200-point lead, man. It's too much now.
It is a bit of a heartbreaker, but it does feel like you have an answer to one side of the game, an answer to the other. I could feel Citadel putting it all together. I believe, I truly do. Flareons, I gotta ask though, you are known for playing some pretty wild picks, maybe not all the time in tournament settings, but if your team gave you the chance, what's the wild pick you'd love to bring to a tournament game?
I'd walk in Azu so fast. I love playing Azumarill. It's one of my favorites, and I just wish it'd be good, bro.
Yeah? What do you love so much about Azumarill?
I kind of like how goofy he is. I really love... He also has my favorite skin in the game, but I always love niche picks that just no one plays in general. So... And also, he's really strong in the bot lane. I really like dominating early game in the bot lane, just being unkillable late game. And Water Pulse Plus is one of the most fun moves in the game, where you just blow everything up.
That is true. I know you're making a lot of people happy with Water Pulse Plus there. So... I'm looking forward to your next match, Flareons. This is going to be a really fun one. Great luck and have a great time.
Thank you, Zoinks.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Regional Leagues. We are here in our third region. We've had EU, we've had LATAM, we've had some of NA already, but I do hope you're having a great time there. I'm Kello, joined by Soph. How have you been enjoying these matches here today, Soph?
So good all throughout every region. We're almost wrapping up NA, and a lot of high stakes are on the table because these teams, especially for this match that we're going to be covering right now, they are very close in the standings, especially very close to that top 5 threshold.
Yes, I think this is where things really start coming down to that crunch because, well, there's not many weeks left in terms of our regional leagues in terms of being able to make the top 5 towards the playoffs. But Citadel Gaming, they are on the brink there at that current rank 6 mark. Aquilo, Immortal, Flareon, So Sad Sam, and Fui. Currently, they are ranked 6 to 8 in NA for average KOs, which is 13, and damage. Look at this. Okay, yes, it's average there, but 203k. Yes, I guess it's total, not one person. It's team wide. I'm not sure how these numbers work.
That is a very interesting stat. I need to get a confirmation there with production because I got quite confused like you did. Yes, it had to have been team wide. We don't have any Moltresses. We don't have any Zapdos.
We do have Megazord.
Those numbers. It would be those numbers. It could be. But like you said, it's the Citadel Gaming versus IX Gaming match that we are. No, actually, excuse me. Yes, that's the one that we're covering right now with IX Gaming, of course, as we are jumping very swiftly into that the draft. As the bans are coming through, we see a very interesting Talonflame alongside a Leafeon, the targeted bans that Citadel are aiming for IX.
But the fact that we have 3 speedsters here, Leafeon, Talonflame, and Meowth, look at these ban rates, 4%, 4%, and 5%. So these are definitely some targeted bans against IX Gaming, not wanting them to get any of those speedsters online. I don't know. We'll have to see if they do end up picking up any other speedsters. But Fui is going to lock in this trusty Blastoise.
It's like we have been saying all throughout the weekend, the most reliable pick, especially for purple side. And with 96% encounter rate, it just shows that we have been seeing constantly the matchup on the other side being the Machamp, first pick for orange alongside a defender. In this case, with that Umbreon off the table, it's going to be a Snorlax for Smuglax, which we love. Plus, on the side of Citadel, we're looking at an Eldegoss, a potential Crustle that sets up really well with those Hydro Typhoons that can come later into the game from the Blastoise.
Oh, but yeah, pairing up with his Eldegoss, it looks like they're going for a double defender comp here with Immortal locking in this Vaporeon. I suppose with Umbreon ban, it does somewhat work similar in that sense of being able to provide that disruption with one kit. However, it can also provide some team-wide healing with the Aqua Ring. If that is the direction they choose to go, we'll wait and see. But I am surprised we are having a Decidueye pick coming on out. Usually I feel like Decidueye is left until that last pick, so it doesn't end up getting counted there.
And we have been seeing quite a lot of Inteleons on the side of, especially purple side. But alongside another water Pokemon, we have a Greninja, also rising in popularity, now on only 7% encounter rate. But today, this weekend, it really shows otherwise. It's growing in popularity, while IX Gaming on the other side goes for an interesting strategy. If you don't have the Mew, they're not going for the Beamosaur. We watched Kelly, but they're going for the Decidueye, and having that Spirit Shackle is the next best thing.
Yeah, I think in terms of Greninja rising on up, it really comes down to this long-range tactics patch. Being able to... It ended up getting a buff not only to its HP levels, but also its special defense as well. But its auto attack, along with that smoke screen, receiving that cooldown and movement speed boost, has really benefited Greninja here today. And we'll just have to wait and see whether Flareon is able to make this frog shine.
Yeah, and honestly, we know as well that Greninjas have been showing quite some good gameplay, knowing exactly when to go with that Water Shuriken Burst and really utilizing the capabilities of a Greninja super well, because we know it's weak in the early game, considering that you have to deal with going through all of the evolution line until you get to the final evolution. But that is also the same case for Inteleon, so plenty of experience that this side of Citadel Gaming that they need to accumulate to get to those power spikes.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point that you made. We have 3 Pokemon there that need to get to those stage 2 evolutions to go and get those power spikes. But here we go. So first game for Citadel Gaming, who is over on the purple side, IX Gaming over on the orange.
As we get into this one with the rank 4 versus rank 6, this game starts out pretty, slow, considering that you have a Rowlet and a Swabble in the central area.
Yeah, so I mean, just 2 little babies trying to get online as quickly as they can. Meanwhile, we have Breezy coming in, slashing and dashing against these 2 members, but they manage to successfully take down this Hooper, so Breezy is left unattended without a support.
And because of that, it's a good time for So Sad Sam to come here and get a nice gank with that Drizzle, but they're not going to be overcommitting, of course, because you have that invisibility on close to the walls. They're taking advantage of that, going for a quick sneaky rotation to the bot side as the 850 Altarius will respawn, as we might see a block. No, actually Smuglax is not going to use that straight away there to get the Pokemon to their side of the map, and Citadel does guarantee plenty.
Yeah, they guarantee some birds. They end up guaranteeing that KO over onto that Machop, which means that Smuglax needs to just keep his Vaporeon at bay while that Dartrix is going to retreat on back, go get their buffs, and try get that final evolution that they really need.
And in 20 seconds, they really, really need to get that one to have the leverage on the enemy team, considering that Regidrago is spawning. But once again, there is the situation on the top side that sees IX Gaming alone, although the Squirtle is still Squirtle.
Yeah, they haven't managed to find that second evolution onto that Wartortle, but they are really close. But 3 members going and attacking this Squirtle, being able to use the eject button to secure themselves both of those berries means they are able to survive these hits and finally find that middle evolution.
Yeah, and because of that, at least they can breathe a little bit, because IX Gaming is starting to create a good lead, 60 points, but Citadel doing the same on the bot side. The Spirit Shackle that hits this Vaporeon here with a great submission onto them as well, as they are going to be subsided, and Citadel Gaming has to retreat.
20 seconds left to go until we have our other objective spawn on the map. Surf goes on in, taking out that Snorlax, but Greninja ends up getting answered back by a submission and knocked back to the Pokemon Center.
5 seconds to go, Kelly, and things are getting very heated up here as IX Gaming has a Machoke still waiting to get that full evolution, brings in So Sad Sam, and the Inteleon is in trouble, but not before taking down the Machoke, as they're still trying to get a nice snipe. They're not able to connect there. Rika with the Spirit Shackle. Immortus comes in. Could have a nice front line for them now because they have the numbers, 4v3, and top side, IX Gaming confirms the objective. Meanwhile, Citadel has the control and will guarantee the Regieleki themselves.
Yeah, that is going to go towards this tier 1 that is still left on 34 points, but 3 members of IX Gaming are here to defend. A submission onto that Vaporeon, but they're able to make it on out. They don't have the healings as they have decided to go with that flip turn moveset.
And having the... Wow, the word completely escaped. Objectives, there we go. Having those objectives traded out on both sides of the map, it does mean that both teams need to go back to their central areas and just take the AOS energy they can get with the EXP, especially to get those level 9s unlocked.
Yeah, 100%. Get those level 9s, get those Unite moves on hand. That way, they're able to just use those extra resources when they go in with this next engage. But birds are going to get secured. Vaporeon doesn't end up getting caught out by another submission, but they do need to retreat as Vaporeon has backup from 3 other members, and these snipe shots are really just chunking away at this Snorlax here.
They are. The Spirit Shackles are rivaling too with Rika there. Nice submission with a good heavy slam too, but Immortal goes in into the in the backline. Flare is there as well as they can try to go for a big push on this pad. They're able to take yet another player down, make it 3, 2-kill streak for Flare on the Greninja as IX Gaming's but tier 1 pad will get destroyed.
116 points to 127. Now make that 123. So only a 4-point difference with IX Gaming still in the lead as we reach that halfway point. We do have both of these objectives spawning at pretty much the same time, but it's only Breezy on this Mimikyu up here in the top path against 2 members.
And we haven't even pointed out the fact that it's a Trick Room Hooper here for Brizzy. So a lot of the CC on the side of Citadel is going to be denied. Though bot side with a Hooper unbound, IX Gaming is forcing the pad as they actually don't have any more of those Eos energy available to get a huge overdunk, but they set it up perfectly. Meanwhile, on the top side, that Reggie was taken by Citadel as this Decidueye is still fighting their way through the Reggie Alecki, meaning top side was also taken down by Citadel Gaming.
I really feel like the name of the game for both of these teams is just to divide and conquer. The fact that they don't really go in towards these objectives with all 5 members, meaning that they're just able to secure either one to either side.
And this is an intense moment now with this Regieleki advancing to pad. It means that Citadel is busy for the moment. The Eldegoss is going to get caught off guard here. With that heavy slam is going to force the Cotton Cloud Crash from the Eldegoss that have to use on the defense.
Yeah, we have that Spirit Shackle chipping away at Flareons there, but Machamp once again diving onto Immortals on this Vaporeon. They are able to answer back with a Muddy Water. Here comes a flip turn, looking for a target, ends up landing on Machamp and dodges that submission themselves. Here comes the dive, knocking up 2 of those members, but unfortunately they just do not have the damage back up there to try and secure some KOs.
It's just quite a bulky front line that has to be chipped through to actually take them down. A lot of recovery as well on both sides, Kelly, especially with Snorlax, especially with the Blastoise Vaporeon combo for Citadel. Speaking of them, Immortals is on a very tricky spot as they were advanced into IX's territory. They're going for the Indeedee here, just trying to at least buy some more time onto this.
Immortals, what are you doing? I'm surprised they didn't even run. I'm surprised they were just going for the Indeedee there. Did they just, they're like, you know what? Hey, if I'm going down, I might as well take something with me. But I don't think they ended up taking it at all.
That they didn't, unfortunately. I agree with you. It's just the, final resort kind of attempt as the Regice is spawning here on the top side. Citadel has started it themselves with IX Gaming trying to get a good position with Poke, especially with that Spirit Shackle. But Citadel has done a pretty good job to zone them out, especially with the Vaporeon baiting them into the central area themselves. And that Regice is Citadel's.
I know this is a Vaporeon here, but I feel like this is a Sableye in disguise. The way that Immortals is just being an absolute gremlin with this Pokemon. But yeah, after all of that, we have a Kyogre on the map. 230 points to 205. It could be anybody's game. Flip turn onto the Machamp, and they are able to go and escape that submission.
It's always important to escape the submission or else you get chained with the heavy slam plus the Spirit Shackle to the face and it's just too much to handle. But look at the Greninja there on the top side of the map. IX Gaming is not aware of that presence in the bush, so they got to be really careful. Wailord could be in an exposed position, but Citadel might be starting this out onto Immortals. Never mind, it's IX Gaming who's doing this themselves. Liko, a very low HP. Now Akilo is going to try to help out the members that are going into the back line to play with me, go straight onto that member of IX Gaming as Liko is chasing out Immortals, and maybe suddenly IX Gaming turned this around. Although with the heavy slam and the block onto the wall, that was a huge setup for IX Gaming. Although Fui is doing pretty well by themselves alongside SoSad Sam. What a predict if that landed, but it didn't. So we're very close here, Kelly. Meanwhile, the Decidueye is attacking Kyogre.
Yeah, Kyogre is already below half HP as Breezy's trying to take down Fui. They managed to go and get it, but Kyogre is at risk with Citadel Gaming. Here comes Flareon trying to get the knockout, but after all of that, it ends up being Hooper. It's tricky to rock a rhyme here with the Trick Room and Trick Hooper, but, well, IX Gaming, they've somehow managed to make it happen.
And it did, and it was just very paced, controlled attacks on that Kyogre with a nice eject button here over the wall to get Raika into the perfect spot to score with the Kyogre buff. They're not going to be stopped at the moment. 10 seconds to go. IX Gaming built that 1-0 lead in this series of best of 3 against Citadel Gaming. Now, the rank 6, IX Gaming 1 game away from climbing up the ladder.
Yeah, it is such an important match here for Citadel Gaming. I mean, and IX Gaming, if they want to just hold their lead up in that top 5 position. But one match down, potentially 1 or 2 more to go, unless Citadel Gaming can take the next one. But yeah, in the end, 617 points to 230 in favor of IX Gaming.
It's a good position to be in, especially because, as we mentioned, for this match in general, rank 4, rank 6, fighting to stay in the top 5 for playoffs. But we are approaching rapidly the last week of the regular season. But there's still, like you said, game to be played in this best of 3 series. And this fight was interesting because although Flarion's isolated their targets there on the backside of IX Gaming, and there was good feedback and actually good backup from Fui on this Blastoise, it just looked like IX Gaming got all together and could clump up on the Greninja that was just on top of them too.
Oh, Smuglax with that 3-person block, though, that was absolutely insane. But yeah, even then, a really, really close one there, having Flareons come in, ends up being Hooper, Whaley, Wailord to secure that one for IX Gaming. But MVP of this match is going to be that Trick Room Mimikyu there, being able to have 5 knockouts, 1 feint, and 3 assists.
With 50,000 damage dealt in 183 score. We know as well that majority of the setups were a team-wide effort, but plenty of those KOs and participation came from this Mimikyu, a good presence in the late game. And especially the poke as well that came through from Raika. Death Decidueye and the Spirit Shackle had 76,000 damage and 35% of team-wide damage.
I think Trick Room Hoompa was actually a really great call here from IX Gaming, considering Citadel's composition there. Just being able to negate that damage, especially from So Sad Sam on that snipe shot in Teleon, but also just working in tandem in terms of the Greninja, the slows. Instead, it does the opposite there. But yeah, great team fight in the end. Well, I mean, it was a flip, a lucky secure there by Wailord, but yeah, definitely a team-wide effort there to go and get that Kyogre and secure themselves that first win.
And it's everything like on the face. All the characters feel like they are scrambled together if you're playing for a flip like that, and the nerves are just really making things difficult. But it felt like IX Gaming, though in the midst of all that chaos, they were able to secure it, like just like with what you said, that last order from Wailord on the Hooper, making sure they got the buff, and especially with how they were pacing around the pit and guaranteeing that wasn't going to be a steal coming from that Greninja or the Vaporeon that had already respawned as well. So overall, like you said, team-wide effort from IX Gaming, great coordination. And now for Citadel, some things could be changed. Some things maybe need to be adjusted in regards to gameplay. I feel like throughout the game, everything was a little slow.
Well, do I have some news for you? So if we're talking about changes, different things happening here, well, how about bringing Rayquaza out to play? Because, well, Citadel Gaming, they've decided to actually select the map and pick Rayquaza. Rayquaza, in this day and age, what is going on?
We're not even on week 3, Kelly, which was Rayquaza first map, right? We're not even there, and that is what we're doing. And like you said, it's not just Rayquaza, it's Citadel choosing Rayquaza. Not just that, it's them who had to choose first, and they decided to use that quote-unquote advantage because loser pick sides / maps to pick Rayquaza. So I guess there's definitely a strategy here. There has to be a strategy here.
Oh gosh, please don't tell me it's going to be like a score comp or a flip comp or something. I don't think my heart can take it today, considering how today has gone. But yeah, with Citadel selecting that map there, it does mean IX Gaming get to choose that side, and they have decided for that first pick position. So is this a risk worth taking for Citadel Gaming, considering if they end up losing this match? That is going to be a really big advantage for IX Gaming in terms of, well, we'll have to confirm whether this ends up securing their top 5 position for the playoffs. But yes, don't quote me on that just yet.
Yeah, well, we know as well that the first time that IX Gaming faced against Citadel, it was a win 2-0 for IX Gaming. So it feels like they are very comfortable and very much in control of how they want to be playing this. We are looking at the bans and how these 2 games from game 1 to game 2 have changed, and it looks like Citadel really maintained that pick of Leafeon, Talonflame, targeted bans, plus this time around, instead of a Meowth, they go for the Surfetched. Meanwhile, the other side, you have Umbreon, Mew, and Inteleon out. I would say a Blastoise is still the great option for first pick for IX Gaming, maybe a Psyduck, a couple of things that could be the case.
Yeah, I think banning away this Inteleon, it really makes sense because I feel like those snipe shots from So Sad Sam really hurt IX Gaming sniping out from a distance. But wow, we have a Machamp first pick here by Alika on IX Gaming, which means Citadel Gaming are going to lock on in the Decidueye for themselves, taking that away from Rika this time round, and along with that Snorlax, taking that from Smuglax.
And a good bit of information as well. IX Gaming, if they do win this 2-0 right now, or even 2-1 later, it is a qualifying match for them to playoffs. So with this in mind, IX Gaming have chosen the Mamoswine plus the Blissey, so good bulk and good survivability. Meanwhile, Citadel will go for the Decidueye, who was used by IX Gaming themselves previously, plus an Eldegoss and the Blastoise for a lot of control. Now IX Gaming again with Brizzy on the Mimikyu plus a Greninja to switch things around.
Yeah, locking on that in, making sure not to go and give that back to Flareons, who has instead opted for a Alolan Raichu. I know we have seen Alolan Raichu a little bit here in the regional leagues. It does have that 9% win rate, but I really feel like it's somewhat a hit and miss Pokemon. It can do really well, but then it can also tend to fall flat too. So we'll have to see. I mean, it is So Sad Sam playing it here.
It's true. It's a very important piece of information, like you said. Well, Alolan Raichu was really good. I think on the previous week that we casted together, so week 3, they played it really, really well. I think there were a couple of good games of Alolan Raichu back at LAIC too. So right now it's not that big of a priority, but it's still really good in very skilled hands, much like you said. But I think Citadel Gaming is going for a very different playstyle from what they had last time. Although they have the long range that they had with Inteleon, now with the Decidueye, it feels like they're more focused on going for dive and just going for, layering the crowd control and then the damage.
Yeah, I'm really trying to make a read in terms of their composition, but also their choices in terms of selecting Rayquaza as that map. Will we end up seeing a Razor Leaf Decidueye here? Well, we'll have to wait and see, folks, as we are headed on into our second game here. IX on that purple side, Citadel Gaming on that orange. And, well, Pikachu, soon to be Alolan Raichu, is going to take to that central area.
Exactly. Meanwhile, you have some... Oh, I thought it was some backup. It was just the little clone and, the decoy that you have there with Swabble. But that's fine. That's okay. No, not Swabble, with Froakie. So, going here to the top side, we have a lot of push from Aquilo with this Gossifleur, and especially because So Sad Sam was around there, they take down the Chansey, and they are able to keep pushing forward too. Being here on the bot side, Immortals will get slowed down, forced to use that eject button away. Oh, close, they're on pad, Kelly, but they're not able to survive.
The way the Rowlet just went, bye, I'm out of here, I'm heading towards the top path. The Snorlax, you can deal with that on your own. Wow.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. Sometimes it's just the fate of a defender, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. But this is going to allow Rowland to go and get in 2 dunks up in that top path, going and stacking up that attack weight, which they really need to get going come these team fights. Meanwhile, we have Mimikyu getting taken down by So Sad Sam on Alolan Raichu. So that is going to keep that Mimikyu at bay for the time being.
And you would think that we had more time on the clock because of how much action we've had so far. Nope, we're still on 8:20. It is a takedown there for the Piloswine as Citadel Gaming is getting some damage layered themselves, but the Machoke will survive, much like the Piloswine too.
Yeah, it's a lot of yellow dots on the side of Citadel Gaming, considering they did prioritize going in and getting those dunks up in that top path. But we can see a relocation. Alolan Raichu has decided to go down at the bottom while we have that Dartrix soaking up all of those wild Pokemon in that central area.
It's a good moment here to get a nice gank, just like So Sad Sam was doing on the bot side, but not necessarily onto the enemy Pokemon, but much so on the wild Pokemon. As they are rotating there for the central area, soon enough we'll have that, well, actually, we're not going to have that Regidrago because this is Rayquaza. We're going to have the 2 Regis on top and bottom spawning soon.
Yeah, I know. I miss Reggie Draggy, did you call it? I think it was. Not coming up in this match. Instead, it's Altarius and Swablu's that spawn in the middle, but it is going to be 4 members of Citadel Gaming down here. Meanwhile, Wartortle is going to stick up in the top half along with that Mimikyu. We'll have to see which basement Reggie we end up getting downstairs.
We'll see. Now just waiting to gather what is the information that these 2 teams will take into consideration. Regice it is, as Citadel Gaming has started the objective themselves. Mortals takes that frontline position, just like Smuglax. Nice engage going in there with the Earthquake, but on the back line, that is that Greninja trying to get an angle onto Flareons, but they're immediately denied with a 2 KO streak going towards themselves with a nice block here. Wailord is also in a bad position. That Blissey will be taken down, and Citadel can switch their attention to the Regice.
Yeah, definitely some nice block there's, some nice KOs here. Just being able to secure this Reg Ice for Citadel Gaming, but it seems like IX Gaming, they're not too fussed about that. This pad is still quite healthy at 74, but knock, who's there? It's Decidueye coming on in with these arrows to go and clear some space and allow Citadel Gaming to go and break this tier 1 pad.
And what a good move that is, Kelly, because it also translates in potentially taking down this Machamp as well, as Flareons were almost taken down too, but the Decidueye will survive. Now, because we just had both of those objectives taken down, and this is Rayquaza, there is a bit less on the map to be dealing with, so we might see more scraps because teams are trying to get more of the EXP in after they take all of the wild Pokemon.
Oh, we do have Breezy here sticking by this. Reggie Alecki is going to go and put a Trick Room on there just to go and make a quick escape. But yeah, Reggie Alecki down means IX Gaming can't continue to push on 4th and take advantage while Citadel Gaming, well, they don't have their jump pads just yet, but oh, look at this. A little bit of a detour down in this bottom path means Mimikyu ends up getting a 40 dunk up in the top path for free as Citadel Gaming chasing down this Blissey who's sacrificing themselves.
It's a shame. You know, we talked about the fate of the defenders. It's also the fate of the supporters sometimes, Kelly. It's just how the game plays. If you can't protect your damage dealer, then I guess it is worth the price. Almost connecting there on the Spirit Shackle. But Citadel is keeping a good pace, 129 versus 208 for IX Gaming, as we have bottom Reggie spawning in 20 seconds.
The Trick Room there just to give this Mimikyu a bit of a boost, as we do have that Hydro Typhoon come on out by the Blastoise. In the back line comes that Knock, knocking out that Blissey. Cotton Cloud Crash to go and replenish the team's HP. But here comes Flareons and that Mimikyu to fight on back, and the barrage blow to go and wipe down 4 members of Citadel Gaming.
crucial move here just before both objectives spawn as well. IX Gaming taking the opportunity every single time. We're going to see them pivoting here to the central area because the respawn timers are pretty short, so they are going to be able to contest this here. Citadel Gaming, they have found the Snorlax, but it's still a Snorlax there for Immortals, especially with the cotton puff on their head. It really helps out to get them in good position. So Citadel is going to take this uncontested.
Yeah, Reggie Steel is quite juicy for Citadel Gaming, giving themselves that special attack and attack buff. But Smuglex took that opportunity to break that bottom tier 1 pad.
And they can move here for the top side because Keller Citadel is getting some of that momentum back, although they are behind in EXP. As we're going to be seeing them start this here, IX Gaming, Riker is too exposed with the last auto attack from Akilo. The Greninja goes down and then straight onto the Blastoise as well. Well, we have a 1-for-1 trade now with the Mimikyu. Brizzy coming in onto Akilo, but that Pollen Puff does help out massively Citadel to remain healthy.
Yeah, 2 minutes 48 on the clock. Probably don't want to use any Unite moves just yet. Reggie Alecki is getting chipped away at. That Snorlax block is going to block out 2 members, meaning Mamoswine ends up getting knocked on down.
Yeah, Kelly, but Citadel here again, building with that momentum, getting the Regieleki. There's plenty of points that need to be scored here on the top side, and they could manage to get a nice overdunk. But 45 on a 16 means 29 of overdunk. Not bad, not bad.
It isn't bad, but it is still not enough to take the lead. 261 points to 194. The ball is in Citadel Gaming's park. They're the ones that need to make a move if they are to try and take this to a game 3 and try and secure themselves some safety. But here we go. Here's the Rayquaza.
Finally arrived. We don't see it often, but when we do, we know it's a very important boss fight to be held when the shields come through. It's pretty much the flip on either of the teams. Now, Smuglex on 50% HP needs to get those scrambled eggs in that tummy pretty soon. Now the breakfast is served. Citadel is trying to get some of that damage in. Smuglex gets isolated with the Ice Fang, but there comes Riker as well, going into the back line with that Greninja. The Shuriken burst was enough to burst down to the Alolan Raichu, as now Akilo is trying to maintain the rest of the team healthy, but we will go down because IX Gaming had that coordinated to a T.
It's only the supporter and defender left as Immortals is trying to make an escape, but they get locked on down with a play with me, still able to survive, but that submission is going to finish off the job. We do have an attempt by the Eldegoss who comes on in, but it ends up being IX Gaming to go and take this sweep.
And well, that does mean that if they take this win, Keller, they are qualified for playoffs. IX Gaming now with plenty of Hundo Burgers to be scored, and that Rayquaza buff, we know that those Hundo Burgers are very easy to eat.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Rayquaza is the buffs don't end up getting transferred over if they manage to knock out those opponents. But 27 seconds left on the clock, 817, 829, 843 points into the bank. I feel like it's pretty safe to say that IX Gaming have managed to defeat Citadel Gaming 2-0 and land that safety in that top 5 position.
Exactly, and top 5 means playoffs, baby! IX Gaming confirmed for your regional finals event. After having such a great regional regular season, they are going to get into week 5 knowing that they are comfortable in whoever they play against, and especially after this win, 843 to 194, they must and they should be comfortable.
Yeah, a pretty great win there from IX Gaming. I know I got to speak to Lico yesterday, and I know after their losses earlier on, they were feeling a little bit defeated, but I know that this win would definitely go and put a pep in their step, not only to them, but to their whole team.
Exactly. And IX Gaming knew that it was a very important match that they had to win. And because Citadel chose the map, they went, okay, we go purple side and we're going to take a lot from this Rayquaza buff. They played it really well, isolated the team. And although it was a good initiation that Citadel Gaming had, that was Smuglex specifically. No, actually, not with Smuglex. It was a Snorlax, but it wasn't Smuglex on Citadel Gaming. They unfortunately fell short, and the damage dealers weren't quite able to land their mark.
Here we go as we have our stats there. 6, 3, and 5 KFA for Riker, who is our MVP, being able to dunk in 200 points and deal out 58k damage. But I've got to say, for an attacker, 47k damage taken, they really took a beating this round.
They did. The amount of times that I saw Riker going into the thick of it and just coming out with 1 HP, yeah, it's just the risk that you have with these types of attackers, that you gotta go really close and up close and personal, front to front with the enemy team, and it definitely explains that. But they had quite a lot of survivability with Warlord that guaranteed that they could manage with 81,000 of recovery on this Blissey.
Yeah, definitely those eggs doing some work to keep those team members alive, considering the amount of damage that they ended up taking across the board. But yeah, looking at this graph here, IX Gaming looking pretty well throughout that whole set, not letting Citadel Gaming overtake them at all.
Yeah, it was a good lead. Not necessarily the hugest, but definitely just enough to keep them afloat and to pressure Citadel to make the move on Rayquaza. The fact that they were behind just had them a little more pressured in how they were going to approach the fight. And Riker specifically there with the moves on the Greninja definitely set IX Gaming for success on the final stretch.
I don't know what season we are in. I feel like we've gone back into the past, back into the future. I don't know. I'm a little bit lost for time there. But yeah, seeing Greninja back in the meta is definitely wild. But yeah, we love to see the attackers come on back and just switch things up again.
Oh yeah, it's nice. I love it. I really like it, and it's just lovely to see these Pokemon coming back into play, and of course in play where we can see them actually being played well, not on not by any of the players, those lobbies. So it's really nice to see this happening here on UCS.
Oh yeah, well yeah, we don't talk about the solo queue matches here, but I think definitely the HP buffs and the special defense buffs are really better fitting Greninja. Known to just be quite squishy in that sense, just being able to sustain a little bit longer in these team fights, well yeah, as demonstrated in terms of that damage taken. But well, yeah, IX Gaming being able to defeat a Citadel Gaming. Not only did they do that once, this is their second run-in with them. They have managed to take them down twice with the same score.
Exactly. 2-0 is not a small feat, and you're totally right, Kelly. Just the fact that IX Gaming managed to do it twice means that they definitely studied from the first time, managed to take the good bits that they had and all the information that they knew about the opponents, and being able to do that once again is just wonderful. Of course, it's worthy of a team that has already qualified for playoffs on week 4. That is the penultimate week of regular play.
You know, that is a really good point that you made in terms of researching your teams. I guess the benefit with the leagues is, yeah, you are limited to only the 8 teams week in, week out. So you are really just able to hone in on your opponents and really get that information, while obviously, you know, working on yourselves as well throughout the league, and just use that to your benefit. But we are going to look at our top Pokemon by win rate. This is for week 4, 72% on Inteleon with the 29 wins. Zacian in that second place with the 69% and 11 wins, and Mamoswine up there with the 11 wins as well, 65%.
It's Pretty good. It's so interesting because although we have been seeing quite a lot of Blastoise in the first pick, it hasn't shown up here in win rate as high as the top 6. But the Inteleons, the Zacians, the Mamoswines, the Surfatches, if you will. So it's
what is the multiple of a Surfetch?
Surfatches.
Is that right? Oh, well, yeah, you mentioned Blastoise. Interestingly enough, while Blastoise isn't up there in terms of our win rate, it does have a pretty high encounter rate at 73 encounters, 94%. But yeah, look at this. At the top of the leaderboard there is that Surfetch. We have seen come out to play a little bit, but I feel like we've seen a majority on the ban table.
It's true, but like we saw on the first graph, although it was on the ban table quite a lot of times, when it is picked, it has had quite a lot of success. So I'm super excited for that, considering that is the first week of competitive play that it is allowed onto the field. This is really, really cool. Of course, your usual staples with the Megas always going to be on the ban table or picked. So that remains the same for the Lucario, for the Charizard Y, and for pick rate. Again, the Blastoise is here high on pick rate, but not on win rate. Haha.
I think what's interesting enough is these long-range attackers. Inteleon and Mew, both up here in terms of picks. Funnily enough, neither of them ended up getting touched by the latest long-range tactics patch there, but just really demonstrating how they are just consistent throughout the whatever meta we end up having at the Unite Championship Series.
So true,
so consistent. Yeah.
It just is. It goes, like undisputed all around through the years. It's always there. But right now, we're going to get things ready for the last match of the day. It will be the Lunex Gaming versus Extinction. So we're going to have these lovely interviews that Zoinks did with both Borreach and Oblivion coming up next. So stay tuned for that. And then we're going to have that final series of the day.
All right, everybody, I get the chance to sit down with Borreach to talk all things North America Regional League right now. Bora, your team is right in the thick of it, in the middle of that pack, looking to get every win you possibly can. You got a big one coming up here at the end of the day. How's the team feeling about this one coming up?
We feel pretty good. Got a big win yesterday versus Citadel. Couldn't get it done versus Dig, unfortunately, but we pretty much got playoffs kind of wrapped up, so this team we're going against next, and Lunex is going to be a really big game for us for seeding and hopefully to catch them. So we're feeling good. We're feeling strong.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, seeding going to be very important with this ladder style bracket into playoffs. That's going to be huge. Bora, I want to ask you a bit of a history question, because when I first started getting to commentate your games, you were playing a lot of Gengar, a lot of Tyranitar, felt like the good old days. Is there any really fun, exciting, old school Borreach picks I can look forward to, or is it just the classic attackers? I have seen some Espeon, which look good, but how you feeling?
Man, it's tough. I do love Gengar. That's what I kind of made myself known for. Even T-Tar a little bit in UCS. As much as I would love to play him, I think I'm going to be sticking on attackers. That seems what I can do, the most work for us and help us with as of late. I would love to play Miraidon more, but it seems like everyone knows I'm going to play them on well, so everyone takes that away from me. So maybe a little more Intel, Espeon, some of those, maybe Armarouge might see a little more fun. So
okay. Got it. Yeah, you do feel like a player suffering from popularity a little bit. Your picks getting called out in the ban plays quite a bit, but you're looking ahead towards playoffs right now. Extinction, you've had a bit of a rocky season, but obviously the future is looking bright with very likely playoffs locked in. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling towards the end of the season? Do you think you can make a push for that top 2 and get that world spot?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think we're, even though we kind of started the year on a slow trajectory, we've kind of pulled ourselves together. I feel like things are starting to click. It's really how you end the year, not how you start. So I know when we get into playoffs, we can beat any team in front of us.
Awesome. Well, great luck in your next match and have a great end of the season. Thanks, Bora.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I am here with Lunex's Oblivion, who, after a couple of fantastic wins, have all but secured their spot in playoffs. I think you've got to secure it either way, a great record going into the end of our regional league. Oblivion, this has been a pretty awesome season for Lunex. I think you all really breaking out, having a great tournament run. How good did it feel to beat Evil Geniuses earlier tonight?
Oh, I said on the last interview there was a bit of a grudge, so it felt great for a lot of the members of our team, for sure.
That's awesome. We love a rivalry match win. It just feels that much sweeter when you get it. But Oblivion, I got a chance to talk to an attacker player, and that path, the bottom path specifically, feels wild. Feels like that role can be basically anything right now. How are you feeling about the metagame in your role specifically?
I mean, I think right now you're entering the tall grass and you're just getting a wild encounter. You don't know what's down there anymore. Like it could be a Mewtwo, it could be an Inteleon, it could be Cramorant now. Like I played Melees, you've seen Charizard, some of the other regions are playing Machamp. Like it could be anything. At this point, it just feels like you're filling a niche for your team and you're looking to counter the enemy team in some great capacity.
Gotcha. Out of those two, which one do you like to prioritize? Do you like to fill for the team, or do you like to kind of have a better matchup against your opponents? What do you think you prioritize when selecting what Pokemon you're going to play in any given game?
We've been kind of finding the middle ground because it is important that we can still, like, it's important to win the lane or at least go even and make sure that we're not falling behind, but it's also important that your character isn't overly countered by the rest of the team. So we've kind of found like a decent middle ground.
Okay, well, I like that. Best of both worlds feels like a good spot to be. Oblivion, great to talk with you. Great luck in your last match of the day, and thank you so much for joining me on this interview.
I thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. It's the last series of the day, and it is a bigger Relic joined by Chef for this last one. And we have good news, everyone, if you are a Lunex gaming fan, that is, because of IX's victory in that last set. Lunex are now qualified for the playoffs, which, Chef, that does put a little bit of an interesting extra spin on things here, as Extinction still has everything to play for.
That's right, and we get every match making the next match more exciting. That's how it's working out. You can see here, IX, Lunex, they're all sitting at those 7 wins, but TI Gang, Extinction, and Citadel Gaming are all sitting so close to each other. And it's not to say that necessarily there are a lot of full guaranteed spots up there, but I mean, really that last spot is so heavily in contention, with only a 1 or 2 win difference being able to completely shift who's qualifying for those regional finals.
Yeah, now listen, we've been doing some mathematics in the green room, which, believe me, is very risky this late into a 9-10 hour broadcast. But we will get to some pretty interesting possibilities if our mathematics are correct. That's a lot of ifs. But one thing is now certain, Lunex Gaming can count themselves a playoff team. I know it says clinch a playoff spot with a win, but we have been told in good faith that because of their victory over Evil Geniuses, Chef, they have very much surprised everybody and qualified ahead of time.
Honestly, almost not that surprising at this point, the way that they've been playing, but you know, you come off a win like that and you got to feel pretty good, and now they're going to be going up against a very different type of team in Extinction. I mean, hey, you know, kind of similar in the fact that there are a lot of OGs on this team, but a team that with all of their experience has maybe not quite quite found the results that they've been looking for. That's something that's a little bit proclaimed by them, and we know that these are literally some of the best players in the world. If they can prove it, they need to prove it right now, because they need that point, they need that win, they need to get to that 6-6 record.
Okay, so here's the deal, folks. We think that IX might also now be qualified because of that victory in their last set. But here's the double twist off the back of casters thinking that we might know things about league tables. Because of the limited amount of series left for both Extinction and Citadel Gaming, and because of previous results, Citadel Gaming beating Extinction 2-1, but Extinction beating Citadel 2-0, because of the various potential best case and worst case scenarios for these teams, if Extinction wins here against Lunex, then we think that they might earn a playoff spot here for themselves. But we're going to take a deep breath now, Chef, because we've got our bans, Psyduck Machamp, Mega Charizard Y, Mega Lucario, Surfish, and Umbreon, and our first pick is in Borrereach on the Miraidon.
That is an interesting first pick, not one that we've seen at all really this weekend. And I will say one thing that we do know is that if Extinction does win this, then the best that they can do is tie with Citadel altogether. So really it's the tiebreakers that it comes down to, and like you or like Relic said, really we are guessing what the tiebreakers are going to be, but it's a lot of math involved. So the main point here is that Extinction really needs to win, which is kind of the point I was originally making. Wow, yeah. Meowth first pick, that is as well very interesting to have Meowth and Miraidon as the first picks of the day. I do know Meowth has been banned a few times away, but altogether 12% encounter rate's pretty low.
That's pretty low. Running that Energy Amp, Attack Weight, Razor Claw. They mean to commit some nasty business, some criminal activity. Rex is going to be looking to get a little bit brawly as well here on this Crystal Jail with the Hoopa.
The Hoopa classic JL pick, one of the most classic picks that we've seen. We'll see what Lunex decides to build around this first pick Meowth, though. They've been pretty solid with what they've been picking, and their strategies have been relatively similar. But yeah, I was going to say, choosing Meowth as a first pick means it's probably going to be something pretty different. And Mimikyu and Comfey together is going to be a very interesting one. I do have to assume that Celeste is going to choose something that the Comfey is going to show up on, and we might get something like the Sweet Kiss Palmot that we actually got a chance to see yesterday, or something, I don't know, completely different. It's a really weird comp, and that's all I have to say about it.
Oh, there it is. Great pick there with the Celestial Palmot. High die potentially looking at that as a very juicy pocket support. Trainer on the Urshifu. We've been here before, folks. Relic not particularly convinced, but if anyone is going to convince me, I think it is going to be Trainer. This is a really brawly composition from Extinction. Great support motives in your Hoopa with what we're presuming to be that backline poke of the Charge Beam Miraidon. But this is a big dive comp from Lunex Gaming. I guess the question is, does Sustain outdo the potential burst that we see from your Meowths, your Mimikyus, and your Palmots?
My big question is, so we do see LGC, Trainer on the Urshifu, but normally I feel like you tend to see a lot of the Rapid Strike Urshifu when you want to dive something and kind of get to their backline. What's the backline on Lunex Gaming? There is no backline. It's an entirely front line. They're all in your backline. That's how far forward that team plays. So I'm curious if we are going to see it as more of like a defensive option, just kind of trying to combo between everybody, pushing them at once, or if we're going to see them go with the single strike Urshifu and maybe go for a little bit more secure for safety. When you do have a team that aggressive, a lot of times it can come down to kind of a weird flip just by the nature of everybody's fighting in that area anyway. And realistically, I have no idea. Just something interesting to think about. You got to dive Pokemon with nobody to dive, as we're going to go into game number 1 of Extinction on the left, Lunex on the right. Extinction's got to make this happen.
And Chef, I feel like a change in career here. I'm turning from caster into mail boy because I bring news. Ooh. Confirmation. IX is locked in for the playoffs. And if Extinction win this series, so are they.
So you were saying this earlier. We actually did have, by the way, a failed invade just a moment ago. Seems like they were driven out. That Snorlax was not able to make it in. But just like you were saying to me privately, actually, we could have NA completely settled as far as who is qualifying. Not necessarily the seeding quite yet, but who is qualifying for regional finals today.
That's kind of wild, given that they were the last team to get their first team locked in to the playoffs. It could all be settled here on this, maybe not so much a championship Sunday, but a playoff implication Sunday. And, well, it's been a pretty quiet opening minute or so. All of these clouds heading over to Extinction.
Right, yeah, no, I mean, 4 points scored altogether. We might see another 4 go in, and we really just aren't seeing all that much aggression. We do get a little bit of an answer, and it's not going to be Rapid Striker Shifu. Whoa, chasing him down. Even it looked like maybe they got the barrier. Maybe somebody else managed to sneak it away just in time. In fact, maybe it was stolen away by JL on that hoop. I've definitely seen that happen before.
A real shame there for Lunia. It felt like they waded into the swamps and then just forgot to press the A button to stop that trainer Shifu from dunking the 30. Huge invade from Extinction in the enemy central area. Rock Tomb, Snorlax down. JL potentially going to go down into the eject button. Doesn't stop Oblivion from picking up a KO, but 2 KO streak now for Rex. Rock Tomb, it's going to be a 3 KO streak for the Crustle. It's a Crustle hustle out here.
Could have gotten 4. I really should have let them have it. Come on, Metallic. You don't need that experience. What, you're going to do damage as a Zacian? No, your real carry is Rex. Is they're going to pick up another? Not going to be Rex this time, and Rex will finally go down. But the amount of experience funneled to Extinction in these last 30 seconds is huge.
And the amount of time wasted for Lunex to basically clear their basement out is really nasty work. And it shows. Trainer level 8. This Miraidon of Bora Reach level 8. That's 2 clear of everyone on Lunex.
I mean, that is, as well as they only got the experience of taking out a Crustle, which, I mean, I guess the Crustle's kind of carrying right now, but that's really all you can ask for. Oblivion, oh my goodness, that much damage was ridiculous. I didn't think they were going to go down right there.
Well, they got the Hadron engine to boost that power, of course, and so catching them off guard, sent back to the Pokemon Center. More scores, really good overdunk potential on that top zone for Extinction. More heavy work lifting from Bora Reach. Just Regirock well zoned out. An attempt to go in from Celeste. They're able to jump over the wall, looking for the steal, can't quite get it over this Zacian, and now they're too deep in the weeds themselves. Someone get the plant repellent out, because we've positively got an infestation over here, and Extinction are more than happy to play pesticide.
And now this is a real big issue for Lunex, and even when we kind of get the classic healing Comfey, it is really tough for a Comfey to really get a lot of mileage if they're not on one of the highest level Pokemon in the game. And right now, the level disadvantage is ridiculous. I mean, there's a 4 level disadvantage at maximum and like a 2 at minimum here between Lunex and Extinction. And look at this, just more and more KOs, just chasing down every single target. So this Comfey is sitting on something that's not going to survive a first few hits anyway. I mean, I don't know if it's Sweet Kiss or healing quite yet, because it hasn't even had a chance to fight. So I haven't even had a chance to see it, regardless of what it's going to be. I mean, the CC might be nice for literally half a second, but it's just a really tough thing to fight with a Comfey team, is that kind of level of advantage.
We've had a couple memes today, haven't we? But how about this one? Do they know? Do Extinction know the full implications of what's going on here? Well, maybe it's better if they don't know, Chef, because this is an extraordinary performance. Maybe the shackles are off. Maybe it's all clicked at the best moment. 198-25, and we've not even hit halftime.
See, if they know that all this is on the line, then make sure they remember that this is on the line. If they don't know this is on the line, nobody tell them, because whatever's happening, it's working, you know? They basically just need to keep doing whatever they're doing, and whatever they're doing right now is letting Rex pop off on this Crustle. It's been a really strong showing. We had to assume so, but we are going to see the Trick Room once again. I think that was a pick that they went to earlier as well, or maybe that was somebody else, but we've seen Trick Room getting used a pretty decent amount with the small amount that we've actually seen Mimikyu get through today.
Heavy slam into the block, but look at that, a quick eject button, and that is the Snorlax done and dusted. Bora Reach ruling the roost right now, but are they able to pick up yet another basement Reggie? Rocks come down, looking to try and take out this Celestial Pawmon. Rex eating a lot of damage. Come play with me onto the Sword Doggo. Force back into the Metal Claw, looking to try and fell this Celestial Pawmon. They managed to get 3 for the price of 1. A huge pop-off for Metallic, a 3 KO streak.
A 3.5, really. I mean, if you include the Reggie Rock, just an extra little bonus on top of everything. And now we have to play, I think, maybe either more aggressive or safer as Extinction, right? This is always a scary spot to be in because you give up 1 KO with one of your level 12s and it's like a full level for the entire other team. It's a ridiculous amount of comeback experience, or you just play so aggressive that they literally don't get a chance to do anything. And we are taking every objective on the side of Extinction, so that's going to look really good, especially with the fact that they're secure on this team. Now that we know that it is a single strike Urshifu, ridiculously good secure. They are going to be able to secure everything that they want to fight for.
Feels a little Freddie Mercury out here. Don't stop us now, but you're telling that to yourselves. Keep going. Do more of the same. Stuns out. Gold coin barrage. Into the backline goes Celestial on this Pawmon. Hasn't found too much luck just yet. Invulnerability kinda saves JL, but then there's a come play with me. Trader's going to pick up 1 KO. There will be a return. There will be a trade for Lunia, but now they're facing big swords, big fists. Miss from the Ebon fist there with Trainer LGC, and look at utilizing the trick room. Lunia is going to be able to get away. I can't believe that IMAX was able to scuttle away too. But look at Extinction further extending out that lead.
Big swords, big fists, big claws. Can't forget the claws. I wish Cloth was in the game, but just farming all of the experience that they can. And they really have been playing pretty safe. But I mean, also, there's really not all that much to take. A really interesting level of aggression where they took everything on top path for the side of Extinction. And then on the bottom side, they have taken not even the tier 1 gold zone. So unless they really want to try to push on the tier 1 gold zone where Lunex is just completely just standing on it, trying to hold any sort of ground that they have, they really can't do all that much, and they're choosing not to take any unnecessary risks. I like that a lot. They've been winning every team fight so solidly. They want to do it one more time and just win the game off of that.
We're getting critically close to the final stretch here. Extinction making sure that Lunex do not get a sniff of that final Reggie opportunity. The Regice will be left. We see Oblivion going top path to dunk 43. They are not going to be waiting until the timer ticks over. They are happy to dunk the 43. No need to go double. 218 to 94, trying to catch the Mimikyu. Very tricksy with that trick room. With the Shadow Claw, Rex looks to try and catch them out with a Rock Tomb, waiting for the ideal moment. Another dive in from Lunia. Switching back over the wall, trying to provide vision. There's the Rock Tomb, the first one. It misses. It goes on to reset. Celestial with that Flower Crowd. Here's the Charge Beam trying to catch Celestial. They're going to get a little bit of chip damage from the Thunder, but they are in safe territory for now.
They got to do something. IX needs to make a move. They are going to initiate with the Pawmon, but get pushed out pretty immediately. So no real damage. They are going to try to score in the bottom goal zone as well. They get some points, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Whoa, great first pick.
Really great punish from Oblivion. Gold coin barrage, Bora Reach gone. Here's the Hooper Unbound. They're looking to bring them back into the play as soon as possible. The Trainer's gone as well. Lunex Gaming, this is a really strong team fight. They waited patiently for their moment. They lured out Metallic onto the bottom path, looking to score a Hundo Burger, but was this the grand plan all along? They go after Kyogre. Metallic is now the last one standing. Boosted, waiting. Good block here from the Snorlax. Kyogre still not going down. Here's the Baridon that they're not going to be able to get there in time.
There's going to be an attempt to defend here. I mean, only 3 points left on this, but everybody has so many points in pocket on the side of Lunex Gaming. It's going to take a little bit of time to score. We'll see if they do decide to give it. Yep, they're going to give up that first goal zone. Not really true defend, and honestly, still the lead for Extinction just by a few points. Only 14 points, 30 seconds left. I don't know if Lunex think that that's enough, but they're actually backing up.
I'm kind of baffled that they didn't go split push. That top goal zone is wide open. Do they know, Chef? Do they know we return to the meme once again? Because I think Lunex are about to get memed on, but wait, there's a late dash. 74 goes in, but if this Hundo Burger goes in, then I think they're going to win. Rexo with a potential counter score of 30. Hundo Burger goes in. The Crustle scores at 30, though. I think that Extinction have just about clutched that up.
I think so, too. I think it's only about like 15 16 points, but we got to see to make sure. There definitely could have been something in there that I didn't see. Extinction on the left, Lunex on the right, and it is Extinction just barely. The Crustle. We started off the game with an amazing Crustle play. We ended it with a Crustle winning score just barely. What a score race after Lunex, honestly, losing the entire game, managed to pull that back so well in the end. I thought that was going to be an anticlimactic ending, and boy, was I wrong.
Oh my word, they almost got the full ace, but for Metallic Lunex, they had free reign over Kyogre, but they didn't have crucial ripability, of which we've seen plenty of in comps all throughout the day. So many big back and forth moments, but Extinction really coming out on top in the majority of them until now, Chef. A huge pick for Oblivion to start things off.
We have watched now, 3 games in a row of Lunex Gaming absolutely dominating fights in the final 2 minutes. Their fights around whatever the main objective may be, Kyogre this time, of course, are so good. They're so good at that. That is easily their specialty. They just did it to Evil Geniuses 2 games in a row. They did it to Extinction 1 game in a row. A lot of those games, they were behind on level. They were behind by score. And yet they, not only were they winning these fights, they were nearly full team wiping the other team every single time. However, it was not quite enough. I don't know if they maybe should split push a little bit more, or they just thought that they were going to win the fight or defend more, but in the end, obviously only about 17 points difference is Metallic on the Zacian will be our MVP.
The only player not to faint the entire game. But you know what? Get your Shakespeare out, folks, because there was even more tragedy sewn into the midst than I had initially realized. Oh, no. That T1 goal zone, IMAX was the one who broke it with 84 points. Ooh. Celestial was just a second away from dunking a full 50.
Oh, no. Oh, that's so rough.
Actually, on second thought, though, that's an extra 16 points. That would have meant that Extinction would have won by 2 still.
Is that only 16? Wait, you said 40... How many points was it? 84?
So it was...
Oh, it was 84 total. Okay, yeah, I see.
84 total that was ultimately added to the Lunex Gaming scoreline.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time today that we saw a game won or lost by 2 points, and it's just about as close as 2 points. That's why every single point matters in Pokemon Unite. But wow, that was such a close one. I was really scared that they thought that they had the lead on the side of Lunex, but you can tell that they didn't by the fact that they did decide to push ahead on the solo Comfey to get a score, which is not something you ever really want to have to do, but it did manage to get the Hundo Burger in. Ideally, maybe they could have split pushed a little bit more earlier or just something, but hey, great defense altogether from Extinction to prevent any more points from going in, and then a great counter score even after really getting wiped pretty hard at that final fight.
Yeah, I think when you burn it down to the basics, they put all of their eggs in one basket. There was a T1 zone that went completely unspoiled, and even sending just one player up there. I mean, hey, you could have had IMAX saying, yo, I've got the least amount of energy here, let me go and score on this T1 bottom, and then hey, you got a free Hundo Burger top, and we're not talking about Extinction just about clutching up. We're not just talking about Rex clutching up. What a game for Rex on that Crustle, by the way. A standout, a 3 KO streak. I'm not saying that we're going to see a ban next game, but I feel like Lunex are going to be far more wary of the possibilities.
Yeah, you should be. Crustle, always a fun defender to watch, right? One of those defenders. Like, I feel like Crustle and Trevenant to me are always really fun because you get to see people really pop off with them and make these game-winning plays, and that's certainly what we got a chance to see there. Not just the score, but looking back at that invade that they had where they got the 3 KO, could have gotten a 4 KO streak, but they decided to be a good defender and give the speed to Metallic, which is just simply not important. Simply, who cares? Who cares if Metallic leveled up one less time and then ended up getting KO'd in the final fight and then they lost? That's really not important. The more important thing is that you got an invade 4 KO streak on broadcast, which, whatever, no big deal. Qualifying for regional finals, not important.
Why would it be? Why would it be? Right, let's take a look at some fun stats, shall we? Top Pokemon by pick rate across the entirety of the season. I gotta say, I am not surprised to see Blastoise and Psyduck up here. Even at the end of Season 4, we were seeing Blastoise and especially Psyduck coming far more to the front as aggressive frontline options with really strong amplification and crowd control abilities. Vaporeon has slotted seamlessly into this premium selection, both in terms of its flexibility, similar to Umbreon, in providing a little bit of a support, a pseudo support sort of build, but also providing a bit of crowd control themselves. Crustle, again, the Crustle resurgence. I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Japan, for showing the West the way. And how about Mewtwo Y and Mew? I feel like this is just the Zante selection, like a premium selection that you find at the supermarket, but both still really, really strong.
I mean, it's really impressive that we see for the whole season Mewtwo Y still up here on the ban rate, or sorry, not on the ban rate, the pick rate, because we saw every other Pokemon on there picked a ton today, and that was just picked so much Mewtwo Y that even not being picked almost at all this weekend, it was still on the top of the list. That's very telling about how good it was before and how flexible. But game number 2, that means Extinction is one game away from guaranteeing their qualification into the regional finals and setting up a known quantity for who is qualifying in all of North America.
Lunex chose the map. We're heading to Groudon. Extinction, therefore, with first pick. Basically the same bans across the board. Do you fix what ain't broke, Extinction? Well, there's that first pick, Miraidon, once again. Dare I say, Chef, it was a good thing they did.
Yeah, it's a weird draft situation here, right? Because Extinction, they obviously got to be like, well, we dominated that match. And then they got to think about, well, we almost lost that match. So it's like, was this a great draft, or was this a draft that had a problem only at the moment that it needed to not have a problem in those final 2 minutes? And then, we did win, but obviously they were that close to a loss. So it's like, do you want to readjust in any way? Same thing with Lunex, where they're like, well, we were losing really bad, and then we won the main objective solidly, and then we ended up just losing barely by a few points. So it's like, do we really consider this a losing comp, or was it doing exactly what we wanted it to do, and we weren't able to quite execute it, like, a few points away from being able to take the game? So it's just an awkward situation to know, did it work or did it not for both sides? And I mean, at this point, I guess you probably just go and pick some things you like, including, I guess, stealing away this Palmot from the other side.
I mean, Lunex have basically ripped out the front line from Extinction from last time out. JL and Rex having to dip further into their pool. IMAX going to be picking up the Crustle, Tie-Dye heading onto the Hooper. Here's that Lumiere Buzzwole to look to try and deal with the threat of the Palmot and the Snorlax in front of them. And well, we had a great look, didn't we, earlier on in the day against Evil Geniuses, a 2-0 against Evil Geniuses, of which the Oblivion Cramorant played a huge part. JL with the Eldegoss, Metallic heading back onto the Sword Doggo, just leaves Celestial with the pick of the bunch. It'd be funny to see Trainer and Celestial switching Pokemon as well, but Celestial's got a wide pool here, flipping through to the Talonflame in the end. Easily big counter with Miraidon in mind.
The Talonflame looks quite strong today. I really like this combo, the double bird combo that they've got going on Lunex. But this comp looks a lot more like what we saw earlier in the match against EG from Lunex Gaming. It looks a lot more maybe comfortable for them. I was really curious what they were doing with the whole comp phase strategy, and it was, I'm not like 100% sure if it played out exactly the way they wanted it to. So I do like them returning to this. It seems like it's going to be pretty comfy at least. They're really strong paths, right? Like every single Pokemon here has, well, maybe not, I guess the final bird, but aside from Talonflame, every single Pokemon has a very strong pathing phase, and that's going to make it a little bit tough for the other side. But I guess kind of everybody has that in this game. I'm looking at, there's not a lot of like hyperscalers. They're going to be really weak early on, so we might get some early fights.
Ironically enough, Comfey without Comfey, notable in its absence. But not only are they, I think, picking a roster and a composition which they feel more comfortable with, Chef, it's also got the double added benefit of, well, we're now fully disrupting Extinction. That front line, I mean, listen, I trust Rex on the Snorlax all day long. I trust JL on the Eldegoss all day long, but you can't argue with results. For 90% of that game, it was Extinction. It was actually quite a surprise and a really opportune punish from Oblivion and Lunex to even open the door to the possibility of stealing that win away. But Extinction, they're only one win away from locking out the playoffs from anyone else. Citadel Gaming watches with bated breath as Extinction are in the purple, Lunex are in the orange.
We see Rex making sure nobody was going to go for an invade, and Marida, yeah, okay, so this path is really annoying for everybody involved. Actually, all paths, like I was saying, nobody wants to fight against any single duo that is on this map right now in path. It's just going to be an unfun situation, whether it be Eldegoss Zacian or the Buzzwole Hoopa, as we can see here, although, I mean, Jail's getting a little bit low already as things begin. On down at bottom two, Cramorant Crustle is a very scary early path, and then Miraidon, and I don't even remember what the last one was. Oh, Snorlax, that might be even the scariest. So just a lot of fighting early on, and we're already seeing that happen with the first KO.
Great punish from Celeste. Joined the party way quicker than Trainer, who wasn't able to affect much here. Gossifleur with a long way back to the T1 pad.
It's actually quite funny as well, because it does usually end up that we see Talonflame with a slower clear for the center area, and they do get there sometimes a little bit slow, and Palmont was just like the one who was a little bit late to the party. They can have a little bit of a slow clear as well, depending on how things go, but they just certainly weren't there, and we can see a level advantage starting to build for Lunex as they are trying to get aggressive more up on this top path, especially before they turn into an Eldegoss. That's going to be a moment to push.
Trick Hooper to try and synergize with Linear on the Buzzwole. They're going to be keeping vision, moving back, taking control of the Natus, or so they would hope. Waiting is Metallic. They're not going to get involved here. In fact, the Smackdown Linear is going to find yet another KO here onto the Gossifleur. Sent packing, not a good look for JL early doors. Big scores for Lunex, who opened it up 60-0.
It's funny, they're really taking advantage of the one almost weak duo. Like, it's obviously not even a weak duo at all. It's just like the weakest on the map, so just for the first few levels, of course, not to say anything past that, but they're immediately trying to take advantage of that. A nice, really quick clear on that Regidrago as well. It's going to be triple buff on Celeste, a rare thing to see, but hey, you're a super Pokemon now. Who needs a Mega when you just get all three buffs?
Mega Talonflame sounds horrendous, I'm not going to lie to you. I think it's very brave of Celestial, though, to go with the Brave Bird. Over the course of the weekend, we've seen Fly, the much preferred move. There is risk, but there is also great reward.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the comp as well, I think it can be really strong, but the dunks that go in, Trainer getting extremely low. They're going to be able to finish him off. Jail as well, staying a little bit close. A little bit too close. I thought it was going to back up a little bit faster than that. That's going to be 2 KOs and a big goal zone break, 100-0 for the side of Lunex Gaming. I didn't feel like they needed to necessarily fight there. It just kind of felt like they got caught out. I mean, I don't think any of them expected to actually be a part of that.
Did you see how quickly JL evolved on level 4 and then immediately hit level 5, by the way? That's how much catch-up EXP they were being starved of thanks to Lunex Gaming. A Lunex Gaming side who are looking far, far better. Both Reggies in his first phase in pocket. In comes the Flame Sweep, steals the Citrus Berry, over the wall, getting away for free. The Reggie Lecky hit the T2 zone, by the way. Extinction haven't even scored a single point. They're full sending on this bottom zone. That's going to change surely. T2's already gone on top path. 219 within 4 minutes.
Wow, that is aggressive. I would never call this a score comp, but it is scoring more than a score comp at the moment. I mean, this is a Crustle. Where's the goal getter on it? Oh, and they're going to just continue their aggression.
Sort of caught by their own Rock Tomb there, Talonflame. Not that they matter too much because Extinction have already lost 2. Onto the pad. There's some really quick scores here. Good pressure here from Tie-Dye on the Hooper. And Extinction's just leaving it. They've decided the team fighting? Nah, not for them. They're probably going to focus on the Yellow Dots to try and recover some of the level deficit that they're currently suffering.
It's really hard to catch any of these Pokemon out as well. I mean, Talonflame is a master of escaping. There we go. Using the Unite to escape. You know, the one time time, you don't care if it hits a wall or not. You just got to get out of there. But Cramorant with dive is very hard to catch. Crustle is basically impossible to catch. Buzzwole and Hoopa as well. So just the entire team. I don't know why I decided to just list every single Pokemon on Lunex Gaming's team, because they're all very difficult to catch. So trying to get that comeback EXP by finding one pick is tough. Look at that. That was a good attempt. I mean, did manage to burn the eject button, but I mean, that's really all you're going to get off of that. And you got to find the damage to KO something like a Crustle as well. Easier said than done.
Look at this call from Extinction. They were going to line up for this basement Reggie. Now heading up to the Regieleki. Lunex Gaming following them all the way. Open scoring pad for Oblivion down there. That's going to be another 21. Here comes the Brave Bird. Oh my goodness. A Snorlax going down in less than 2 seconds is impressive indeed. Eject button. They couldn't quite get a grab of JL. In goes the boosted Zacian, but this is simply too aggressive, too oppressive from a Lunex Gaming side who have a chip on their shoulder, gulping Gatling gun. Trainer's not going to be able to get away. Here's Rex. They were so quickly KO'd and back in the frame. You know what? It's slightly staggered, but Chef, we'll call that an ace.
Yeah, we'll call it a slow ace. But I mean, there's still an opportunity for them to get more KOs before they even take down this Regieleki. Popping that Unite for the, I mean, JL's gonna just try. I don't really exactly know why that Unite was popped. Maybe to try to steal it. I don't know. But wow, yeah, managing to take the Regieleki as well, which is now heading, by the way, for the home goal zone.
They are in their heads right now. Lunex Gaming, Extinction can't catch a break. Finally, a little bit of joy as Lunia has taken down, what, for the first time today? I'm not entirely sure. They might let this Regieleki go. They're ultimately going to engage it a little bit further up the lane just to try and provide a bit more vision, I would imagine. There's a Regidrago still on the field. There's a basement Reggie still on the field. And there's a minute and a half left, Chef, until it's crunch time in the final stretch.
A lot of wild Pokemon in the center area and really just kind of across the board on the west side of the map as well. Extinction needs to try and farm those as fast as they possibly can. It does look like Regidrago is being taken down as well pretty quickly. It's not going to be all that much of a bonus for Lunex, but hey, you know what? You can take that experience away from the other team. 2 experience objectives going to the side of Lunex in the final moments. Minute away from, oh, actually, whoa, that's actually pretty big. It looks like we got a KO on the Cramorant, which was a pretty high level. I mean, look at that, level 13 highest in the game. That's a lot of experience back. We see level 13 now inside of Extinction as well with Palmont, as Rex is, I don't know, having fun on the other side of the map, I guess.
Is the guy lost? It's like, where do I go? Where do I go? Where's my map? Someone bring me a GPS, please. There's the Brave Bird Celestial getting out of trouble. 83 to 300. Never mind, 127 to 354. That's a big score for Bora Reach. We'll pay for it with a KO, but there's plenty of time to get back in the action as we're 30 seconds away from Groudon, a reminder.
This is doable. Level 13s would be really nice for Extinction. I'm not sure how close they are on the Zacian or the Miraidon on the box legendaries, but they are only about a level below altogether. So if, well, never mind. Maybe we just need to see a 14 on the Talonflame. So aside from Celeste, though, the levels are starting to even up just a little bit. So it's certainly not, you know, impossible for them to make a comeback here. They just need to find one really good engage, one really good pick, and it probably has to start with, I don't know, maybe the Snorlax or just a lot of poke damage. I'm not sure. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, Extinction not taking team fights was absolutely the right call. That is a big send from Celestial. Oh my goodness, Super Swole Slam, and there was no chance to use the Meteor Stream. In fact, this is going to be true carnage, and it's got a Lunex Gaming signature right underneath the post-it note. Metallic is still here. They're going to be zoned out. Well caught here. Great vision from IMAX, who will ultimately claim the KO credit, leaving just this Snorlax around to try and steal away the Groudon. Here's a block. Heavy Slam. Way too early. Lunex Gaming clinical.
I appreciate the attempt, but it was just no chance. And now we've watched 4 games straight of Lunex dominating a fight in the final 2 minutes. This time, though, they've got a little bit more of a lead, so it doesn't look like we're likely to get a repeat of the last game. However, there's still a minute left. I won't rule anything out. All the buffs on board, and it doesn't seem like they are pushing all that much. Yeah, they are going to back up. I think that's a lot safer at this point. Oh, wait a minute. Are they going to back, or are they gonna I think they might be backing? I really want them to just sit in here and wait for somebody. I think they maybe are.
Yeah, they're gonna they take a quick left turn into Safety Avenue, but look at this. Where's the heist music? Because we're gonna have some big scores. Extinction retreating up though. Do they smell something in the water? They're gonna be able to stop these scores, I think, but I don't think it really matters because time has most certainly run out. We are heading to game 3, Chef. Extinction with a really strong look in game number 1, but it turns out when you rip out the defensive support spine, that's pretty difficult to replace. Extinction turning to jelly out there. Lunex, they firm up and they take us into Extinction's nightmare scenario. They still need 1 game win to qualify for playoffs.
Oh, that is extremely terrifying. Lunex, though, with what a game. I mean, they have won a lot of these final fights from behind. Not this time. They were ahead the entire game. Extinction made a little bit of a comeback to almost even things up, but they were still not in the lead in any capacity. So great stuff from Lunex Gaming, and also a great final little funny play. Distracting with the Hoopa and then trying to sneak below it to score with everybody else. Completely unnecessary, but very funny and very cool to actually try. But I cannot believe how well executed this fight was from Lunex. I was talking about how Extinction needed to make some sort of good engage, but they didn't get the chance because Lunex was like, okay, second one, we're going in.
I think they showed a bit too much of their hand the first time around, to the extent where picking up that Miraidon, first pick, second game in a row, Lunex could build their entire team around it, starting with a great pick disruption, taking away the Crustal, taking away the Hooper, seeing a Snorlax come out, seeing that Pawmot taken away from them, responding with a Buzzwole, responding with a Cramorant, a pick that not a lot of these players, I imagine, would have been expecting to practice against going into scrims and such, and then finishing it off with that Talonflame, a Brave Bird, something that the Miraidon simply can't react to quick enough. It was a great draft from Lunex. It was a great execution from Lunex, and Extinction for them, it's back to the drawing board.
Lunex is very scary in the fact that they've got a really wide roster of Pokemon that a lot of their members can choose, but not only is it like wide, it is also weirdly like deep. Like, you know, there are things that you just may not have experience against. We've seen the Cramorant, we've seen Phalanx, we've got Celeste plays basically anything that can deal damage in the entire game, and Celeste can play it. Lunar's got a pretty wide roster as well. I mean, everybody else, Oblivion played with just the weird stuff. Celeste plays everything. So it's hard to really plan around them, I think. It's tough to assume that they're going to go one direction when they can go something super weird like they did in game 1 or something super different like they did right now.
Ooh, take a breath, everybody, because we've got, and to be fair, the players are as well. They're going to be looking to just sit back and collect themselves. It's really interesting too, the fact that Lunex now know that they are qualified for the playoffs, but there's still placement, there's still seeding on the line. The higher up the ladder they go, Chef, the further down the gauntlet they are going to be for the playoffs, the less series that you have to play. I know some might like the idea of warming up and working your way through, but if you're starting right at the back in that first match, that's a lot of series and a lot of high intensity series that you're going to have to go back to back to back in.
Right, and Lunex actually has a unique position of the further that they go. I mean, they've already fought the other 2 teams in the top 3, and they already have wins against them in the second half of this event, so they're not going to have to play them again. The tiebreakers could end up going in their favor. All they need to do is play other teams that are not in this top 3, pick up a few more wins, and they might be able to sneak I don't even know if it's possible to get first, but the seeding is definitely there. We can take a look at the average MVP score, though. Falb is up there. We just tend to see a lot of score from the LATAM teams in general. As we can see, 4 of these 6 are there. Whatever MVP score technically means.
North America in the mud, not even having a single appearance here. Finally. Well, It's not average score, but it is damage dealt, and Celestial is going to be delighted with that. But look at Falb and Angel Jin. That Force Gaming roster, I think, having to nurse a few bruises, of course, if you're just joining us, losing to Stamina 2-0, a huge upset that forces that potential Worlds qualification for Force Gaming back to week number 5, the final week of Regional League play. Now looking at damage taken, and I think it's no surprise to see some of the players in some of the lower placed teams here, Chef. Perhaps some of the unsung heroes taking ones for the team.
Hey, you know what? It's important as well. Now at average knockouts, Anysus and Falb, not surprising. I mean, two of the strongest players on the most dominant teams as far as actually, being attacker players. Toast as well, who we got to see do really well. And hey, you know what? We got all 3 regions on this one once again. It's just really funny that LATAM dominates the leaderboards in stats. Their stats are just really high across the board. It's just a lot of fighting, so it's just all stats. I'm glad I didn't lie to Zoinks when I said that it was 5 Brazilian players and Celeste in the highest damage leaderboard. So we'll see if Celeste can push up that leaderboard as we're going to Game 3 draft, going to Groudon again, and Ban's pretty similar-ish.
Brazil mentioned, woo, and I'm also going to mention I'm seeing some fascinating chat in our production channels. I think there might be more teams confirmed into playoffs than perhaps we gave credit for, not necessarily in NA, but in other regions. We'll be sure to bring you up to date with all of those at end of show. But Chef, we have one more game before then. It is yet again the same 6 bans that we've seen throughout this entire series, and Extinction will change things up. Tie-dye. We're going to be taking that Hooper back. Thank you very much.
I do like that a lot. I think JL is, such an exceptional Hoopa, and they've shown that Tie-Dye is as well. So fighting over supports is something that I feel like we haven't seen from a lot of the teams in this particular league, but it's something that's happened a lot over time in competitive matches where the support player really has a specialty and the 2 support players can fight over it. Sometimes it even gets banned, forcing them all to flex. But going back to some picks that have worked as well, and we're really just seeing some switches around here of kind of who's stealing what. A lot of the same Pokemon, just sometimes on different teams, right? The Buzzwole now going to be going to Metallic, Rex on the Snorlax twice in a row, IMAX stealing away the Crustle twice in a row, Oblivion going uncontested on the Bird.
Lunia Blastoise. Ooh, is that a rapid spin potentially? Look at this itemization. That does suggest so. Trainer LGC eyeing up the Pawmot once again. Bora reach from first pick twice in a row. Now at the back of the queue is now the time for the Inteleon. We've seen a couple of Espeons too, and we are going to lock in. No quick switch. It will be the Inteleon last pick for Extinction.
I like that. I mean, how high of a win rate have we seen on this Inteleon today? Answer, really high. I don't know, something like 80%. Obviously it's changed since I last saw that stat. I wish I knew that actual number. That would have sounded a lot more cool. But Celeste getting the final pick of the game, and we're going to get double starters here of the Inteleon versus the Cinderace. Where's our last one? Where's Grookey? But wow, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Seeing the secure and as well as just the raw damage that's going to be able to come out from the side of Lunex Gaming, it's going to make a very different game, right? Not as much of an assassin game style, just pure damage.
Allow me to theorycraft for a little bit, because we've seen more Cinderaces today than I expected. I expected to see 0, and instead I think we've seen 2 or 3 over the course of on-stream and off-stream. I reckon we've got a Pyro Ball, because that Pyro Ball goes through the block now.
Oh, yeah. We saw the Power Ball last time, so we definitely could see that again. Or we could see, I don't know, we could see something totally weird. It's Lunex. I feel like at this point, it's really hard to ever guess exactly what they're going to do. But I do like your thinking, for sure. I just want to clarify that Lunex could, I don't know, they could pick no moves maybe and try to find a way to make that work. But yeah, really interesting switches in the end. I do like that too, because the draft really started off for both teams like it was going to be kind of the same game just once again. And then both teams in the second half of the draft, they were like, just kidding, we're changing to something completely different. But another big question is, what move does the Inteleon take, right? What do you think it's going to be? A snipe shot? Do you think it's going to be liquidation? We've seen both of them really good.
If Extinction have watched any of UCS, today, I think the answer is obvious. Give me Liquidation, Bob. Extinction in the purple, Lunex in the orange. Our final game of the day with qualification on the line for Extinction.
Oh, this is the end qualification of the entirety of the NA region on the line. We'll know which 5 teams it will be if Extinction can win, and if not, we're gonna have real exciting next week. Let me tell you that, or next show, I should say. So far, though, nothing going on as far as super early aggression. This early path is gonna be a little bit weak on the side of Lunex, being assisted now by this Reboot. But I mean, we've seen this particular duo almost go down, but this particular duo is so strong. The Buzzwole plus the Hoopa. I mean, how many years now have we seen this work out well?
A lot of years, Chef. Too many for me to count or indeed disclose.
Yeah, maybe 10, 20, I don't know, something close to that.
Hush.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you could disclose it. I didn't sign an NDA. Looking forward, though, and wow, what a KO.
Yeah, big push here from Extinction. That's exactly what they need. Their early games could not have been more starkly different. This is looking a lot more like game 1, and that's going to look a lot better for the Extinction fans out there. All of them are going to get the reset 2 through the hyperspace highway, and now they're back for more. But there is an evolution quite critically for Lunex with the Eldegoss. JL. That's how you do it.
That was quite funny. Metallic popped out of the portal and just went and just like punched Lunaire once and then just walked away. It was just like, hey buddy, I'm still here. Just remember that I'm still going to be fighting you this entire time. Now we are going to see the full evolution to the Palmot pretty quickly. I mean, hitting level 7, Cinderace just following behind, but Palmot definitely can enable a few more gank type, I guess, maneuvers. The damage though from Celeste is going to be able to burn down this Regidrago or just the enemy team if they can find the angles.
I think I spotted acrobatics on that Drizzile build going after the Regidrago. It is once again the Crustal that disrupts like no other. Snorlax falling, Extinction, they're not going to be able to extract the Hooper either. Bora's going to be able to get out of there, but Trainer wants some revenge, and it's immediate. There's a 1. X-Scissor to deny the inevitable. Trainer, LGC, and Bora Reach cooking together.
And a lot of points in as well. I mean, a total of 60 is going to steal back the lead. Really nice little revenge set of KOs. It's going to be level 8 now for both the center area Pokemon. This is staying pretty even as far as all total resources. And now, I mean, just even KOs as well. These fights have gone a little bit more back and forth. We'll see if we can protect maybe the back line for Lunex Gaming a little bit more. We've seen some pretty aggressive plays from their defender, but that's, I mean, hey, if somebody's diving you like this, that's not where you need to be.
Oh my word, Trainer right into the deep end. Over the wall they go with a zip and a zap. Quite interesting to note, by the way, Lunia not going with the spin stoist, the blazing bicycle kick, just doing enough damage to allow Oblivion to confirm the Regieleki. And there it is. It's that Inteleon liquidation, of course, with acrobatics, so they can skip over these Rock Tomb walls. There will still be a slow effect, a bit of a hindrance. Meanwhile, the Registeel stolen away from Extinction by Lunex. A really strong phase of this game. Big scores down on bottom path. Regieleki, and they got a KO one to the Buzzwole as well. Wow, big value for Linear on top path.
Wow, that is, I mean, a Pokemon as well that can scale up pretty high in damage, which is a funny thing to say because it is certainly not an attacker, although secretly it very much is. Also, side note, yeah, they did change, I believe, the items on the Blastoise at the very kind of last moment, so I didn't get a really chance to talk about that, but no Spinstoise. I would have been kind of funny, though, just going up against the Buzzwole, who is known for being able to throw you out of the spin, kind of famously, but I would have loved to see it regardless. I'm a fan of nostalgia. Celeste, though, still going unchallenged. I mean, look at this, a level 8 defender trying to at least steal a little bit more experience for the level 9 attacker when there's an entire level 11 attacker on the other side. Extinction, you know, you said it started off like looking more like the first game, and this one is starting off looking a little bit, or now moving over to looking a little bit more like the second game.
Feels like a game 3, doesn't it? A smile brought to my face, by the way, by IMAX, looking at Rex trying to block those birds away and then just saying, okay, bet I've got a Rock Tomb that can stop you from moving any further forward. Really smart play, and it's going to be those small margins that really just make the big differences here.
You know, rock, paper, scissors, always choose rock. It works. We've played Crustle enough to know that that is the answer. Little bit of a push up top as well. Luna just continuing to just run amok on that Blastoise, just doing whatever they want as they're going to push on bottom as well.
We haven't seen Trainer for a hot minute. Here they are again. Oh, the blazing bicycle kick completely whiffs. This is going to be a score for Oblivion. No, it's not. Ejects button. Metallic denies. Super Swole slam. Eldegoss goes down. So has Trainer. Now the Buzzwole too. And that's a lot of liquidation damage. But Bora Reach are going to back up. And they're not going to be able to stop that Cinderace from dunking 37, opening up an 102-point lead. And hey, guess what, Chef? Regieleki for free.
That is not a good sign. I felt like all of those engages were kind of what Extinction wanted. They got a really nice kind of jump in engage with the Palma. They got a great jump in engage with the Buzzwole, and none of it led to anything. That is, I don't believe it. A little bit tough. Was that the steal? I actually wasn't even looking.
Lunia got it again. This guy is this guy's having a game, and it's not a game that Extinction want right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've barely even had a chance to watch them because they've just been kind of doing their own thing up top and nobody's been able to stop them. So quite frankly, they just haven't even been on our screen, which is not a good sign as well for Extinction, who they're certainly behind, right? 1 minute and 50 seconds, just about 2 minutes left until the final stretch. Extinction has to find something. They got to find some KO for a big jump of experience. They've got to find some experience on their side. They're trying to push back Lumiere.
Hydro Typhoon knocks up 3. That's the Cinderace taking out JL. That's the Cinderace taking out Bora Reach here. Oh, no, sorry, Bora Reach. Actually, no, it is Bora Reach. My apologies. I'm getting so confused. There's so much going on. That's going to be a 3rd KO for this Battle Bunny that does love to play a bit of footy. Moving back, that's Extinction's defenses at least holding for now, but more EXP feeding into the ADC of Lunex Gaming.
I have casted probably hundreds of events with somebody from the UK, and that was the most UK thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Just letting you know that. But this is going to be a tough comeback. 1 minute left for Extinction, and I mean, their chances are not over if they lose this, but they really obviously want to clutch this out. I mean, this is really high stakes for both. Like I said, Lunex maybe has the potential to try and take the 1st place spot. TyDye is not going to make this happen. I don't understand what this attempt is. They try to get KO'd, maybe reset their respawn timer. They're trying to delay them as long as possible, and that's almost certainly, I think, what is attempting to happen right there. Or give themselves a little bit more, it's Unite meter, because they don't quite have the Unite back they want it for the 2-minute fight. That's what it is.
Mystery solved, I guess, but it does mean that Lunex are light on reinforcements on this top part, forcing out the eject button here for IMAX. That's certainly a good trade for Rex. Onto the Regirock. Lunex really won this. They really want to prioritize it. Lunia, they're not going to be able to steal it this time, but it does still go to Lunex, and now Rex was caught way too deep. I think this is the fight, Chef. I think this is the fight, Chef. And you know what? They've lost Celestial straight away, but there's a Gulping Gatling missile, the Hydro Typhoon. We've got that Buzzwole taken out of the equation, but Snorlax is going to be back on the scene pretty soon. JL on the Hooper, unbound, big stuns, the Rock Tomb, and now the ASV. They've got them where they want them, Extinction, but can they find KOs? Good blocking from IMAX, great blocking from Linear. Lunex keep themselves online.
Lunex stayed at full HP somehow through all of that. We're getting the slow respawns. Everybody's coming back. We got to look at what Unites they even have available. We have the Cinderace Unite. We have the Buzzwole Unite, and that is it on the entire map. And that Cinderace one is huge because Extinction, with this amount of time left, may have to try and rip and flip, and that is going to be one of the strongest secures that they could possibly find in this situation. They're going to get one more reset, but they really don't have that much time. Not sure they're going to build back any other Unites as well. A little bit of just bait damage coming out from Lunex, maybe trying to get a little bit closer to their Unites coming back. A great Rock Tomb and just spacing, but 1 minute left. Extinction needs to make a move.
Trainer looking for an attack angle. That's where we do find Celeste and Oblivion. We also have Bora Reach down here on that liquidation Inteleon. That's the first pick. They got him. They got him. Oblivion is taken out. There's a Super Swole Slam into the face. They're going to take down the Blazing Bicycle Kick. Cinderace. This is amazing for Extinction. They looked for their opportunity. They've taken it with aplomb. Ludia's got back post. They're going to be scoring a Hundo Burger. Extinction, turn and burn. They'll have the Groudon. They'll have the attack buffs. But will they have the scores? We're going to have Oblivion back in time. Watch out for the Eldegoss and Cinderace. They're going to be back in time too. They have to go top pad surely. They've got to reset with the Hooper on that bottom pad. Bora Reach and Trainer going to the T2. That's a Hundo Burger 284. They just need another Hundo Burger to go in. And it does! 40 points to the better. Extinction. They had to clutch up. They had to do it the hard way. North America's playoffs are locked. And Citadel Gaming ain't being let in. Extinction, congratulations.
Who needs more than 5 seconds? That's all you need to score a game-winning, set-winning, championship qualifying amount of points. Extinction down that entire time, but that clutch factor came out in the very final moments. That looked like that was just certainly not going to be their game, but I mean, between these two teams, we have seen some of the most clutch comebacks that I think I've ever seen in competitive Unite, and I mean, for what stakes? For Extinction. I don't even know if they knew that much was on the line, because we had to do the math ourselves in the middle of the set. I really hope we get a chance to interview one of them, but wow, what a comeback, what an initiation. I mean, this was such a long drawn out fight, but the very final first pick, getting Oblivion, taking out that Cramorant, and then immediately we see Metallic run over and take out Celeste, and that damage line is just gone. You can see it actually all start right here.
Yeah, what we were seeing was preamble. This was the big moment. Bora Reach and Trainer once again linking up, and then Metallic looking at Celestial and saying, "You are my son." You know what? They actually got the Blazing Bicycle kick off, by the way, but I think it was more in pure panic than anything. They'd already burned their feint. They'd already used their getaway tool. Extinction finished the job. Lunia, I think quite rightly, had gone for the counter score to just buy them a little bit more space, but that Groudon buff, that scoring advantage, meant that they were able to get that final hundo burger in and over the line. Of course it falls to Trainer to get the most important pick of the entire game.
And with a Pokemon stolen away from the other team previously in the set as well, but always Trainer LGC, one of the greatest players on the planet Earth, and certainly, like I said, earned the MVP for this final match that has just a ridiculous amount of stakes. So congratulations, well deserved from everybody, obviously, on that team. That final moment could not have happened without any single person. I mean, there was so much just kind of unsaid damage from Bora Reach. It's always hard to see with the liquidation, because it's just this consistent amount of damage you can see highest on the team, but it enabled a lot of these KOs. I mean, Rex is Rex. Metallic, we got a chance to see pick up that second KO, and JL managing to heal everybody back up right before that moment even happened, just to make sure that they were healthy enough to even take that fight. So a full team effort to guarantee themselves that qualification spot, and look at that graph. That is ridiculous.
I do hear that Rex is apparently on the way. Fingers crossed we're able to get that interview for you folks. And it's not just about today though, Chef. It's about the weekend in general for Extinction, because you know what they did yesterday? They beat Citadel Gaming directly 2-0. And just to explain to everyone at home as to why they have been able to secure this play off the back of this result, the best case scenario for Citadel Gaming, 6-8. The worst case scenario for Extinction Gaming before this series was 6-8. Extinction beat Citadel 2-0 yesterday. Earlier in the season, Citadel could only beat Extinction 2-1. Their head-to-head record would always favor Extinction.
Right, that I mean, it's a lot of math, a lot of numbers, but it really just boils down to the fact that the best they can do is tie, and that tiebreaker is going to go one direction. That direction is for Extinction. Lunex Gaming, we have to point out as well, I mean, it's been really fun to watch their run through all these top teams, but that's going to make it a little bit more difficult, and by that I mean a lot more difficult to try and steal that top spot. However, they're still certainly fighting for kind of any spot, I think, in that top 3. We'll have to see how that maths out as well. So much. We need like a specific math person, because this is starting to get really difficult. Look at this heat map, by the way. Another ridiculous one.
Trainer kind of just disappeared at moments. And we didn't question it. We presumed that they were doing something pretty important, and then they'd come back at the right moments and they'd make the big impact. Look at those big red moments in the central area, however. Looking to go in not just on that Reggie Drago, but hanging around that bottom path with Bora Reach at that moment where Oblivion and Celestial look like very tasty targets, it must be said. One of them has kind of got a pseudo eject button. The other has got an invulnerability button, Chef. You'd rather go for the eject button.
Yes, eject button, pretty valuable. Different types of eject button, but I mean, again, that was just an amazing set. I mean, we got a chance to talk about obviously that last game a lot, as close as that was, but I mean, what an amazing comeback set from both teams. Both of them winning the final objective fight while behind, making a huge comeback. Some really amazing kind of micro plays to begin a lot of the fights. I mean, really finding those first moments, and that's something that is really important, I think, in the current meta. That's why things like Palmot are doing quite well, or we see the Buzzwole doing well, or just anything like that really gets to start off a fight, and both teams are able to find their moments. A really cool back and forth draft with teams stealing Pokemon away from each other and then using those Pokemon super effectively. I really liked, especially to the final choice of the draft for JL to steal away first pick Hoopa, something that is really not happening all that much, but it just shows an intimate level of knowledge of how strong your opponent is and how strong your own team is with any given particular Pokemon. And that, I mean, with how close things are, I think that might have been the thing that really solidified their win, just that little bit of extra level of comfort.
Absolutely, and I think a great adjustment in draft as well. They understood the assignment. They knew that they had to take at least one of the Crustle or the Hoopa back off Lunex. They choose the Hoopa. The Hoopa has a good game. Borreach umming and ahhing between Espeon and Inteleon. They go with Inteleon. That Inteleon having a good game. But Chef, I believe we have an interview ready to go.
That's right. Hopefully we've got Rex here. Rex, are you available? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys. How you doing?
All right, yeah, we're doing great after watching that set. I want to know, I mean, the people aren't here to see how we're doing. People are here to see how you're doing. First question, did you know that was going to guarantee your team a qualifying spot with a win for the regional finals?
Yeah, I did some math previously. I told the team, I'm like, look, this is a big set. So if we win this, I think we're in the playoffs. So yeah, we had an idea.
Every team has a maths guy, I'm telling you now. It's quite interesting, I think, for you particularly, Rex, because you had a great first game on that Crustle. I mean, really dominant outside of that one team fight where Lunex wins, they take the boss, and you're able to ride that storm, and you actually scoring the crucial 30 to get you over the line. When you see a team like Lunex stealing away that Crustle, disrupting your picks, forcing you to go into something different, do you feel a bit of confidence, a bit of pride in thinking that they are targeting you, or is it more of an annoyance that you have to dig deeper into the pool?
I'm kind of used to it. I feel like people always try to take my picks, but I have a big enough pool where it doesn't really bother me. I kind of like it when they take my picks because I know I can beat them on other picks as well.
Ooh, all right. My question, why did you let Metallic take away your 4KO streak when you were invading in the first game? No. I was just kidding. That was a great moment, though. Great moment. So great stuff on that. But no, I mean, so I got to ask, of course, I said this before, almost a little bit of a bummer question, but we know that everybody on your team are amazing, legendary players. It kind of feels like maybe the record hasn't been quite as strong over the course of this season so far as a lot of people thought maybe for your team. But obviously a big win like that with so many clutch moments, it kind of feels like that's a great sign for how the team is playing. Do y'all feel like going into kind of the end part of this season, you're on an upward path? And if so, like, has anything changed?
So I think a lot of it was convincing trainer to go back on jungle. I think that was a big part of it. And then also like having everyone just kind of buy in, right? I think a big part of it was we weren't doing everything we had to do as a team. Like we weren't, reviewing stuff. We weren't really making drafts as much as we should have. I feel like now that it's winding down, we had that jail as well. Like we're able to sit down as a team and actually talk things out. Where previously it was just kind of like, felt like just me or trainer. Like we're doing it more together as a team. So I think it's paying dividends.
Well, the coordination is looking really strong for the team. Congratulations once again on qualifying for the regional finals. Now, of course, you still have to fight for seeding, which is going to be so important there. But we are really looking forward to the team and what they're going to be doing in our last few events of the season. So congratulations, and we'll see you in, I guess, just about a month for the next event.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, great to hear from Rex. Great to hear that the team is feeling positive and that they are coordinating and going over drafts and stuff, which seems, I did say, relatively important. But I mean, what an MVP like performance as well from Rex. I would say over the course of that set, I was able to do just so much. But I'm curious to see what all of the other casters have to say after an incredible set that decided some qualifying matches. So we're gonna bring them all back in. I hope everybody's doing okay. Maybe Zoinks finally finding his way out of the tall grass. Now, it's been a fun day, so let's do a little bit of a recap. But before we do the recap, I'm going to actually call upon Mr. Tallgrass himself, Zoinks, because we've got a little bit of an interesting format that we are going to go into for the regional finals, and can be a little bit confusing. I want you to explain it to everybody so that I don't have to.
Perfect. I will fall on the playoff format sword. That is very okay. Yeah, it's really interesting. Obviously, we have the regular season to determine where these teams or who's going to get in the first place, and then where these teams are going to begin their playoff attempts, because our playoff format is going to be called our ladder bracket. You can see here, seed 1 or whoever gets first place in their regional league will begin in the championship match, therefore already having a spot locked in for Worlds. Seeds 4 and 5 will begin our playoff bracket, so that 4th and 5th spot will play each other immediately. And then seed 3 will play the winner of them, seed 2 will play the winner of that match, and then seed 1 will play the winner of that match. So obviously, the better you perform in the regular season will set you up for more success in the format of the playoffs. So going to be extremely important for these teams to really close out our last week of competition in about a month's time to ensure they have a great seed, and for a few teams try to lock that spot in the top 5 so that they can participate in this playoff bracket.
That's right. And Relic, now, can you explain it in a way that I can understand? No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Oh my word.
Excellently done. Excellently done.
Nasty.
That was a great description. And of course, that's why these placements, even in these regions like North America, are going to be so important going into our next event in, like Zoink said, about a month's time. But we can take a look at how we are setting up for that final regular season event. We'll start off with Europe. And actually, Relic, can you explain to me who else is qualified? Because some of these gold little signifiers are new, I think, to most of us.
Yeah, so I was teasing some extra teams have been confirmed. The very intelligent people in the back room, I promise they are being fed well with some H2O and some of the leftovers from the snacks shoots of years gone by. Volticons unite by virtue of Engage dropping a series against J'aime le Poulet and their own victory Volticons against Los Caducados in our first series of the day. That 6-6 record is enough to mean that even in a worst case scenario, in a month's time, week number 5, they will be safe in the playoffs. And so still all to play for between Los Caducados and Engage. But for Volticons, Team Peps, Kamai, and BH3 Esport, their playoff spots are locked in.
And surprisingly, we see another name added as well to the guaranteed lock-ins for Latin America. And Soph, can you go through this maybe a little bit closer altogether region for us?
It definitely is, Chef. Well, we already knew the Force Gaming was confirmed to playoffs, as well as Stamina, because that was the qualifying match that we had yesterday. But today we have added Peru Unite as well to this roster, although we saw Peru Unite actually losing to 2Z Esports in the off-stream match because they had a good record there against CACM. They managed to lock in that 6-6 record, now confirmed into playoffs. And like you said, with the middle of the pack looking so scrambled as it is, I think that DreamHack, 2Z, Infamous Gaming, CACM, NC7 a little bit further away from that, but these 4 teams there are very much interested to see how the week 5 will go, because every match will count towards securing that spot on the top 5 for playoffs.
All right, and then Kello, our resident North American caster, can you take the easiest job? Because you don't have to talk about who might qualify. We already know the answer in North America, but can you go through it one more time for us?
Yeah, sure, I can do that for you. But yeah, all locked in here. Our top 5, Root Dignitas, ending their week 4 with the 11 wins, 1 loss. Evil Geniuses with a 9-3. IX Gaming being able to win their game against Citadel Gaming means they end up securing that spot in that 3rd place position at the end of week 4. Lunex Gaming to follow at the 7-5 as well. And finally, Extinction getting that 6 wins, 6 losses. So that does mean, yeah, moving on forward, Citadel Gaming, TI Gang, and Aftermath Esports, their following matches are, well, for fun.
Hey, you know what? You got to practice, and there's no better practice than playing matches that matter for maybe some, of the other teams, especially for seeding. And that level of seriousness is still going to be a huge advantage, especially if we do end up going into another season with them. But that is amazing that we have, even before the final week, a set of 5 teams for North America that is qualified. So you can see right here, one last time, all of the teams qualified so far, but lots of great storylines and lots of decisions hanging in the balance of what will be our next event. But of course, our next event is in about a month. And before that, we actually have I'm going to say a pretty big event. One of the most fun ones that we got a chance to see last year, Asia's Champions League over in Japan, the Pew ACL Finals. We can see some of the teams here being advertised. This is some cool video. Of course, 3 teams from LAIC were qualified to go over there. CACM, you can see Root Dig, and then it'll move over Force. But they are going to be able to compete against some of the best players in not only Asia, but just kind of around the world. A lot of teams that they don't get a chance to compete against. It was so fun being able to watch, not only fun, I guess, but also informational, seeing LG be able to play against all those teams last year. And that was only one team from our regions. Now we get a whole lot more, and the amount of experience, the amount of training that these teams are going to get, some of them who are already doing pretty well, this one that we're looking at right now, is going to be invaluable going into Worlds. And speaking of Worlds, of course, they can earn a World spot. So be sure to tune into that. If you don't know where to actually watch it, I did see that they tweeted that there is going to be a link in the game to watch the actual event. And I think if you do that, there's some sort of way that you're able to earn a jersey or some other goodies. I didn't get a chance to fully look at it, so be sure to take a look yourself, because there's a whole lot of fun stuff going around that. And all the Japanese casters are awesome. All the Japanese fans are awesome. So it's going to be one of the best events ever over in Yokohama, Japan. But that will be in 2 weeks from now. You can see the dates up there, March 28th, 29th. And that is going to be taking somewhat the place of our next event. And so our final event will be another 2 weeks from then. That's going to be our week 5 broadcast, our final of the main season. You can see again once right there. I'm looking the wrong direction. I mirrored. Whoops. Pretend I was pointing the right direction. It's going to be April 11th and 12th. So there's going to be a little bit of time for a lot of these teams to train, being built. Relic, you were able to join us on this online broadcast for the first time. Did you have a good time?
Oh, how could I not, my friend? How could I not? It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here to narrate some of these stories. By no means are any of them concluded, but I'm excited to see how they develop. And for ACL in a couple of weeks, I'll just add another little extra tidbit into the mix. Yes, we've got our Western teams joining the ranks of the Asian teams, but I know that a lot of the Western fans will be very eager to see a certain Overlord. Once again, one of the best players in the world. Be sure to watch out for him.
Oh, Overlord, the Japanese player we're all looking forward to seeing. We're actually going to see some nice little rematches over there. Soph, you've now joined us 2 weeks in a row. Are you ever going to leave us, or are you just kind of like huddled in? And I'm not saying I want it to happen. I'm just asking. Okay, all right. It's always going to be back.
Wow.
No, I was giving Soph the opportunity to say that she was kind of like hunkered down and never leaving.
Okay. If you have me, I'll stay. Will you have me, Chef?
Not my decision, but we're still very happy to be able to.
I was being so kind.
It's not my decision.
I'm gonna stop you, Mr. Host, on your tracks, and I'm gonna talk about what I was excited about and what I am excited about. Okay, just Yes, right. So I am so excited that I got to cover a second week in a row there of the regular season. Looking at NA already with 5 teams finished on that top 5 for playoffs is crazy. Seeing once again the development of Latin America and it being the most competitive region within its own ecosystem. Europe as well, just showing a couple of teams. Of course, Team Peps being the AOS Cup champions. Then you have BH3 and Kamai also have been such great representatives of European play all throughout last year as well. So it's wonderful to see them already locked in for playoffs. But in regards to the week 5, which are very interesting, I need to talk about ACL. Relic mentioned Overlord, and I need to highlight my favorite map of the round 1 of ACL Finals, which will be Reject versus Dignitas. These have already been drawn, and honestly, Reject Dignitas is such a matchup. Of course, Reject having Overlord, our favorite Western Japanese player, and I am so excited to see that happen. But week 5 will also be coming in pretty soon to lock down the top 5 teams for LATAM and Europe, which is super exciting.
That is super exciting. And just for clarity, I'm very happy every single time that both Soph, you and Relic get to join us, and it's been very fun casting with both of you to this particular weekend. But Kello, we're going to move on to you before I embarrass myself more, because they're already not going to let me host ever again. What are you excited for after the end of this weekend? What did you enjoy?
Look, I've got to say, time flies when you're having fun. I cannot believe that we are already at the end of week 4. We're already in March. That blows my mind. But yeah, ACL coming on up in 2 weeks. Definitely excited for that one. But also just excited for week 5 and tying up those loose ends. Considering those matches that we had from Latin America today, you know, they have those 2 remaining positions in terms of who's going to make the top 5. I feel like week 5 is really just going to blow it out of the water there. And I'm really keen for that. But yeah, just today was incredible. Force Gaming, the only undefeated team up until week 4, ended up getting defeated by Stamina Esports. So that was just a massive highlight for me today, especially considering how close it was. 2 points.
2 points. I was watching I'm still not over it either. We were actually yelling in the off broadcast room.
It's true.
But I mean, only more of that coming up in the next month or so, certainly. And then, of course, we have to last ask the smartest man in the tall grass, Mr. Zoinks, who expertly described how the finals worked. I was, of course, joking.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was amazing. I love covering stuff for the tall grass today. Getting a chance to see as many matches from our incredible regional leagues as possible is always something that I'm going to rejoice in. So this was an absolute blast. Had a great day on this week number 4, day 2. I love my grass. This is great. But I did want to say I am very excited about the final week of this regional league competition. Obviously, Asia Champions League is going to be amazing. Seeing that international competition with the conclusion of these regional storylines is going to be really interesting. And even for those teams who are outside of the playoffs and are still going to have to compete in that week number 5, reminder, they are going to be trying to prepare as much as they possibly can for those regional last chance qualifiers that'll be happening a little bit later this year, and maybe kind of having their last final dash towards a potential world spot. So there truly is no time to rest for these Pokemon Unite teams, even after potential elimination. So there's a lot to be watching out for. I cannot wait.
Oh, I fully agree. On a more realistic, note, I was a little bit afraid that towards the end of the season, we were going to have some teams that were just too dominant and untouchable, or some matchups that didn't really matter towards the end in the final week, but that is not what happened at all. Nobody's untouchable. Every single team that's within those top 5 has a chance to push forward in the seeding, get those extra, essentially win spots. So I'm very excited. Everybody should be excited for that too. Lots of Pokemon Unite coming up in the next month or so, starting of course with ACL, and then we here will be back again April 11th and 12th. So be sure to watch all of the Pokemon Unite action from around the world. We'll certainly be there. We'll see you all in about a month.